Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐒𝐮𝐬 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Beep beep beep. The alarm rang loudly throughout the entire room. A muscular arm emerged from the covers, pressing the alarm with just enough care to avoid crushing it. The arm moved quickly under the blanket, still trying to catch a bit more sleep. A soft feminine voice called out, urging him to get out of bed. Instantly, the covers were thrown aside, and the man sat up, revealing a mess of blonde hair and tired eyes as he surveyed the room. His well-defined back was visible, showcasing the muscles that highlighted his physique. Rubbing his face with his large, rough hands, he brushed his golden locks back into place before pressing his hands on his legs and pushing himself up with a sigh. The cold air brushed against his well-defined chest as he made his way to the bathroom, the warm floor of the large bedroom a comfort thanks to the automatic heating. He opened the bathroom door, and natural light illuminated the space perfectly, highlighting the large granite countertop beside him. Dozens of products were neatly arranged on the rack, organized by effect and size. Walking to the toilet, he took a moment to relieve himself. The voice called out again, reminding him about his shake. He responded, his deep voice resonating through the house. The man in question was 𝐼𝐮𝐬𝐽 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬, standing at 7 feet 3 inches tall, a figure of pure muscle. He was known as 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐽, the #1 hero of Japan and the symbol of peace. Dropping his underwear and stepping into the shower, he heard the voice once more. Embarrassed, he ducked his head slightly as he opened the door, grabbed his underwear, and placed it in the hamper. He playfully expressed his frustration, and the scene shifted to the woman in the kitchen. She shook her head as she heard the shower turn on. Her vibrant green hair reached just to her lower back, neatly combed and well cared for. Though she appeared slim, layers of hidden muscles hinted at years of hard training, masked by her love for cooking. Turning around, she held a chopping block as she approached the blender on the kitchen island. With a gentle motion, she leaned the block over it and pushed a banana inside. A moment of surprise crossed her face as she pointed at the jar of peanut butter, which began to float toward her hand, surrounded by a light green glow. She caught it effortlessly, scooping a generous spoonful to add to the shake. This woman was 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬, standing at a petite 5 feet 3 inches. With a soft smile, she prepared the shake, having put her hero career on hold to pursue a different dream. 𝐼𝐮𝐬𝐽 stepped down the stairs, greeting her with a cheerful, "Hello, honey." He was dressed casually in green cargo breeds and a long-sleeved white shirt. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 expressed concern about his light attire, but he reassured her that he would be fine. She playfully warned him about the consequences of not finishing his shake, causing him to pause. She handed him the blender, knowing he preferred to drink straight from it to avoid dirtying cups. After he confirmed he had eaten, they decided it was time to go. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽, ready and eager, skipped into the hallway to grab her large, puffy coat, finding her phone and keys on the table. With a smile, they stepped outside, hand in hand. The fresh, cold air hit them, but they both smiled, ready for the day ahead. Their first stop was the bus station, where they faced a wait to be seated. As one of the most famous figures in Japan, 𝐼𝐮𝐬𝐽 attracted attention wherever he went. After a few pictures and smiles, they were finally seated. The journey took a brief 10 minutes before they reached the subway, where they settled in for a longer, 45-minute ride. Their fame and wealth meant they often drew attention, but they were accustomed to it. Both lived in a high-class neighborhood, where the streets were clean, trees were trimmed, and heroes patrolled regularly. It was a perfect place, albeit an expensive one. Below them lay the middle area, home to families with average incomes, filled with schools and stores. While heroes patrolled there, crime still existed, with occasional thugs and villains causing trouble. Their destination, however, was the low-income housing area, known for its crime and lawlessness. Robberies, thefts, and violence were common, and heroes were scarce, often as corrupt as the villains they were meant to fight. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 had made it her mission to improve this area, a challenge many had attempted but failed. New rookie heroes often entered with good intentions, only to be overwhelmed and broken by the harsh realities. Tashinori expressed his concern for 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃, suggesting it might be smarter to stay closer to the safer areas. He believed in her strength, but his love for her was profound. She was not just any woman, she was a hero in her own right, and he admired her determination to make a difference in a world that often seemed dark. He just didn't want to see her ever hurt. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃 reassured Toshi, expressing her confidence in her own abilities as a hero. She smiled and kissed his hand, understanding that his worries stemmed from love. As they approached the building she had just purchased, a small, worn-down restaurant, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃 noted the graffiti on the walls, the broken glass on the floor, and the smashed windows. It was clear that restoring this place would require a lot of effort. Tashinori suggested they look around, and as he noticed a large metal container pushed against a wall, he found it odd. He dragged it out of the way, and as he did, a thud echoed from within. With a small smile, he remarked that it seemed the container wasn't empty. However, as he examined the floor, he noticed blood that was not as dry as he would have liked, along with ripped fabric and spoiled food scattered about. When he looked inside the container, his stomach dropped, and fear washed over him. He urgently called for 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃 to contact the hospital. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly grabbed her phone and began dialing, her mind racing with worry. When Tashinori pulled out what he found, her heart sank. Inside his arms was a boy, appearing to be around 10 years old, emaciated and covered in filth. His right arm was severely injured, and his right leg bore a similar fate. Without waiting for an ambulance, Tashinori felt the weight of the boy in his arms, rushing forward with 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃 at his side. He sped towards the nearest hospital, nearly bursting through the doors. He called out for a doctor, his form now resembling All Might, towering and imposing. Doctors and nurses rushed to their aid, shocked at the boy's condition. One doctor quickly assessed the situation, ordering a trauma response and preparing an operating room. He felt the boy's pulse, which was faint, and confirmed that he was alive but barely. The doctors worked swiftly, and Tashinori and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃 understood that they had to wait. After nearly 30 minutes, a doctor approached them, unsure of how to address All Might. He asked if they were the boy's parents, to which Tashinori replied with frustration that they had found him in a dumpster. The doctor conveyed the unfortunate news that they had to amputate both his arm and leg due to the severity of his injuries. He explained that the boy's arm had been broken and infected, and while they hoped to save part of his leg, it was a difficult situation. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃 expressed her sorrow for the boy, and a nurse handed the doctor a file. The doctor inquired if they knew the boy's identity, but both 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃 and Tashinori shook their heads, revealing they had no information about him. They remained in the hospital, driven by their instincts as heroes to help the boy. After 3 hours, he emerged from surgery, and they received a report detailing his injuries. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃 was shocked to learn that the boy, named Izuku, was 14 years old, though he appeared much younger. The report revealed multiple fractures, burns, bruises, and signs of malnutrition. Tashinori was astonished at the extent of the injuries, while 𝐒𝐮𝐃 struggled with the thought of a young boy enduring such suffering. They learned that the boy had lost his entire right arm and that his leg had been amputated above the knee. He was currently sedated, leaving them in a state of disbelief. As Izuku's eyes adjusted to the bright light, he felt confused and frightened, unsure of where he was. He remembered the pain and fear from his past, the torment he had endured at the hands of others. As he tried to move, he found himself unable to do so, feeling trapped. A soft voice broke through his fear, introducing herself as 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃. She approached slowly, sensing his apprehension. Despite his initial instinct to retreat, he eventually nodded, allowing her to come closer. She could, but he also closed his eyes and braced himself for impact. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃 was beginning to understand. She softly offered that they could just talk from there. She asked if he knew his name. A soft, broken voice responded, introducing himself as Izuku, barely above a whisper. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃 continued, introducing Toshi and asking if he could tell them who his parents were. Izuku shook his head vigorously, panic rising within him. He exclaimed that he couldn't speak about them because someone had threatened to hurt him if he ever returned. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 reassured him that he didn't need to worry, as they were there to help. As 𝐼𝐻𝐬 took a step closer, she noticed Izuku instinctively pulling back, trying to distance himself from her hand. It broke her heart to see this child recoil in fear at such a simple gesture. She gently assured him that she wouldn't hurt him and that they were only there to help. Toshi kept his distance, feeling the unusual tension. Most frightened children would cling to him, seeing All Might as their savior, but this child was different, retreating at the slightest movement. The nurses who entered the room posed a challenge. Izuku was visibly terrified and defensive, trembling each time one approached to check on him or change his bandages. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and Toshi returned the next day, eager to see him. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 mentioned that she had spoken with the doctor and brought him some food. Though still fearful, Izuku's eyes widened at the mention of food as 𝐼𝐻𝐬 placed a bowl of soup on the small table in front of him. She advised him to blow on it before eating, and as she stepped back, Izuku eagerly dove into the bowl, slurping the soup with enthusiasm. He had been restricted in his diet, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had carefully prepared the meal to avoid overwhelming his stomach. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 asked if he liked it, her heart aching at the thought of him being hungry. Izuku nodded vigorously, declaring it the best thing he had ever eaten. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 promised to bring more the next day and asked if they could talk a bit more. He nodded again. When she inquired if he had eaten well before his injury, Izuku admitted that he had not, explaining that he had scavenged for food in trash bins and had even caught a fish once, but others had been unkind and prevented him from getting food. Toshinori felt a surge of anger at the thought of what Izuku had endured, but he reminded himself that they needed to gain the child's trust. He asked how Izuku had managed to survive for so long. Izuku hesitated, admitting that he had gotten lucky occasionally, finding blankets and food scraps. Piece by piece, he had managed to stay alive. Later, Toshinori expressed his understanding of Mirai's concerns about Izuku, but he felt it unnecessary to predict the child's future. He had been visiting Izuku daily for a week, and each day 𝐼𝐻𝐬 brought him something to eat. Now, for the first time, she had been given permission to prepare a solid meal. She entered the room with a large bowl of soup, steamed vegetables, boiled potatoes, and turkey. Izuku greeted them, no longer recoiling at their presence but still cautious if they reached for him. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 placed the meal on the table, and Izuku's eyes widened with excitement. As he ate, he struggled with utensils, having forgotten how to use them properly. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and Toshi watched him with pride as he devoured the food, eager to regain his strength. Once he finished, they resumed their conversation. Toshinori asked if Izuku knew what his quirk was. Izuku shook his head, explaining that he thought it was something special that the person who hurt him had despised, calling him weak. Toshinori considered this, suspecting it might have been a misdiagnosis. He suggested that they could be friends if Izuku wanted to know more about them. Izuku nodded, understanding that friends shared things about each other. He asked what they liked to eat. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 shared her love for fruit, while Toshinori described American barbecue, explaining how it involved cooking large cuts of meat over fire with various flavors. As their conversation continued, Toshinori received a call but quickly ended it, eager to focus on Izuku. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 noticed how much better he looked, his color returning and his health improving. Far healthier than they assumed he should be, but they all believed this was his quirk at work. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 encouraged Toshi to engage with Izuku, reminding him that learning could be fun. Izuku nodded as he took in everything around him. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 instructed him to start, and although he nodded, he hesitated to move. She explained the game, telling him to grab the dice and roll it to move the spaces. After rolling, Izuku smiled as he began to understand the game. They played 4 rounds in total, with Izuku winning twice and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 winning twice as well, while Toshi didn't finish all 4 games. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 praised Izuku for his progress as she taught him some basic skills. She handed him a spoon and instructed him to move it slowly to his mouth, trying not to spill anything. They were using water for practice, and despite a little spill, he managed to do it. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 expressed her pride in his improvement. Most of the skills they were teaching him were ones he had already possessed. He just needed to regain them after years of not using them. It was expected, but they also noticed that Izuku was an extremely quick learner who actively wanted to learn. However, he still had a significant fear of new people, which became evident when Inko and Toshi invited Recovery Girl to visit. As soon as she entered the room, the warming Izuku froze, his fear returning. It pained them to see this, but they realized they needed to learn more about his past, no matter how difficult it would be. Izuku had endured a painful past. He had been thrown down the porch by a large man, landing HRD on the stone floor and worsening his already injured arm. The man yelled at him to be quiet and go away, throwing a bottle that shattered on the ground near Izuku, causing him to flinch. The loud music from inside drowned out his cries for help. As the sun began to set, Izuku dragged himself through the glass shards, cutting his hands but determined to reach the door. He knocked and pleaded to be let back in, but the man kicked him down the stairs again, throwing another object at him, which made Izuku flee toward the nearby forest. Later, Izuku found himself on the ground, feeling defeated. The teenager taunted him, offering a half-eaten burger as a cruel joke. Despite the ridicule, Izuku eagerly grabbed the burger from the dirt, grateful for any food, even if it was dirty, while the teens laughed and walked away. Inko and Toshi spent weeks listening to Izuku's story, enduring each painful moment he shared. By the end, they were filled with a fierce longing to confront those who had hurt him. They agreed that they needed to protect him. One day, Inko approached Izuku with an important question, and he felt a flicker of worry. She reassured him that he had been doing remarkably well and that he would soon be released from the hospital. However, they couldn't let him return to the streets. Inko explained that typically, he would go back into foster care, but she offered a different option. She and Toshi could adopt him, allowing him to live with them. Izuku was taken aback, unsure if he had heard correctly. Inko and Toshi expressed their genuine longing to care for him. He nodded, overwhelmed with emotion, realizing he liked them and felt safe with them. Although Inko wanted to hug him, she understood his fear of physical contact and simply smiled, placing her hand on the bed. Izuku remained in the hospital for 3 weeks, and each day, Inko and Toshi visited him at the same time. Finally, the day came when he was allowed to go home. As he sat on his bed, waiting, Inko rushed in with a bright smile, apologizing for the delay in parking. Her excitement was infectious, and Izuku felt a sense of hope for the future. She wanted it to be a norm for Izuku. She wanted him to be able to count on her and Toshinori to show up consistently. Each time they almost arrived late, Inko felt a wave of worry. She cared for Izuku deeply and understood that he lacked a familiar bond with anyone. He had always been left behind, and that was why she needed to be there on time, to ensure he never felt forgotten. They had brought him some new clothing, which left Izuku dumbfounded. He wondered why they had done this since he already had clothes, albeit some that were ripped. Inko explained that it was to keep him healthy and because he needed more clothing. She had tried her best to keep it simple, promising they could buy more clothes later when he felt more comfortable. Izuku looked at her with confusion, surprised at the thought of having more. As he rummaged through the bag, he pulled out a shirt with writing on it. He asked what it said, having forgotten how to read after focusing so much on training. Inko had chosen clothing with words intentionally, hoping it would help him learn to pick out more than just one set. Grateful, Izuku thanked her as he struggled to put on the new clothes. With Inko's assistance, he finally managed to wear a simple pair of jeans and a white shirt that read "shirt." Toshinori suggested they head home, standing up to grab the wheelchair. Just then, Izuku accidentally fell out of bed. Inko rushed to him, concerned, but he reassured her that he would try not to be slow. She knelt beside him, suggesting they use the wheelchair instead of crawling. Although Izuku hesitated, thinking they were from the hospital, Inko assured him it was perfectly fine. With Toshinori gently pushing him, the walk to the car was quiet. Once they arrived, Inko opened the door, offering her hand to help him in. After some effort, Izuku managed to get into the back seat. Inko fastened his seatbelt before moving to the front. She asked if he would like some music, to which Izuku replied that he was fine with whatever she chose. The drive felt slightly awkward for Izuku as he gazed out the window in amazement. The speed was overwhelming at first, but as they came to a stop, he saw something he had never seen before, a clean street, devoid of trash or people sleeping. It was simply empty and pristine. Toshinori announced that they had arrived home, pulling out the wheelchair to assist Izuku. As they approached the house, Izuku took in its size, noticing windows on 3 different levels. The path leading to the front door was smooth and concrete, with lush green grass and a layer of colorful flowers. He was puzzled by the absence of broken things and the vibrant greenery. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 opened the door, and Izuku's eyes widened in shock. He had expected a home filled with wood and carpet, but instead, the floor was white with large square tiles. The hallway, which he had always imagined as cluttered, was now empty except for coats hanging on the wall and a small wooden table with a bowl on top. A collection of shoes was neatly arranged by the door. As he was rolled into the living room, Izuku found it nothing like he remembered. The floor was clean enough to eat off, with a small table adorned with a vase of flowers and a couch pressed against the wall. There was also a small chair and an extra rocking chair. A large flat-screen TV hung on the wall, which Izuku initially mistook for a painting. He was bewildered by the absence of ashtrays and empty bottles. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 then led him to the kitchen, which was unlike any he had seen before. When he inquired about a lock on the refrigerator, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 explained that they didn't need one. She reassured him that if he was hungry, he could open it and eat something or ask her and Toshinori. Finally, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 showed him to his room, which had been altered from one of the guest rooms. Izuku was shocked and asked if they were sure it was for him. Toshinori smiled, explaining that they still needed to fill it with things over time to support his hobbies. Izuku nodded, feeling hesitant to touch anything, as everything looked new and pristine. Encouraged by 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and Toshinori, he moved to sit on his own bed. Later, a woman named 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲 entered the room. She was a hero and a doctor, and Izuku greeted her with his head bowed. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 was a small woman with a round face and a warm smile, her gray hair neatly tied up. She used a walking cane and wore a small scarf around her shoulders. She asked how he was feeling, and Izuku, recalling past experiences, insisted that everything was perfect, even though he felt a twinge of worry. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 gently probed further, ensuring he was truly okay. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 felt a surge of frustration as she nearly crushed her cup. Izuku, sitting across from her, shivered in fear at the tension in the air. She attempted to lighten the mood by asking about his bed, to which he quickly assured her it was great. 𝐒𝐮𝐬, with her experience as recovery girl, noticed Izuku's unease and inquired if he had been in pain. He admitted that he had, but it was usually his own fault. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 then asked if he knew about his quirk. Izuku hesitated, recalling how he had always been told it was useless. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 encouraged him, insisting that no quirk was truly useless. He explained that his quirk made him slightly stronger, though he looked away as he spoke. When 𝐒𝐮𝐬 noticed his distraction, he pointed at something outside the window, claiming it had words on it. After some confusion, they realized it was a case of wrong information, and Izuku began to understand that his quirk had more potential than he had thought. Later, Izuku sat at the dinner table with Toshinori, while 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had already finished her meal. She mentioned she would do laundry and asked Toshinori to wash the plates when they were done. However, Izuku, eager to help, rolled toward the sink, struggling to get up with his one arm and one leg. Toshinori gently reminded him that he needed to finish his food first, and Izuku quickly apologized, feeling embarrassed. Toshinori shook his head, wishing he could confront the person who had caused Izuku so much pain. He and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 shared a mutual hatred for that individual, vowing to protect Izuku and give him the life he deserved. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 bit her finger, her worry for Izuku evident. She knew he was extremely shy and understood the reasons behind it. However, after discussions with Toshinori and others, they agreed that Izuku needed to meet more people. Although it would be uncomfortable for him at first, it would ultimately be beneficial. As they entered a new room, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 introduced Izuku to Nezu, the principal of a new hero school. Nezu, with his friendly demeanor and unique appearance resembling a large animal, greeted Izuku, who felt shy and struggled to maintain eye contact due to past experiences. Next, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 introduced David Shield and his daughter, Melissa. David, the head researcher from 𝐼𝐮𝐬, stood tall and had a friendly presence. Melissa, slightly younger than Izuku, was excited to see him. When she noticed Izuku's missing arm, she exclaimed that she could create a new one for him, one that could shoot lasers. David suggested they could make him a new arm and leg, which 𝐼𝐻𝐬 thought could help Izuku connect with Melissa and perhaps gain a friend. Izuku, though hesitant, agreed to the idea, wanting to make everyone happy. Melissa cheered, and David reassured Izuku that he would ensure everything worked out. Izuku reflected on his past, remembering the pain associated with his missing arm and the hope of regaining it. An older gentleman then approached Izuku, offering him candy. He introduced himself as Sorahiko Torino, or Grand Torino, a retired hero and Izuku's mother's old teacher. Izuku was amazed at the number of heroes he encountered, realizing how interconnected their lives had become. But he never saw them. That was super rare. Now, with Toshi and 𝐼𝐻𝐬, they were everywhere. Izuku felt confused when he learned they were heroes. He had heard of them, but how could they be just normal people? Heroes were larger than life, super strong. "It was a pleasure to meet him," said an extremely tall gentleman to Izuku, who was only slightly shorter than All Might. The man was very lean, almost skinny, wearing a fancy suit. His dark green hair had 3 yellow stripes and was smoothed down, with glasses resting on his nose and a stern look on his face that exuded power. His plain white suit seemed more suited for an office than for being a hero. Izuku felt scared, terrified of everyone around him. But 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and Toshinori assured him that none of them would do anything bad. They were all friends. To Izuku, however, the word friends meant nothing. He had heard it before but never truly understood it. As 𝐼𝐻𝐬 walked away, Izuku let out a breath. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 noticed his unease and asked if he was scared. He nodded softly. She reassured him that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 might look intimidating but was actually very kind. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 smiled and placed her hand on his leg. It had been 2 months since Izuku had lived with them, and thankfully, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and Toshi could touch him without him flinching. Izuku was confused when a new person was introduced. A young woman, around 10 years older than him, looked like Toshinori's daughter. She stood nearly as tall as 𝐼𝐻𝐬, with long blonde hair and a strong build. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 introduced her as 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃, a hero in both America and Japan, aiming to be the #1 hero in America. Everything about her seemed larger than life, but she sat far away from him on the couch. She greeted him kindly, her smile radiating warmth, just like 𝐼𝐻𝐬's. Izuku nodded in response, feeling a bit shy. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 then asked if Izuku would like to learn something. He nodded, and she smiled as she placed her books down. They began with a reading activity book. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 opened the book and pointed to the first page, asking him what he saw. "Apple," he answered, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 praised him for his correct response before moving on to the next word. Later, Toshinori and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 discussed Izuku's progress. Toshinori expressed concern about whether it was best for Izuku to start meeting other people, given his past experiences. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 agreed, believing that having 𝐒𝐻𝐬 around would help him. She suggested they ask 𝐒𝐻𝐬 if she wanted to use the guest room to provide a constant presence in Izuku's life. The next day, Toshinori called 𝐒𝐻𝐬 over. Izuku was still in his room, which he often did, and they assumed he had just slept in. 𝐒𝐻𝐬 expressed her willingness to help Izuku feel more comfortable. Toshinori approached Izuku's room and knocked softly. The door swung open, as they had left all doors open to avoid making him feel trapped. They found him sitting on the floor with one of the books 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had gotten for him. Toshinori greeted him softly, but Izuku looked up, startled. He apologized, worried he needed to do something. Toshinori reassured him that he just wanted to ask a question. He crouched a few feet in front of Izuku's chair and asked if he remembered 𝐒𝐻𝐬. Izuku replied hesitantly, calling her 𝐿 before correcting himself. 𝐒𝐻𝐬 smiled gently, making him feel at ease. Toshinori then asked how Izuku would feel about 𝐒𝐻𝐬 staying with them for a couple of months. Izuku was confused by the question. It was something new for him. He wondered why they were asking him. Toshinori explained that they cared about him and wanted him to feel happy and safe. Although Izuku was still a bit fearful, he admitted that 𝐒𝐻𝐬 seemed nice. 𝐒𝐻𝐬 expressed her happiness at his response, and Toshinori nodded. He then asked why Izuku was reading in his room instead of the living room, where he could ask for help. Izuku explained that he thought kids weren't allowed out of their rooms until a certain time. Kathleen frowned slightly, realizing this was the first time she had heard such a rule. She reassured Izuku that he was allowed to be out of his room whenever he wanted. Toshinori placed his hand on Izuku's lap, reminding him that this was also his home. Small tears began to escape Izuku's eyes as he processed this new understanding. He felt overwhelmed but grateful, at a loss for words. Izuku had never seen anywhere as his home before, but this would truly be his home. Later in the day, Izuku was at the living room table, still learning. Thankfully, he was a fast learner. The blue fox tiptoed over the cobblestone road, past all the trees, and out of the forest, right into a big city. Kathleen smiled at him, praising his progress. He was choppy and slow, but he had only been reading for a week again, and he was getting the hang of it faster and faster. Kathleen then suggested they go for a stroll together. Toshinori had gone to work, fulfilling his responsibilities as the #1 hero, leaving Kathleen free and slightly bored. Izuku felt a bit nervous about being around others, but he found Kathleen to be just as nice as 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and Toshinori. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 expressed her concerns, reminding them to be safe, not to go too far, and to take a coat and an umbrella in case it rained. Kathleen reassured 𝐼𝐻𝐬 that they were just going for a walk around the neighborhood, not embarking on a dangerous expedition. As 𝐼𝐻𝐬 helped Izuku into his coat and secured him with a seatbelt, he began to feel warm. He asked Kathleen to unzip his coat, and she kindly obliged. Once they were ready, they set off. Izuku sat quietly, enjoying the gentle push of the wheelchair. Soon, as 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had predicted, it started to rain, and they were as far from home as they could be. Kathleen suggested they speed up a bit to avoid getting soaked. Smile, Kathleen began to push the wheelchair faster, transforming their calm ride into a thrilling sprint. Izuku felt the wind rush against his face and the raindrops land on him. His heart raced with excitement until they finally stopped right outside their house. Kathleen playfully remarked on how fast they had gone, and Izuku agreed, expressing his amazement at her speed, comparing her to a car. Kathleen blushed slightly, encouraging him that he would become just as fast as he grew older. Later, Recovery Girl prepared to take a small vial of BLD from Izuku, explaining that the needle would sting a bit. Izuku nodded, and as she drew the BLD, she gave him a gentle kiss on the arm, which helped close the small wound. Izuku admired her quirk, marveling at how cool it was. Before finding a home, he had no hobbies, only the struggle to survive. Now, with a roof over his head, a blanket and food every day, he could explore new interests, particularly quirks. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, a tall gentleman, asked Izuku if he knew his quirk. Izuku realized that it was a simple question with a complicated answer. He admitted he didn't know. Previously, he had thought of his quirk as weak, but now he struggled to understand the words and images his quirk presented. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 offered to help him figure it out, hoping to connect with Izuku. He explained that his quirk, foresight, allowed him to see someone's actions for about an hour if he made eye contact. Izuku was astonished, recognizing the strength of such a power. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 clarified that while he lacked the raw power of other heroes, he applied his expertise in different ways. Izuku listened intently, absorbing the information about quirks, including Toshinori's ability to enhance his physical strength and 𝐼𝐻𝐬's telekinesis. Recovery Girl was conducting tests to gather more information about Izuku's quirk. When Izuku mentioned a pop-up screen that appeared again, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 asked what it said. He described it as having a light blue color and being transparent. He struggled with the word quest, but 𝐼𝐻𝐬 clarified it was a daily quest. The tasks listed included doing 5 push-ups, 5 sit-ups, 5 squats, completing a 1-mile run, and holding a plank for 30 seconds. Izuku read the tasks slowly, but everyone began to understand. Toshinori inquired if there was anything else, and Izuku nodded, revealing the rewards for completing the daily quest: experience points, skill points, and gold. Excited, he agreed to try the tasks. Toshinori helped him through the exercises, noting how easily he could feel Izuku's ribs. With determination, Izuku completed all the tasks, even the challenging 1-mile run, taking breaks as needed. Afterward, as they sat on the bed, Recovery Girl finished her tests, and Izuku clicked the box on the screen. His eyes widened as more information appeared. He attempted to read the new words, welcoming him to the system and congratulating him on completing his first quest. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 encouraged him, and Izuku clicked, OK, revealing a reflection of himself on the screen. He described it as if he were standing like Toshinori, but it was him. Beneath the reflection, words appeared, indicating his stats. Izuku realized it was similar to a video game, and Toshinori explained the concept of stat bars. Izuku felt a surge of pride. He was not useless. David assured Izuku that he wouldn't hurt him and explained that he just needed to make one arm like the other. Izuku sat, ready for the next step in his journey. His eyes were shut tight, bracing for some form of pain, but nothing came. David had only used a measuring tape to take the necessary measurements: finger length, forearm length, upper arm length, bicep width, and palm width. He carefully noted everything down. He had already completed the measurements for Izuku's leg, which had been much easier. All that was needed was a mold of the stump, but that could wait for later. David then turned to Izuku and asked if there was anything special he wanted in his new arm. Izuku hesitated, unsure of what to say. Melissa, who had just exited the kitchen, chimed in with excitement, suggesting features like lights, lasers, rocket boosters, GPS location, and a heart rate detector. David smiled at her enthusiasm. Izuku, curious, asked about the GPS tracker. David explained that GPS stands for Global Positioning System, which helps track the location of someone or something at all times. He demonstrated by pulling out his phone and showing Izuku the map, revealing that he had a GPS on Melissa to keep track of her when she ran off. Izuku was amazed. It sounded like magic to him, a way to never lose someone again. He asked if he could have a GPS for his arm, and both Toshinori and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 felt their hearts warm at his innocent request. David assured him it was possible and explained he would create a small screen on the inside of the forearm with buttons to locate 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and Toshinori. Grateful, Izuku thanked David, feeling relieved that he could always find his mother and mentor. David then announced he would start making the arm and promised to return soon with it. The build was not particularly challenging for him, as he had tackled far more complex projects before. He planned to connect some nerve endings to the socket, allowing Izuku to control the arm mentally. In his workshop, David focused on constructing both the arm and leg for Izuku. He tightened bolts and admired the simplicity of the leg design, which required no surgery to function. It needed to bend at the knee and foot, and he had no trouble with that. Melissa eagerly assisted her father, wanting to befriend Izuku, even if he seemed distant. She understood that Izuku had faced significant hardships, having only heard snippets of his painful past from 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and Toshinori. Melissa excitedly ran in, announcing that she had gotten the light to work on the arm. She placed the skeletal structure on the table, showcasing a metal rod, wires, and a fully functional pointer finger with a small light. David praised her work and began to finish the rest of the arm. While the wiring was a bit messy, it was safe and correctly connected. Searching through his desk drawers, David gathered materials, including a battery for both the GPS and the light. He decided to add 2 charging options, through a cable and solar power. The top side of the forearm would serve as a solar charger, giving it a cool appearance. He then worked on ensuring that Izuku could move each finger, bend his wrist and elbow, and have full shoulder movement. This was a challenging task, especially the finger mobility, which required precision for tasks like picking up papers or a pen. David dedicated an entire week to perfecting the design, including the shoulder connection. Finally, he presented the arm and leg to Izuku, who could only blink in astonishment. His mind raced, trying to recall how his old arm had looked before the breaks. David explained that the arm would require surgery to connect it to the nerves, allowing Izuku to move the fingers properly. He had enlisted the help of an expert from Switzerland to ensure everything was perfect. Izuku was speechless, overwhelmed with gratitude. Toshinori stood up and hugged David, thanking him for his kindness. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 joined in, expressing her appreciation as well. Izuku remained in shock, realizing that someone had gone out of their way to create something special for him. He thanked David again, feeling a mix of disbelief and gratitude. David then suggested they try out the new leg. Izuku nodded and David stepped back, allowing 𝐒𝐮𝐬 to assist him. Understanding Izuku's fear of being touched, he let her take the lead. As 𝐼𝐻𝐬 rolled up Izuku's breathes, she carefully placed the leg in position. Izuku gasped slightly at the snug fit, recalling the fitting process. When 𝐼𝐻𝐬 gently lowered his foot, Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he felt the leg tap down. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 offered her hand, asking if he wanted to stand up. Izuku nodded, taking her hand as he pushed himself up. He stood, slightly breathless but upright, a smile spreading across his face as he realized he was standing on his own feet. David watched with pride, asking if he liked it. Izuku nodded enthusiastically, filled with a sense of hope and possibility. With shaky legs, still holding onto 𝐼𝐻𝐬's hand, Izuku lifted his foot, taking the first step he had taken in months, perhaps even years. However, as his foot landed, it slipped on the smooth tile floor, causing him to fall hard, unable to catch himself. He landed silently, the air rushing out of him. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, Tashinori, Kathleen, and David quickly rushed over to help him up, checking on him. David apologized, mentioning he had forgotten to add anti-slip features. Izuku, feeling scared, insisted it was his fault and that he just needed to walk better. David reassured him, saying it was his mistake and that he would fix it. It was common for Izuku to take the blame. In his previous home, he had learned to accept responsibility for everything that went wrong. This mentality lingered even with 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and Tashinori. As 𝐼𝐻𝐬 served some hot soup, Izuku drank it eagerly, barely noticing the warmth. However, when 𝐼𝐻𝐬 took a sip, she burned her tongue and gasped. Izuku immediately began to apologize, feeling he should have warned her, but they were working on helping him overcome that instinct. David moved to his truck to gather extra supplies, adding the anti-slip features quickly. Once everything was ready, Izuku attempted to walk again, with Tashinori and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 by his side. Each step was slow and careful, but David ensured everything was safe. It took Izuku a week to relearn how to walk, with 𝐼𝐻𝐬 supporting him the entire time. After that week, he could walk on his own, and it felt incredible. He had forgotten how it felt to be upright, able to see everything from a new perspective. He walked toward a chair, slightly winded but smiling as he sat down. Chiyo placed a small piece of wrapped candy on the table, sliding it over to Izuku, who thanked her. Recovery Girl and Gran Torino often brought him candy during their visits. Chiyo informed him that she would personally perform the surgery, having caught up on all necessary requirements, with the chief of surgery assisting her. Izuku was surprised by the amount of support he was receiving. Chiyo explained that the nature of the surgery would mean some pain afterward, to which Izuku nodded, saying he didn't mind. He had grown accustomed to pain, having experienced it daily in the past. The discomfort he felt now was merely a dull sensation, and he had developed a high pain tolerance. Chiyo reassured him that he wasn't causing any problems and suggested scheduling the surgery for the following week. As the days passed, Izuku continued to walk more, enjoying the newfound freedom. Each night at 9, he went outside with Kathleen, 𝐼𝐻𝐬, and Tashinori. He felt safest at night when fewer people were around to stare. Tashinori always brought a wheelchair in case Izuku needed it, but he pushed himself to walk further each day, eager to be useful. One morning, Izuku woke up in a hospital bed, feeling a heaviness on one side of his body. His eyes were groggy as he looked to his side, noticing his normal pale skin had turned a metallic gray. The surgery had been completed. Kathleen greeted him softly, asking how he felt. Izuku admitted he felt dizzy from the painkillers still in his system. Kathleen encouraged him to relax and maybe get some more sleep, assuring him she would stay by his side. The next day, Izuku sat at a table with an empty water bottle in front of him. He focused on moving his metal arm, a creation of David's. It moved slowly, and with great effort he managed to grab the water bottle. However, he squeezed it too tightly, causing the cap to pop off. This was his first successful attempt to grab something since the surgery. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 jumped up excitedly, cheering for him, while Kathleen praised his accomplishment, placing her hand on his head. With his arm and leg now functioning, Izuku felt more complete, and the affection from 𝐼𝐻𝐬, Tashinori, and Kathleen made him feel valued. Tashinori suggested they try a high five, explaining it was a way to celebrate. Izuku, eager to learn, focused intently on opening his hand and raising his arm. When he finally managed to tap Tashinori's hand, he felt a rush of joy. 𝐼𝐮𝐬 joined in, giving him a high five as well. Over the following weeks, Izuku worked diligently on his limbs, using the treadmill that 𝐼𝐮𝐬 and Tashinori had. He aimed to reach the mile mark every day, a challenge that proved to be more difficult than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, he continued to practice basic motor skills with his arm. Izuku engaged in simple tasks like picking up pencils, holding a cup, and moving food from one place to another. By the end of the second week, he managed to move a spoon from the plate to his mouth, though the food fell off during the journey. Despite this, he celebrated being able to have at least one spoonful of food that day. Sitting up in bed, Izuku took a deep breath in through his nose and out through his mouth. He got out of bed, attaching his leg and removing the charger from his arm. He moved his fingers back and forth, reflecting on how it had been nearly 2 months since he had his arm and almost 10 months since he met Tashinori and 𝐼𝐮𝐬. After putting on his leg, Izuku stepped out of bed and looked out at the night still lingering outside his window. It was 5 in the morning and everyone else was still asleep, but not Izuku. He walked over to his desk, a smile spreading across his face as he saw all the things he had been given. Pulling open one of his drawers, he took out a book and turned on the small desk light. While everyone praised his accomplishments, Izuku felt a strong drive to improve further. He studied diligently each morning for nearly 3 hours, gradually increasing the difficulty of the books he read. A dictionary lay next to him, which he consulted frequently to understand new words. Each time he stumbled upon a word, he looked it up to grasp its meaning and pronunciation. Today, however, Izuku felt nervous. They were going for a mile walk outside in the sun, and he dreaded the thought of being bullied or encountering those who had hurt him before. But the 3 people he lived with assured him that nothing would happen. They would be there to protect him if needed, which made him feel a bit safer. Around 8, Izuku heard a soft knock that made him flinch, as it always did. 𝐼𝐮𝐬 greeted him with a cheerful morning and asked if he had any breakfast requests, to which he shook his head, knowing her cooking was always good. 𝐼𝐮𝐬 nodded and headed to the kitchen. Izuku took a deep breath, grappling with his lingering fear. He recalled the loud sounds he had heard while living on the street: gunshots, speeding cars, and people screaming. Those sounds had never fazed him, yet the soft knock and gentle whispers made him uneasy. He didn't like that he flinched whenever 𝐼𝐮𝐬 raised her arms, knowing she would never hurt him. 𝐼𝐮𝐬 offered her hand, trying to reassure him, but he shook his head, expressing his longing to do things on his own and not be a burden. 𝐼𝐮𝐬 and Tashinori reminded him that he was a blessing, not a burden, and that even the strongest people sometimes needed help. They respected his decision, but Izuku quickly realized how daunting the outside world could be. Despite his efforts to focus on the walk, he felt the weight of many eyes upon him, making it hard to concentrate. With each step, he sensed more attention directed at him, but he pressed on, keeping his gaze down at the ground. 𝐾𝐿 led the way, deciding the path they would take. After walking half a mile, 𝐾𝐿 suggested they take a breather. Izuku nodded, feeling the added pressure of being watched. While he could walk a mile alone on the treadmill at home, the eyes on him made it a struggle. 𝐼𝐮𝐬 encouraged him to look up, and when he did, the weight he felt lifted. He blinked in surprise. There were no eyes on him. It had all been in his mind. 𝐼𝐮𝐬 pointed out a woman walking her dog, completely absorbed in her phone, oblivious to Izuku and the group. 𝐼𝐮𝐬 reassured him that he was not a freak as others had made him feel. He was a perfectly normal boy. Just as she spoke, a group of young adults shouted at him, throwing firecrackers at his feet. The loud bangs startled him, and he screamed for them to stop, but they continued to mock and laugh at him. In a painful memory, a large man had held him by his good arm, forcing him to reach for a cookie with his broken arm while delivering a harsh blow to his stomach. Despite the pain, Izuku had reached for the cookie, tears in his eyes, only to be thrown down and insulted. Struggling to hold back his tears, Izuku nodded at 𝐼𝐮𝐬's words. A gentle hand from Tashinori grazed his back, offering support that he appreciated. He expressed his readiness to go home, using both his metal and real arm to push himself off the bench. Nezu joined Izuku, who pushed a paper to the side. This had become a weekly routine, as both 𝐒𝐮𝐽 and Toshinori wanted him to build relationships with people he could turn to in various situations. Nezu was one of those chosen to guide Izuku academically. His high-spec quirk allowed him to learn and process information quickly, making him an invaluable resource for Izuku's questions about words and math problems. Nezu pointed out that Izuku was close with a particular task but had slightly turned it around, explaining the correction patiently. Fixing the small problem in math without much effort, Nezu explained to Izuku what he should have done in a way that made him feel supported and understood. Izuku opened his notes, grabbing one of the other problems he had and solving it as he believed he should. Nezu praised him, saying he was doing very well. Nezu enjoyed helping Izuku, and he took great pleasure in the fact that Izuku was incredibly smart. Despite his education being severely lacking, barely at a 6-year-old level in some aspects, Izuku was catching up at an impressive speed. He was already learning at nearly a 10-year-old level, achieving about 4 to 6 years of progress in just 6 months. Everyone believed this was due to a combination of Izuku's quirk and his intellect. He did everything at an accelerated pace. He learned faster and healed faster. This fascinated Nezu and 𝐼𝐻𝐬, who both understood that Izuku's quirk acted like a game system. Izuku had received quests, mostly his daily one, but occasionally a random quest would pop up. He tried his best to complete each quest to the best of his abilities, though some he flat out refused. One quest involved being out in public, which he always declined, as his fear prevented him from participating. However, he sometimes received quests to spend time with people he liked, even if they led to awkward moments. Like right now, he had a quest to spend time with Toshinori at the gym. Izuku had heard of gyms but had never seen one. Toshinori explained that it was a busy location where people came to work out and focused on their own goals, treating everyone with respect. At first, Izuku was scared. There were dozens of people around. Yet, as he looked around, none of them seemed to notice him. They mostly waved to Toshinori or 𝐾𝐿. Although he did not work out, he observed everything and asked questions. He was confused about why everyone was there. Toshinori explained that they were all trying to better themselves, just like Izuku was. Some were working to get healthier or look better. Toshinori pointed out a matted area in the corner of the gym where multiple poles with sticks stood against the wall and large bags hung from chains. Izuku was curious about how people trained to protect themselves. Toshinori explained that most fights were simple. If one fought someone stronger, they could lose. Izuku understood this well, having tried to fight back before but never winning. Toshinori continued, saying that with the right training, one could win against those who were stronger by using martial arts. Izuku was amazed and asked if anyone could learn it. Toshinori nodded, explaining that everyone had the right and ability to learn martial arts, though not many did because it required dedication and effort. Izuku expressed his longing to learn martial arts and get stronger, stating that he didn't like feeling weak. It made sense to him. The gym helped people become stronger, and martial arts provided safety. He wanted to feel secure and never wanted to experience fear again. Toshinori agreed to help him get in shape, and Izuku smiled happily, grateful to Toshinori and 𝐾𝐿 for their support. Training began slowly at home, a safe haven where Izuku could work on the basics without the eyes of strangers on him. He knew the end goal was to complete a full workout at the gym, but that was for later. With the guidance of 𝐒𝐮𝐽, 𝐾𝐿, and Toshinori, Izuku started learning how to properly perform each exercise, adding to his daily quest and allowing for unexpected growth. As Izuku became comfortable with his workout, 𝐾𝐿 took him to the gym for his first public workout. He hid himself slightly under a large hoodie and long sweatpants, concealing his metal arm and leg to appear normal. With 𝐾𝐿 by his side, Izuku completed his full day. He began with a mile walk, 𝐾𝐿 laughing and joking with him, helping to divert attention away from him when he felt uneasy. After the walk, he approached his first machine, the bicep curl. His metal arm moved with ease and grace, while his real arm struggled to complete the set. Despite this, Izuku did not give up, completing every workout planned for him. Afterward, he felt a rush of anxiety at the front desk when the attendant said goodbye and gave him a thumbs up, causing him to dip his head low and walk quickly to the car, hiding in the seat. Yet, he had done it. he set out and completed his goal, which turned into a quest that rewarded him with his first ever level up. 𝐼𝐻 remarked on this, tapping his chin thoughtfully. On the ride home, Izuku shared the news with Kathleen, and he told 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and Tashinori right after, requesting 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and Nezu to visit. Both came quickly. Nezu asked Izuku to run through what he had seen. Izuku looked at the screen in front of him and described it. He saw himself standing normally with a small bar below him labeled remaining points, 4 points, below that were multiple words, health, 100% ability points, 50 strength, 5 dexterity, 6 constitution, 20 intelligence, 16 wisdom, 7 charisma, 5. Nezu noted this down, intrigued. Izuku mentioned that he had a tab open on the computer. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 encouraged him to explore it. Izuku moved his hand and found himself in a section labeled Inventory, filled with empty boxes and something at the top. Nezu was excited to see that Izuku had a storage system as well and asked him to try placing a pen into it. Nezu handed him a simple metallic pen that looked fancy. Izuku nodded and grabbed it, ready to explore this new aspect of his abilities. Moving the pen to one of the slots, it took 1 space. Everyone watched as Izuku moved it, and then, in a blue mist, it vanished. 𝐾𝐿 wondered what he could see now. Izuku replied that he saw the pen, and if he looked at it, it displayed words. Nezu encouraged him to share what he saw. Izuku read aloud, identifying the pen as Nezu's dark oak, gold ballpoint pen, and noted the words, "See more," which resembled the blue lines on computers. Nezu urged him to click it, and Izuku complied. A new tab appeared, revealing that the pen had been given to Nezu over 30 years ago by Nana Shimura as a cherished birthday gift. This revelation shocked everyone, as it was information Izuku had no way of knowing. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 smiled, recognizing the uniqueness of Izuku's quirk. Izuku retrieved the pen from the mist and handed it to Nezu, who thanked him. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 suggested that Izuku save his points to observe how the stats changed over time, depending on his future choices. 𝐾𝐿 softly entered the room, whispering a happy 1-year anniversary as it turned midnight. She was filled with excitement, but Izuku remained deeply asleep, his arm charging up beside him. He turned over, mumbling for 5 more minutes. 𝐾𝐿 fell silent and quickly closed the door, rushing through the house with her hands over her mouth to stifle her excitement. She dashed into the garden, where Toshi sat on the porch with Kathleen, who was scrolling through her phone. 𝐾𝐿 dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her face, soaking both Toshi and Kathleen as they tried to shield themselves from the unexpected downpour. She cried out for Izuku, causing concern for both of them. Kathleen, still damp, hurried to Izuku's room, opening the door quietly to find him still asleep. Confused, she returned to Toshi, who had managed to calm 𝐾𝐿's tears. 𝐾𝐿 expressed her worry that Izuku had called her mom, which stirred emotions within them. They wondered why he referred to others as sir and ma'am, and Izuku explained that sir had instructed him to do so, implying that he would be punished otherwise. Toshi reassured Izuku that he could call them whatever he felt comfortable with, and Izuku nodded, understanding the importance of those names. This moment revealed that Izuku saw them as his parents, which meant the world to 𝐾𝐿 and Tashinori. They struggled to contain their excitement, knowing it was a significant step for Izuku, even if he was unaware of it. Izuku then asked Toshi about a hero gala he had been watching. Toshi explained that the gala was held to honor heroes for their incredible work, and that day, they were celebrating a newcomer named 𝐻𝐻𝐬, who had taken down a group of villains. Toshi mentioned that he and 𝐾𝐿 had attended such events before and that they had one scheduled soon. However, he expressed concern about leaving Izuku alone. To Toshi, the gala was merely a place to smile and wave for a few hours, but Izuku's well-being was far more important. Izuku offered to accompany them, worried that he might embarrass Toshi. Toshi quickly reassured him that he could never embarrass him and that he was proud of Izuku every day. Despite his feelings of being a burden, Izuku insisted he wanted them to go, believing it was time for him to get used to being around people. Dressed in a suit, Izuku felt uncomfortable in the soft black fabric. He glanced out the window as Toshi drove, while 𝐾𝐿 and Kathleen looked elegant in their outfits. Toshi parked a little distance away, and they stepped out into the spotlight, where dozens of people were waiting, cameras flashing. Izuku felt overwhelmed by the attention and clutched Toshi's hand, asking to go home. Without hesitation, they agreed and returned to the car, prioritizing Izuku's comfort over the gala. As they drove away, Izuku apologized, feeling guilty for wanting to leave. Toshi reassured him that he had nothing to be sorry for and should feel proud of enduring such a challenging experience. They could always try again in the future, and Izuku nodded, determined not to give up next time. Later, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 encouraged Izuku as he lay on a bench, completing a bench press. He struggled to lift the weights but managed to finish the set. An older gentleman complimented him as he walked by, and Izuku felt a sense of accomplishment. Standing up, he revealed his metal arm, which he usually kept hidden, aware of the reasons behind it. Each time, Izuku felt eyes on him. He noticed whispers about him. He wanted to change. This was his first exercise. He shook his head when asked about the car, leaving his bottle with 𝐼𝐻𝐬. He quickly grabbed his bag and rushed into the locker room, dashing into the shower. After swapping shirts, he was surprised when others walked in. They were talking about him, mentioning the white-haired kid and the one with the metal arm. They admired Izuku, calling him impressive and noting how he inspired them to push themselves. Izuku struggled to process this. It was unusual for him. He had always been the target of teasing for his arm, height, weight, and the way he spoke. But now, these people looked up to him. He quickly changed into a long-sleeved shirt that concealed his arm and wore gloves to hide his hands. Now he felt completely normal. As he walked out, he noticed 𝐼𝐻𝐬 helping someone, a tan girl around 𝐼𝐻𝐬's age with large white ears and unique feet. She was effortlessly lifting an impressive amount of weight, moving with grace. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 laughed and high-fived the girl, returning to Izuku. He asked who she was, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 explained that she was new and trying out squats. Izuku was amazed, realizing she must be incredibly strong. They finished their workout, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was astonished to see that Izuku had broken all his previous records, lifting more weight than ever before. She suggested they celebrate with some good food. Later, dressed in suits, Izuku stood among his friends, smaller than even 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽. He expressed his determination to go forward, and they quickly entered the venue, with Toshinori and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 helping to clear a path. Izuku felt a bit overwhelmed by the crowd and decided to sit down for a moment of peace. His friends understood and moved to a different area while keeping an eye on him. As he sat, a girl his age approached him, holding a glass of orange juice. She wore a appealing red dress, and her raven hair was tied in a ponytail. She introduced herself as Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku introduced himself, feeling unsure about how to present himself. Momo mentioned that she hadn't seen him before and asked if it was his first gala. He nodded shyly. Momo's mother called her over to introduce her to 𝐼𝐻𝐬, who was a hero in America and training to be one in Japan. Momo bid Izuku farewell, and he saw 𝐼𝐻𝐬 smile and wink at him. He found a quieter spot to sit, away from a man with spiky dark red hair and a stern expression. The man was accompanied by a woman with white hair and several young people, some of whom were around Izuku's age. Izuku felt that his first gala could have gone better, but his friends were thrilled. They were proud of him for staying in the room despite his fears. 𝐮𝐽 expressed her pride, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 placed a comforting hand on his leg. Everyone was happy for him, allowing him to retreat slightly to calm down. They knew he needed to get used to being around people if he wanted a more normal life. Later, as they relaxed in their room, 𝐮𝐽 rested on Toshinori's chest. Toshinori suggested they find people closer to Izuku's age, as they might seem less intimidating. Just then, Izuku entered, apologizing for overhearing. He expressed his willingness to try connecting with Mr. Shield's daughter. 𝐮𝐽 held back her emotions, knowing how much this meant to him. Toshinori asked if he wanted to try with Melissa, and Izuku nodded, feeling scared but trusting his guardians. He knew he was alive because of them, and he was ready to take this step forward. If they were to say Izuku would have to end it, he would instantly comply. If Izuku was no longer allowed to walk, he would crawl for the rest of his life. They were the most important people in his entire existence, and he would listen to them without complaint or question. They encouraged him to get closer to Melissa, believing it would help him. They suggested having 𝐒𝐮𝐬 around for the first few times, and Izuku nodded in agreement, feeling a mix of anxiety and determination. He apologized for disturbing them, but they reassured him that he could always come to talk with them. Afterward, Izuku made his way to the bathroom before returning to his room. He crawled under his blanket, trying to control his breathing. He had been in a state of panic, and despite Inko and Tashinori having absolute control over his existence, he still felt fear. They believed he should try to become friends with Melissa, and he was willing to try, though the thought terrified him. Melissa greeted him with a sweet smile, her blonde hair slightly messy and a smudge of oil on her face. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 teased her about her appearance, cleaning her face with a wet tissue. Melissa explained that she had been caught up in making a spring-powered grapple, inspired by a hero from America who swung from buildings. She thought it would be fun for Izuku to swing around too. Izuku sat quietly, trying to make himself smaller. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 reminded Melissa that Izuku shouldn't be her test dummy, as he might not even want to become a hero. Melissa protested, insisting that heroes were cool. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 then asked Izuku if he wanted to be a hero, to which he shrugged and expressed uncertainty. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 reassured him that it was fine if he didn't want to be one. Melissa, wanting to be friendly, insisted that they were like family, and Izuku felt a small spark of hope at the thought of belonging. Melissa shared her admiration for heroes, explaining that they use their quirks to save others and make everyone happy. Izuku, however, had a different perspective. The heroes he knew were often unkind, bullying him rather than helping. He could only think of those who had shown him kindness, like 𝐒𝐮𝐬. Melissa continued to talk about heroes, highlighting their various abilities, and Izuku found common ground with her interest in quirks. As they discussed a hero who used a net gun, Izuku shared his thoughts on how the quirk might work. Melissa was impressed by his insight and enthusiasm for invention. She expressed her fondness for Izuku, calling him slightly weird but fun. Izuku, still unable to meet her gaze, felt a sense of warmth in her words. Being around 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and Melissa felt different. They treated him as if he were normal, while Inko's quiet demeanor made him anxious. Izuku spent the day with Melissa, who wanted to upgrade his arm and leg, though he was content with having his arm back after years without it. Later, Inko checked on him, and he assured her he was okay, grateful for her concern. They returned to the gala, where Izuku had agreed to attend more events to get used to new people in a familiar setting. He knew there would be others his age, including Momo Yaoyorozu. During their second meeting, Momo only waved at him, and someone else approached, an imposing man with an intimidating presence. Izuku recognized him from before, along with his family of white and red-haired children. While he had seen scarier people, the man's rage was palpable, and Izuku felt the weight of his gaze as he stood awkwardly before him. The man inquired about who Izuku was with, his deep voice resonating with aggression. Izuku's voice felt like a small fly in front of a massive dragon. He stammered, unsure of how to respond. The red-haired man, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, raised his voice, demanding answers. Suddenly, Izuku felt a pressure behind him. He swallowed hard, realizing that Tashinori stood there, his imposing figure radiating strength. Tashinori's muscles strained against his suit as he looked down at 𝐮𝐲, asserting his presence. Tashinori warned 𝐮𝐲 not to raise his voice to Izuku, increasing the pressure on the man. 𝐮𝐲, known as 𝐒𝐮𝐬, nearly buckled under the might of the number 2 hero. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, 𝐮𝐲 had earned his muscular physique through years of hard work, always striving for the top rank in Japan. Yet now, in front of Tashinori, he felt diminished, having to crane his neck to meet the gaze of the towering hero. Tashinori's serious demeanor made it clear that he would not tolerate disrespect towards his family. He demanded an apology, stating that he would not allow 𝐮𝐲's anger to be directed at Izuku. Despite 𝐮𝐲's defiance, Tashinori's grip tightened, causing visible strain on the man's shoulder. 𝐮𝐲 struggled against the pressure, feeling pain radiate through his arm, but the silence that followed was palpable. Finally, 𝐮𝐲 managed to utter an apology, though it felt insincere. Tashinori released him, and 𝐮𝐲 stumbled back, adjusting his suit before angrily signaling for his family to follow him as they left. Once the tension dissipated, questions began to arise. Tashinori explained that both he and 𝐼𝐮𝐽 were unable to have children but were fortunate to adopt Izuku. He shared that Izuku had faced many challenges before they found him, and they quickly became his guardians. Momo approached Izuku, looking remorseful. She offered an apology for her earlier behavior, admitting that she had judged him based on their first meeting. She expressed her longing to make amends and hoped for forgiveness. Izuku, surprised by her sincerity, thanked her, though he felt it wasn't necessary. Momo expressed her wish to become friends, and Izuku nodded in agreement, while 𝐼𝐮𝐽 smiled, hopeful for their budding friendship. As the gala continued, Izuku found a corner of the room where he felt safest, allowing him to observe everyone without feeling overwhelmed. The familiar crowd acknowledged him, understanding his apprehension and giving him space. Kathleen approached with a glass of water, and Izuku gratefully accepted it. She asked how he was feeling, and he mentioned his plan to walk around. Kathleen playfully remarked on his growing maturity before walking away, having always kept an eye on him during these events. Taking a sip of water, Izuku began to move around the room slowly, gaining confidence. However, when the door opened, his instincts kicked in. His quirk activated, warning him of danger as he noticed a man with a gun, filled with rage and seeking revenge. In that moment, Izuku's body reacted instinctively, and he wasn't alone. Tashinori, Kathleen, 𝐼𝐮𝐽, and NG all sprang into action. Each one rushed toward the gunman, but he pulled the trigger. The bullet flew through the air, aimed at Momo. Fumika Yaoyorozu, Momo's mother, yelled as she saw her daughter drop, but it was not because of a bullet. Izuku had pushed her out of the way, taking the bullet himself. 𝐼𝐮𝐽 gasped, seeing Izuku fall. The gunman was stopped instantly. Before he could pull the trigger again, Tashinori was on him, grabbing the gun and crushing it in his hand. Kathleen joined him, her knee striking deep into the gunman's midsection. With the threat neutralized, they rushed back to Izuku. 𝐼𝐮𝐽 reached him first, checking both him and Momo. She asked if they were okay, her concern evident. Izuku reassured her, but then he looked at his arm. The bullet had struck him directly. His metal arm was damaged, moving only slightly, with the fingers no longer functioning. 𝐼𝐮𝐽 released a breath she didn't know she was holding, her heart sinking at the thought of Izuku being shot. Izuku apologized to Momo, acknowledging that pushing her was rude, but she insisted he had saved her life. Momo's parents hugged her tightly, triple-checking that she was unharmed. 𝐼𝐮𝐽 embraced Izuku, knowing the gunman's actions would have serious consequences. The gala was shut down quickly, with the police taking statements from the heroes. Back at home, Izuku sat on the couch, 𝐼𝐮𝐽 beside him, holding his hand tightly. She had not let go the entire time. Izuku reflected on his actions, admitting they were reckless and promising not to repeat them. Tashinori placed a hand on his lap, acknowledging that what Izuku did was heroic. He had saved a life, demonstrating extreme bravery. Izuku felt uncertain, claiming he hadn't consciously moved, his body had acted on its own. Tashinori affirmed that it was indeed heroic, done without selfish intent, embodying the essence of heroism. He couldn't have been prouder. From a young age, Tashinori had aspired to be a hero, wanting to save people and ensure their happiness and safety. He had become the symbol of hope he had always wished for, supported by those around him. Kathleen had witnessed a young all-might save her from danger, inspiring her to help others in return. She was living her dream of becoming a hero, driven by the longing to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. 𝐼𝐮𝐽 had always been inclined to help others. As a child, she assisted the elderly with daily tasks, cooking and clearing snow from the streets. The more she helped, the more she realized she could do even more. This longing to assist others fueled her ambition to become a hero. 𝐼𝐮𝐽 asked Izuku if he wanted to be a hero. It was a simple question, one that most children would answer affirmatively. They dreamed of being like All Might, standing against the greatest evils and protecting the innocent. Izuku had shared that dream, having grown up in an orphanage where he faced unkindness. He didn't understand why he was treated poorly. He believed that if he were a hero, no one would be mean to him. Yet, family after family rejected him, not seeing what they wanted in him. He remembered being returned to the orphanage after just a week with the family. The caretaker had snapped at him, commanding him to follow orders without kindness. Izuku complied, trying to please, but he was often met with harsh words and disdain. His quirk had been deemed only slightly better than average, and the negativity began to pile up. For a year, he had a bed, but that was taken away when the caretaker needed money. Lying on a small mat that served as his bed, Izuku cried softly, his dream of being a hero fading into a mere hope of survival. Now, with the love and support of those around him, the chains of despair began to loosen. Each act of kindness cracked open the safe where his dreams had been locked away. One simple question from Inko broke the chains completely, reigniting his childhood dream. Izuku nodded affirmatively, and Inko smiled, squeezing his hand. Toshinori beamed with pride, and Kathleen nodded in encouragement. They were ready to help him make that dream a reality. A large figure approached, asking if Momo was okay. He appeared to be an 18-year-old man, but in reality, he was only 13, just 2 years younger than Izuku, yet already towering at 6 feet 6 inches. Momo assured him she was fine, standing next to a girl who looked just like her. She wore a appealing red dress, the same color as her crimson hair. Momo reassured 𝐼𝐻 that she was fine, explaining that she had been saved by a boy named Izuku, the son of 𝐼𝐻𝐬. Momo revealed that he had pushed her out of harm's way and had gotten injured in the process. Sigurd, concerned, asked if Izuku was alright, to which Momo responded that he was fine but that it wasn't her place to share his story. Sigurd expressed his gratitude, wishing to thank the brave young man who had saved his sister. In a playful moment, he lifted Momo like a child, tossing her into the air, which made her protest that she was not a baby. This playful interaction brought laughter from 𝐼𝐻 and Momo's mother. Momo had met Izuku at a hero gala, just as she had met 𝐼𝐻 and Sigurd. Sigurd's father was the #1 hero in Iceland, often traveling across Europe to help other countries. 𝐼𝐻, born in Japan to a Japanese mother and a German businessman father, had fallen in love with Sigurd during one of these travels. Together, they explored Japan, where 𝐼𝐻's fascination with the culture led them to Momo, who quickly became their close friend. Sigurd expressed his hope to meet Izuku, admiring him as a brave warrior. Momo shared how Izuku had inspired her to understand the true meaning of being a hero, and she was determined to pursue that path. Sigurd, filled with enthusiasm, declared his longing to become a hero as well, influenced by 𝐼𝐻's love for Japan. Meanwhile, Fuyumi Todoroki, the daughter of Enji Todoroki, expressed her own wish to become a hero. Enji, focused on his son's training, dismissed her aspirations, telling her to speak with her mother and not to hinder Shoto's growth. Fuyumi left the main house with tears in her eyes, feeling overshadowed by her younger twin brother, Shoto, who was seen as the epitome of perfection. Despite both being born with powerful quirks, Fuyumi felt like a failure in comparison to Shoto. Enji Todoroki, the #2 hero in Japan, was driven by a longing to surpass 𝐼𝐻𝐬, the #1 hero. No matter how many villains he defeated, he could never claim the top spot, which fueled his resentment. He had children not out of love, but as a means to secure his legacy. Enji sought to create the perfect heir, which led him to Rei Himura, whom he married under the pretense of breeding a powerful child. Their first child, Toya, was born with a strong quirk but was still seen as a disappointment. Subsequent attempts to have children resulted in more perceived failures, including Natsuo, who had a quirk that altered temperature. Fuyumi and Shoto, the twins, were born with both ice and fire abilities. Fuyumi's ice powers were strong, but she struggled with her limitations. Shoto, however, was trained rigorously by Enji to be the perfect hero, possessing the Todoroki flame without the weaknesses that plagued his siblings. Fuyumi, determined to carve her own path, confided in her mother about her longing to train as a hero, yearning to be like the boy who had inspired Momo. The siblings lived in separate worlds, with Shoto receiving the best training and resources, while Fuyumi and her brothers faced the challenges of public school, far from the expectations placed upon Shoto. Toya, Natsuo, and Fuyumi had to figure things out on their own. Fuyumi was not the only Todoroki who aspired to be a hero. At 13, she and Shoto were still young, while Natsuo, at 17 and Toya at 21, were further along in their journeys. Toya was in his final year at hero school. Their mother, Rei, gently placed her hands on Fuyumi's face, stroking her cheeks with her thumbs before pressing a soft kiss on her forehead, assuring her that she would be a great hero. Fuyumi nodded in response. The news anchor, Big News Morgan, introduced the main story of the day. A week prior, during a hero gala, a man named 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐬 had entered with a weapon. Before the heroes could react, the son of All Might intervened and saved the heir of the 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬 fortune. Thankfully, no one was harmed, and the news highlighted the promising future of the young hero, inspiring a new generation of children to pursue their dreams. Tashinori, standing in the living room with mats laid out and furniture pushed aside, addressed Izuku. He explained that all heroes needed to know how to fight, even if some were not the best at it. Since they were still learning about Izuku's quirk, they would focus on his hand-to-hand combat skills. He emphasized that while most heroes relied on their quirks, it was essential to have solid fighting skills. Tashinori recalled Gran Torino and Sir Night-Eye, both of whom had trained rigorously in combat techniques. Tashinori demonstrated how a punch could lead to injury if not executed properly, showing Izuku the importance of technique. He explained that while there were many fighting styles, they would start with boxing, which focused on striking, blocking, and dodging. Izuku listened intently, eager to learn. Tashinori also mentioned kickboxing and Muay Thai, explaining the differences between them. While kickboxing allowed for kicks and knee strikes, Muay Thai utilized every part of the body as a weapon. Izuku was amazed by the possibilities and understood that most of his sparring would be with Tashinori, with occasional participation from 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and 𝐼𝐮𝐬𝐽. This would help him learn through observation and practice. As Tashinori instructed Izuku to raise his arms, he corrected him to adopt a proper boxing guard, emphasizing the importance of protecting oneself. Izuku nodded, determined to learn and improve, ready to take on the challenges ahead. Izuku had lived most of his life with his right arm not functioning properly. He stepped forward with his left leg, ready for training. Tashinori turned around, grabbing some pads from the bag. He placed 2 large pads on his hands and joked that this way, neither of them would get hurt. He instructed Izuku to punch forward with his right arm while protecting his head with his left. Izuku listened carefully, keeping his other hand over his head as he punched. He focused on keeping his wrist straight, and with the right form, his punch began to look more effective. Tashinori praised him, encouraging him to maintain his guard after each punch. Izuku nodded, determined to improve. As he punched again, he brought his arm back to protect his face. 𝐻𝐻𝐬, watching from the couch with 𝐮𝐽, commented on his progress. Both women were skilled enough to teach, but Tashinori, the #1 hero All Might, was the real fighter. Once Izuku had the basics down, Tashinori added a new challenge. After bringing his right arm back, he was to attack with his left while keeping his right in front of his face. Izuku nodded, but he struggled as his right arm dropped, leaving his face exposed. Tashinori calmly reminded him to keep his wrists straight and protect his face, encouraging him to take a deep breath and try again. Meanwhile, Toya stood waiting for his sister, Fuyumi, who was out of breath and sweaty from running. He smirked at her as she tried to catch her breath, reminding her that villains wouldn't wait for her to recover. Fuyumi found his dark humor surprising, but she was determined to keep up with him. They had a limited time to train, and Toya was focused on improving their stamina. The Todoroki family faced a unique challenge. Each sibling possessed a powerful quirk that could elevate them to hero status, but they needed to work on their endurance. Toya's quirk, cremation, allowed him to generate intense heat, and he needed to enhance his physical fitness to maximize its potential. Fuyumi's quirk turned her body fluid into ice, requiring her to stay hydrated and build stamina. Despite their father's lack of acknowledgement, Fuyumi was improving with Toya's help. Shoto, their brother, followed a strict regimen designed by their father, 𝐮𝐽. His days were filled with training, studying, and recovery, all aimed at molding him into the perfect hero. 𝐮𝐽's methods were harsh, but he believed they were necessary for Shoto to surpass everyone, including All Might's legacy. In another part of the training ground, Sigurd encouraged Momo, who was struggling to carry him across the finish line. He believed in pushing oneself to the limit, shouting that the only thing separating torture from training was mentality. Momo, though exhausted, was determined to improve her strength and skills in hopes of joining UA, the prestigious school known for producing top heroes. As she cleaned herself off, she wondered why she had asked for Sigurd's help, but deep down, she knew that every challenge was a step toward her goal. While training at home, she felt as if she were in a war zone. The loud encouragement from Sigurd echoed around her, and as she crawled through the dirt and grass, the atmosphere felt intense. She wondered how it had come to this. The day had started wonderfully. 𝐼𝐼𝐻 had confirmed a tea day, and Momo had prepared both 𝐼𝐼𝐻 and Sigurd's favorite tea. Momo had invited 𝐼𝐼𝐻, and the truth was simple. Wherever 𝐼𝐼𝐻 went, her future husband Sigurd followed. They were welcomed as family as they practically were. The conversation quickly turned heroic. Sigurd had already decided he would enter UA. He planned to take the exam, but in his mind he had already succeeded, like a true warrior. This prompted Momo to ask for Sigurd's training program, as she needed one herself. 𝐼𝐼𝐻 suggested that Momo let Sigurd train her, asking if she wouldn't like to train with her older brother. This sealed Momo's fate. With surprising speed for a 6 feet 6 inches tall 13-year-old, Sigurd was instantly next to Momo, his massive hands lifting her into the air. He laughed heartily, declaring that he would make her a warrior like All Might. He rushed outside with Momo while 𝐼𝐻 sat back, enjoying the training. Momo's mother stood next to 𝐼𝐻 and remarked that she was quite the instigator. 𝐼𝐻 laughed, and they watched as Sigurd playfully chased Momo with a stick, encouraging her to run faster. Meanwhile, Melissa asked her father if she could give something to Izuku. David smiled sweetly, knowing how long Melissa had dreamed of being All Might's support maker. It didn't matter that he needed no items. She was determined to create things that could aid the legendary hero. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 then entered the scene, ready to help Melissa with her creations. Melissa had made a small card that read, Melissa Shield, Hero Support Item Creator, and Personal Support for Izuku Yagi. When Melissa shook her head at the mention of All Might, she explained that she wanted to help Izuku fully when he became a hero. David encouraged her to give it to him, noting that July was approaching. Wiping a tear from his eye, he smiled as Melissa beamed with gratitude. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 softly called out to Izuku as she opened the door to his dark room. She noticed he was still deep asleep, just as she had hoped. Closing the door quietly, she shuffled toward the kitchen, determined to prepare the best birthday breakfast for her son. It was 5 in the morning, and this was Izuku's first real birthday celebration. Though he had celebrated with them before, that day had been subdued, as he had still been scared of everyone. Today, they could finally give him the celebration he deserved. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 recalled the stories he had shared about his past, which only fueled her determination to make this day special. As she prepared, memories of Izuku's past experiences filled her with anger, especially the harsh words he had faced. But she took a deep breath to calm herself and focused on the task at hand. She planned to make warm, fresh bread for breakfast. After setting the yeast to rise, she moved on to other foods, grabbing marinated chicken BRST from the fridge, ready to create delicious nuggets. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had a lot more food planned when she noticed Toshinori had also woken up. He stepped into the kitchen, greeting her cheerfully. She asked if he had double-checked the gifts, and he confirmed that everything was named and wrapped. Each gift was special, and they were both grateful for the thoughtfulness of their friends. Weeks earlier, Nezu had promised to get something for Izuku. He had been deep in thought, considering how to make the day memorable. He had called in a group of students, including Shota Aizawa and Hisashi Yamada, who were both eager to contribute. The first-year students, Namuri Kiyama and Kana Tsutsumi, also joined in, each bringing their own energy and excitement to the planning. Feeling slightly embarrassed for being caught in such a moment, Rumi Usajiyama, 18 years old, stood in her PE outfit, which was covered in dirt. With her tan skin and white hair, Rumi was often referred to as a beauty, but her aggressive demeanor meant that compliments were rarely directed at her face. Her rabbit ears and small fluffy tail often led to conflicts, which was why she found herself in this situation. Beside her was Ryukyu Tatsuma, also 18, standing in her uniform, shaking her head as she too was covered in dirt and leaves. Her blonde hair was slightly messy as she tried to maintain a dignified appearance. Nezu, the principal, inquired about the frequent fights they had been involved in. He noted that it was the fourth fight that month and expressed his amusement at their antics. He found being the principal of such a chaotic school far more enjoyable than his previous experiences at UA. Rumi explained that the latest fight began when she got into a scuffle with someone, and Ryukyu attempted to intervene, which escalated the situation further. Nezu chuckled and mentioned that he had also noticed Rumi had been fighting with Aizawa, warning her not to think she could escape that. Instead of imposing a punishment that might provoke more fighting, he posed a question to the group about what they would gift a young adult who had endured a difficult childhood and was anxious around new people. The students groaned at the prospect of running laps but quickly silenced themselves when Nezu hinted at a harsher punishment if they didn't answer. Hisashi suggested a high-spec headset for relaxation, while Aizawa, not particularly good at gift-giving, mentioned a simple chair. Rumi, with a fierce determination, suggested an MMA set to help the young adult defend themselves. Another student chimed in, proposing relaxation toys for home use. Nezu nodded appreciatively at their suggestions before instructing them to start running. Meanwhile, Gran Torino was on the phone, assuring Toshi that he would choose a nice gift for Izuku. He had already ordered a variety of snacks and planned to give Izuku some handyman books that he found amusing. Recovery Girl was also on the line, discussing gift ideas with Kathleen. Kathleen joked about buying a motorcycle for Izuku, knowing it would not sit well with 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽. Instead, she decided on a bike and a gaming console, while Recovery Girl offered to send some fun games. Sir Night-Eye, in his office, reassured Toshi that he had noted Izuku's birthday in his calendar and would select a gift that would be both humorous and appropriate for his age. After much thought, he decided on a book featuring unique quirks used by heroes and a collection of comedic jokes, believing that a hero should bring smiles as well as save people. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 visited Momo to inform her about Izuku's upcoming birthday. Momo expressed her regret at not being able to attend due to prior commitments but wished she could gift him something special. After leaving, she began to contemplate what would be a fitting present for Izuku, drawing on her understanding of his experiences. She decided to send him a selection of delicious teas and a full set of manga that he had shown interest in before, along with a heartfelt note. Back in the present, the atmosphere was filled with celebration as everyone sang, "Happy Birthday," to Izuku. He rubbed his eyes open, confused by the singing as he stepped out of his room. When he realized it was his birthday, he felt a mix of surprise and embarrassment. Kathleen playfully wrapped her arm around his head and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, reminding him that the celebration was indeed necessary. Izuku looked down, feeling a bit awkward but also touched by the attention. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 and Toshi walked up to Izuku, wishing him a happy day. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 placed him on the table, and soon plates began to appear. She was well aware of Izuku's enormous appetite, and it brought her joy to see him enjoy his meal. A large plate was set in front of him, filled with fluffy waffles, French toast made from freshly baked bread, perfect scrambled eggs, crispy bacon, apple slices, and yogurt, everything Izuku could want, and more. Izuku expressed his gratitude, and the room fell silent as his eyes widened. He quickly apologized, fearing he had upset them. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽's eyes filled with tears, and Toshi placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder, reassuring him that they would never hurt him or yell at him for calling them mom or dad. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 nodded, trying to hold back her emotions. Izuku hesitated but finally asked if he could call Toshi dad. Toshi smiled, a tear of happiness rolling down his cheek as he confirmed that he would be honored to be called Izuku's father. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽, overwhelmed with joy, rushed to the garden to water the plants, tears of happiness streaming down her face. It took her a while to regain her composure, and after hugging Izuku for a long time, they settled on the couch to watch some shows together, enjoying each other's company. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 announced that she would prepare more snacks, noting that the rest of the family would be arriving soon. Izuku smiled at the thought of having a family. Just a few minutes later, the doorbell rang for the first time. Kathleen went to answer it, greeting Nezu, who arrived with a large bag. He wished Izuku a happy birthday and joked about the gifts being his ideas, causing Kathleen to laugh. Izuku thanked Nezu with a small bow, and Nezu hoped the gifts would be helpful. As Izuku opened the book, Toshinori remarked that he didn't recognize it. Nezu explained that he believed the future hero would benefit from understanding the important rules and actions heroes must take. Toshi assembled a chair for Izuku, and shortly after, the door rang again. Having just returned from the restroom, greeted Chio, who entered with Gran Torino, who playfully startled Toshinori, causing everyone to laugh. Gran Torino placed wrapped gifts on the table, and Recovery Girl expressed her hope that Izuku would like them. Izuku was grateful for the gifts, and Gran Torino jokingly lamented that Izuku's gratitude made him feel bad about his gift. Recovery Girl thanked him, both of them happy to be called family by Izuku. Kathleen reminded everyone about the gifts they had brought. Izuku opened the first box to find a bike, which he appreciated as a way to get outside. The second box revealed a gaming console, which left him in shock. Kathleen reassured him that it was a way for them to spend time together. Toshi placed his gifts down, clearly divided from 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽's neatly wrapped ones. Izuku found various video games, sports equipment, and workout gear, along with extra clothing and accessories, including a watch with a tracking chip for safety. When 𝐒𝐮𝐽 expressed her longing never to lose him, Izuku felt overwhelmed with emotion and wrapped his arms around her, thanking her softly. 𝐒𝐮𝐽, tearing up once more, embraced him tightly, feeling the warmth of their newfound family bond. One that felt like a cloud hugged him. 𝐼𝐼 apologized for being late, explaining that there had been traffic as he stepped in. It was fine, Izuku replied, and 𝐼𝐼 handed him a box, hoping it would pique his interest as it had his. Izuku expressed his gratitude, excited to use the contents. 𝐼𝐼's mostly stoic face broke into a smile at the new title given to him, one he would cherish for as long as he could. As everyone enjoyed the treats 𝐒𝐮𝐽 had prepared, David and Melissa finally arrived. They shared that there had been a villain attack on the highway, which made it impossible to get through. Toshi was already ready to move, concerned about the situation. Kathleen laughed as she recounted how the villain had caused chaos by accidentally creating a slippery mess on the road. David presented Izuku with a gift, placing a box on the table. He unlocked it and opened it up, revealing a reinforced titanium rod designed for hero use. Izuku was amazed and thanked David, who encouraged him to become an even better hero. Just then, Melissa excitedly tackled her father out of the way, nearly causing him to tumble through the wall. She urged Izuku to open her gift first, insisting he read the card. The card proudly declared Melissa as a personal hero support creator for Izuku Yagi. She announced her determination to make every gadget he would ever need to surpass all other heroes, proudly declaring her intention to team up with him. This declaration brought smiles to everyone as they admired the enthusiasm of the two young kids. 𝐒𝐮𝐽 then pointed out a large box, surprising Izuku. He hadn't expected such a big gift. It was from Momo, who had written a heartfelt note wishing him a happy birthday and expressing her disappointment at not being able to celebrate with him in person. Izuku felt touched by her kindness. As they opened the box together, Nezu recognized the oolong tea inside and noted Momo's taste for it. Melissa excitedly pointed out some manga, particularly a romance series that Izuku had heard of. 𝐒𝐮𝐽 discovered another box within the larger one, and as Izuku opened it, he blinked in surprise at the pair of shoes inside. They had a white base with a red tip and black strings. A note inside read, "Hope you like them." Kathleen recognized the brand as one many heroes used for their footwear, and Toshi confirmed he had similar shoes. Izuku smiled, grateful for the thoughtful gifts he had received. He declared it the best birthday he had ever had. The next morning, Izuku was awakened by his alarm and quickly turned it off. He sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, and looked around his dark room. After getting out of bed, he retrieved his lower right leg from the floor and attached it. He then unplugged his charging arm from the nightstand and reattached it, squeezing his hand a few times to regain control. Izuku stepped out of bed and stretched, feeling the satisfying crack of his back. He sat down on the floor and grabbed a book from under the nightstand, starting his morning routine of reading 5 chapters. Today, he was halfway through a story by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle about Sherlock Holmes. He enjoyed the quiet, focusing solely on the chapters without music or light. Once he finished reading, he heard 𝐒𝐮𝐽 and Toshinori waking up, prompting him to start his first workout. After placing the book back, he stood up and began his squats, completing 20 repetitions before moving on to push-ups. He did sets of 10, totaling 50 push-ups. This was part of his daily quest, and as he grew fitter and stronger, his workout routine evolved. What had once been 5 of each exercise had transformed into 100 squats, push-ups and sit-ups, a 10-mile run, and a 2-minute plank. Despite the increased intensity, he still earned the same amount of points, 10 experience points, 5 system points, and 250 gold. Over the past 2 years, Izuku had accumulated a significant amount of experience and system points, though he was unsure how to utilize the latter. He also had 16 skill points saved up, having reached level 8. The experience points had not been significant, but as Izuku completed the final parts of his workout, he stood up and glanced at the clock. It would soon be 7:30, prompting him to walk toward the shower. Thankfully, both his leg and arm were waterproof, allowing him to clean off the sweat. After getting dressed, he finally joined everyone. He greeted them with a cheerful, "Good morning," as he stepped out of his room. Tashinori, sitting with a newspaper, responded that pancakes were almost ready. 𝐾𝐿 and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 were busy cooking, and Izuku simply nodded in acknowledgement. Tashinori informed him that Nezu would pick him up around. Izuku felt a surge of excitement and promised to pack before then. Izuku had been diligently improving his fighting skills, having already gained a solid understanding of boxing. He had also begun learning kickboxing and a bit of Muay Thai. However, Tashinori, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, and 𝐾𝐿 understood that Izuku would face challenges. Most heroes without super abilities often struggled unless they possessed immense power like All Might or had supernatural abilities like 𝐾𝐿 or 𝐒𝐮𝐬. To ensure Izuku's safety, they encouraged him to develop skills in various martial arts and fighting styles. Discussions about weapon training had also taken place. With Izuku's inventory system, carrying weapons was convenient. He planned to explore Kali sticks, a bow staff, chains, and blunt hook swords. Nezu had offered to provide lessons that heroes typically underwent. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 placed a large plate of pancakes in front of Izuku, kissing him on the forehead as she did so. She lovingly told him it was ready, and he expressed his gratitude. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's smile brightened the room. No matter how many times Izuku said it, she would never tire of hearing it. After finishing his meal, Izuku took a walk, returning home with 30 minutes to spare, which was just enough time to prepare his workout clothes. Later, Nezu welcomed Izuku to 𝐿𝐵 University as he parked his cart. Izuku had expected something more impressive, and Nezu chuckled at his reaction. The fancy suit and expensive tea gave off a rich vibe, yet the school appeared less polished than he had anticipated. Izuku wondered if his father had attended this institution. Nezu clarified that Tashinori had not. When Tashinori was a student, Nezu had been the principal at UA. Over the years, Nezu had aimed to produce the best heroes focused on saving lives, but those under him voted him out, leading to his dismissal and UA's current direction. Nezu explained that UA, often referred to derogatorily, was primarily focused on power. Occasionally, a quirk that wasn't flashy or combat-oriented would make it through, but those instances were rare and usually motivated by donations. The school concentrated on creating the strongest heroes, with lessons centered on fighting and battling each other. Nezu's passion shone through as he expressed his longing to create heroes who prioritized safety and sought peaceful solutions before resorting to combat. As they approached the yard, Nezu noted that it should be in use. Izuku soon understood why it was called a yard. It resembled a junkyard. Tires were stacked as makeshift sandbags, wooden dummies looked worn, and various rusty gym equipment lay scattered about. Nezu reassured Izuku that while it might not look perfect, the focus was on functionality rather than appearance. Izuku noticed a familiar figure with long white hair, large bunny ears, and a small fluffy tail peeking from her shorts. It was 𝐼𝐻𝐬 Usujiyama, the girl he had seen with 𝐾𝐿 doing squats. Nezu introduced her as 𝐼𝐻𝐬, explaining that her quirk, 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝐸, enhanced her leg strength and provided slightly better hearing. Despite its seemingly underwhelming nature, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had become one of the strongest hero students through relentless hard work. Nezu requested 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to demonstrate a roundhouse kick. As she prepared, Izuku observed her stance and technique closely. Rumi stepped forward, maintaining balance while keeping her arms up for protection. With a swift motion, she executed the kick, generating enough force to topple the stack of tires and a log in the center. Izuku was amazed by her skill and power, noting how she returned to her original stance, ready to kick again if necessary. Nezu acknowledged the impact Rumi would have on hero society in the future. He then asked her to show a front kick, emphasizing the difference between offensive and defensive techniques. Izuku listened intently, taking mental notes of Nezu's explanations about the effectiveness of different kicks based on leg positioning. As Rumi lifted the tires, Izuku remained focused, eager to learn from her demonstration. As she pushed her leg forward, using the heel to generate maximum force while sacrificing some mobility, she swung her arm back and propelled her rear leg forward, slamming into the tires and nearly knocking them over. The combination of her lean back, speed, and force was impressive. She returned to her original stance. Nezu observed her skill and commented on it, while Izuku nodded in agreement. Nezu reassured Izuku that he too would one day reach that level of skill, having witnessed the effort and dedication he put into his training. Nezu believed that with enough dedication, anything was possible. Izuku had been working hard to improve and grow stronger, and everyone around him, Inko, Toshi, Kathleen, Sir Night-Eye, David, Melissa, Gran Torino, and Recovery Girl, recognized his progress. They all believed he would become a great hero, and he was steadily improving in all aspects of life. After Izuku had learned more from the students, Nezu brought him back home, where he received some news. Kathleen mentioned that she would be heading back to the USA soon, and both Toshi and Inko nodded in agreement. Izuku, feeling a pang of sadness at the thought of Kathleen leaving, asked softly why she had to go. She explained that it was for her hero license, and she couldn't stay in one country during her training years. Izuku then asked if they could come with her. Inko expressed concern, wondering if it would be dangerous for Izuku in a new country with unfamiliar people. However, she was willing to support him if that was what he wanted. Izuku shared his longing to experience the world, reflecting on how his life had expanded from a small house to a larger world filled with new people and opportunities. He wanted to see more beyond what he had known. Toshi agreed to move to America, assuring Izuku that they could return to Japan in a couple of years for his time at 𝐿𝐴. Izuku felt a rush of excitement, playfully teasing that Kathleen couldn't leave without him, which made her laugh. Inko checked to ensure Izuku had everything he needed, and he nodded, having packed multiple bags of clothing. Toshinori reassured Izuku that their house would be safe, as he had asked Chio and Nezu to keep an eye on it. Izuku felt a sense of comfort knowing they could always return. They began loading up their belongings, with Kathleen emerging from the house carrying bags. Toshi effortlessly stacked several bags, while Kathleen carried 2. Izuku placed the remaining bags into his inventory system, marveling at how convenient it was. As they headed to the car, Kathleen playfully called, "Shotgun," and rushed ahead. Toshi commented on her quirky behavior, and Izuku chuckled as he walked alongside Inko. The car ride was a mix of emotions for Izuku. He felt glad to leave Japan, a place that had brought him both happiness and negative feelings. However, he was also apprehensive about venturing into a new world. With his family by his side, he felt a sense of safety. Upon arriving at the airport, Izuku was taken aback by the bustling environment. The chaos reminded him of the lawless area where he had lived, with loud noises and people arguing. Inko noticed his unease and asked if he was okay, to which he reassured her that he was fine. Toshi then drove up in a large jeep, which made Inko smile with delight. She loved the feeling of being in a big vehicle, and they all climbed in, with Inko playfully kicking Kathleen out of the passenger seat. As they drove to their new home, Toshi welcomed them to a small mansion, and Izuku was amazed by the sight. Toshi informed them about a gym nearby and a nice place for jogging or hiking. Izuku had been going to the gym nearly every day, enjoying the feeling of getting stronger and faster with each visit. Inko decided to take a shower after the long flight, and Izuku nodded, opening his inventory to settle in. Pulling out each bag, Izuku noticed a shopping basket with an exclamation mark. He thought it might be a shop and clicked on it. Kathleen wondered what could be bought: gold, food. Izuku saw 4 items available. He shared the first one, a passive buff universal translator for 50 system points. This seemed quite handy, as it would allow him to understand and listen to every language. He clicked to buy it, noting that he earned 5 system points every day. After 2 years of this, he had around 4,000 points, so spending 50 was reasonable. Now at level 9, with 18 stat points, 200,000 gold, and 3,950 system points, Izuku felt well prepared. Curious about the other items, he continued to browse. He found a minor healing potion, which was red, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 wondered if Izuku had the ability to buy and use healing potions, as that would make him extremely powerful. Izuku believed he needed to reach level 10 to use it. The next item was a stamina potion, but he couldn't buy that yet either. The final option was a tab for resources, where he could purchase various materials for gold. Some familiar items included oak wood, maple wood, iron bars, and steel, but there were also unusual names like tritium bar, Tyra steel, shadowium crystal, Hashirama wood, and wood from the treasure tree, Atom. Kathleen found those names odd, as if they were created by someone with a wild imagination. Izuku thought it might be interesting to explore these materials with Melissa or David, as they could be related to special quirks. This marked the beginning of a new challenge for him, as his quirk slowly evolved. As he trained his body, Izuku's stats improved. His health was at 100%, with 75 ability points, strength at 14, dexterity at 11, constitution at 25, intelligence at 20, wisdom at 9, and charisma at each of his stats had increased, making him feel stronger than before. With a functional arm, even if it wasn't truly his, he could accomplish much more. His dexterity improved his movement, hand-eye coordination, and agility. His constitution had been honed from years of hardship, while his intelligence allowed him to learn at his own pace. Wisdom represented his common sense and ability to read situations, although he struggled with understanding emotions. His charisma remained low, as he was still learning to interact comfortably with others. With every moment, Izuku grew better at everything. Over the years, he trained harder and harder. In the middle of a ring, Kathleen called out commands for their training. Izuku kept his gloves up and pivoted on the ball of his feet, executing a series of punches and defensive moves. He felt the rhythm of the training, responding to Kathleen's guidance. As he practiced, Kathleen praised him for his progress, noting how he had become a formidable fighter. Now 17 years old, Izuku had been away from Japan for 2 years. He remained the same kind-hearted person but had become less fearful of others. Although he still found it difficult to make friends, he was working on it and improving. As he entered his home, Izuku asked his mother what they were having for dinner. She informed him that Toshi was bringing home barbecue, including his favorite honey-glazed beef ribs. Excited, he decided to head to his room, feeling a bit off. He intended to relax on his bed, but then a pop-up from his quirk appeared, stating, "Chadification possible, cost 1,000 system points." Confused, Izuku remembered a meme Kathleen had shared about a Chad, a tall, muscular, and handsome figure. He shrugged and clicked OK, deducting 1,000 points from his total. After that, he quickly fell asleep. When he awoke, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was calling him for dinner. His eyes were still groggy, and as he got out of bed, he noticed a height difference in his metal leg. Hopping to the door, he accidentally bumped into it, realizing he was closer than he thought. Stepping into the hallway, he encountered Kathleen, who screamed in surprise at his appearance. Both Toshinori and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 rushed over, equally shocked. Izuku reassured them that it was him, but they were astonished by the change in his appearance. Izuku stood tall at 6 feet 8 inches, his clothing fitting him a bit too snugly, with his arms and legs still small from not having grown yet. He had fallen asleep after purchasing something, mentioning a term he barely understood. Kathleen laughed heartily, teasing him about his transformation. Toshinori suggested they contact Melissa for some new clothes, but Izuku, feeling famished, requested to eat first. Kathleen joked about his appetite, stepping beside him to offer support so he wouldn't have to hop around. A man urged a girl to be safe as he pushed her toward the plane, quickly turning away to hide his tears. The young girl wiped her own tears, thanking him for everything. Her hair was pure white at the top, fading into aqua green and blue at the ends, and she had 2 large horns on her head, orange at the base and dark red at the tips. She wore red 𝐒𝐻𝐬 and sandals, with a small purple and white 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷𝐸 on her back. Her white garment had a diamond-shaped design with an indigo wisp-patterned bottom half, slightly oversized for her. In her hand she held a passport and a small carry-on bag. As she walked into the airport, she declared her intention to be a warrior like 𝐼𝐻𝐬, slapping her face to motivate herself. She was on her way to Japan, the homeland of the legendary Kazuki Oden, whom she aspired to emulate. Her name was Kazuki Yamato, and she was fleeing from her father, a notorious American villain who had survived battles against heroes like All Might and had escaped from prison. Her father was Kaido, the king of the beast, and Yamato needed to distance herself from him to pursue her dream of becoming a hero like Oden, the samurai who had saved his town by defeating an evil dragon. In Japan, Yamato had access to a hidden bank account filled with stolen money from Kaido, but she had to remain cautious. Despite having the means to live comfortably, she chose a modest home in a middle-class area and dedicated herself to training. The story of Oden was nearly forgotten, but Yamato knew it by heart and modeled her life after his principles: to live without regret, to protect the weak, and to be true to oneself. At 16 years old, Yamato stood an impressive 8 feet 7 inches tall, taller than All Might, which astonished many. Her quirk not only increased her height but also granted her immense strength, making her stronger than most adult men. While Oden wielded 2 swords, Yamato trained with 2 clubs, the size of baseball bats, which she used to develop her fighting style. However, she faced a significant obstacle in her quest to become a hero. Each school conducted thorough background checks to ensure their students were not villains, and Yamato's fabricated history could easily be uncovered, putting her at risk of being found by her father. Frustrated, she slammed her hand on the table, cracking the oak under her strength. She felt as though her dreams were slipping away, but then she stumbled upon a school that welcomed students from all backgrounds, including those with troubled pasts. The school aimed to create heroes who embodied the spirit of All Might, and they encouraged her to apply. Though it was better than nothing, she realized she still had to study hard to gain admission. Meanwhile, a young girl named Yuta sat by a pond, smiling as she waited for her quirk to manifest. At 5 years old, she felt isolated as most of her friends had drifted away, and the teachers began to overlook her. Being quirkless made her feel invisible, but Yuta didn't mind as long as she had her father. Sitting by the pond, she sang, her voice appealing and melodic, reminiscent of a violin playing softly in the summer breeze. Unbeknownst to her, Yuta's quirk activated for the first time as she sang. Ducks nearby began to swim in harmony with her music, and a family playing on a swing set was enchanted by her voice, creating cherished memories together. However, their joy was interrupted by an elderly hero, his long gray beard brushing the ground, who approached, recognizing the quirk's influence on the atmosphere. Yet most heroes could not care in the slightest. It was done without harm or knowledge. This hero saw it as the best thing that could happen. He was part of a hero group, a team that worked together and shared a common ground. However, to be part of the group, one had to arrest and stop several crimes, and he was behind. Stopping a quirk without permission was a crime, as was using a quirk against animals, civilians, and an active pro-hero. These were all charges the older man could slam against the small 5-year-old child, and he happily did so. Yuta cried as her father tried to reason with the hero. The hero threatened Yuta, demanding if she wanted her father to be taken away, causing her to scream for that not to happen. Her father had to bite his tongue and hope they would not follow through, but that was too much for him to dream. This left Yuta with no hope of entering a hero school. Each institution stood heavily against criminals, and Yuta was viewed as exactly that in their eyes. Nezu approached the young adult, greeting her. At 17, Yuta had blossomed into an appealing young woman. The white dress hugged her tightly, hidden behind the large vest she wore, with salmon leggings covering her legs. Nezu, the principal of 𝐼𝐻𝐿, acknowledged her struggles with entering a hero school due to her record. Yuta could only nod, her white and red hair swaying in the wind. Nezu expressed his willingness to accept students that other schools looked down upon, provided they fit his criteria of a good student. Yuda's eyes sparkled with hope as she asked what made a good hero. Nezu explained that a good hero is someone who wants to help, ensuring everyone is safe and happy, willing to fight when necessary but preferring to assist others. He smiled at Yuda's sincere response, affirming that she was exactly the type of person they wanted at 𝐿𝐵. As he turned to leave, he reminded her to focus on her studies, noting that while 65% is passing, he believed she could do better. Yuda was left in shock, wondering how he knew her grades, having just experienced the wisdom of the all-knowing rat god of 𝐿𝐵. The next matchup was announced between 𝐒𝐻𝐬 and 𝐿𝐵, with Quirks allowed. The match would end when one opponent was knocked out or down for 10 seconds. 𝐒𝐻𝐬 stood in the ring, her light pink hair cut short, wearing headgear and gloves. This was her first Quirk fight competition, and her quirk, chakra, allowed her to increase her strength if she trained it. Jin, with a cocky demeanor, taunted her, but 𝐒𝐻𝐬's temper flared as her inner self urged her to fight fiercely. As the bell rang, Jin rushed in aggressively, throwing punches without generating any real force. Each blow felt like a heavy impact against 𝐒𝐻𝐬's body, and Jin's arrogance only fueled her determination. But as 𝐒𝐻𝐬 sidestepped his last swing and stepped in, she unleashed a new ability of her quirk. Unfortunately, her quirk evolved, and the blow she intended to deliver lightly turned into a devastating strike. Jin fell, and 𝐒𝐻𝐬 was left in shock, realizing she never wanted to hurt someone that badly. That day marked the end of her fighting career. She transformed from a hopeful young woman into someone terrified of confrontation, not out of fear for herself but out of fear of hurting others. Later, 𝐒𝐻𝐬 expressed her longing to apply for 𝐿𝐵 with an internship with Recovery Girl. Nezu, surprised by her interest in being a healing hero, welcomed her into 𝐿𝐵 and assured her that he could make it happen. 𝐒𝐻𝐬 nodded happily as she walked home, her hair now long and flowing down to her hips. She wore a sleeveless red 𝐒𝐵𝐸 dress with white trimmings, tied around her waist with a black obi, and black shorts underneath. Although she no longer fought, 𝐒𝐻𝐬 remained active in her training. In a separate scene, a young girl sat surrounded by a multitude of stuffed animals, each dressed in unique outfits. In the middle of them stood a 13-year-old girl with pink hair tied into 2 long pigtails, secured with a black flower hair tie. She wore big red boots with multiple straps, white and black alternating leggings, and a small red skirt with a golden heart belt buckle. Perona wore a 𝐼𝐴 top that reached her belly button, adorned with multiple black hearts, and a bright red cape with a wool edge, tied around her neck with a pink ribbon. She held a large umbrella, and her big eyes with dark pupils often intimidated others. This was especially true when they discovered her fascination with creepy dolls and her unique quirk. Perona never quite fit in. Her love for spooky things like spiders, ghosts, and zombies was met with fear from her peers. Her quirk allowed her to summon ghosts that could evoke feelings of emptiness and sadness in others. One day, while walking with her friends, she accidentally activated her quirk, and one of her friends was affected so deeply that he nearly jumped off a bridge. This incident marked Perona as a villain in the eyes of those around her, leading to her isolation. She stopped attending birthday parties and school events, leaving her feeling utterly alone. In her solitude, Perona grew increasingly attached to her stuffed animals. One of them was a large bear named 𝐒𝐮𝐬, who had eyes similar to her own. She often spoke to 𝐒𝐮𝐬, asking him to sit up during tea time. One day, while floating around her room, she rummaged through a large wooden box filled with clothes that were too small for her but just right for her stuffed friends. After tossing aside various garments, she cheered upon finding a matching jacket for 𝐒𝐮𝐬, excited to dress him up for their tea party. Outside her room, her father stood with a newspaper tucked under his arm, sipping his coffee. He expressed his hope that Perona would find real friends soon. Perona had a unique dream of becoming a fashion designer for heroes while also being a hero herself. She believed that if she could create appealing clothing, others would no longer fear her. Her father, a renowned swordsman, wore the skull-themed breathes she had made for him 2 years prior, despite their snug fit. He pondered the idea of Perona joining Nezu, who was known for accepting students with unusual quirks, believing it could help her make friends. Nezu welcomed Perona with open arms, acknowledging her interest in Quirk and encouraging her to explore various paths, whether as a fashion designer or a race car driver. Perona was thrilled at the prospect and asked if she could bring 𝐒𝐮𝐬 with her, to which Nezu readily agreed. It was a rare moment of acceptance for Perona, who had long been avoided by others due to their fear of her quirk. Meanwhile, Izuku practiced her karate moves, demonstrating impressive skill for a 6-year-old. She enjoyed perfecting her martial arts until a popular girl named Hana approached her, mocking her for fighting, claiming it was a boy's activity. Hana, known for her wealth and popularity, bullied Izuku, calling her a dirty boy. Frustrated by the taunts, Izuku decided to take action. She skillfully disrupted Hana's balance and executed a throw, sending her to the ground. The commotion drew the attention of Izuku's father and Hana's caretaker, who rushed over. Izuku's father reprimanded her for using martial arts to hurt others, emphasizing that it should only be used for defense. Though Izuku protested that she was being bullied, her father insisted on an apology. Afterward, he lifted her onto his shoulders, reminding her that while pain is temporary, pride lasts forever, and it's better to walk away from bullies. They celebrated with ice cream, and Izuku enjoyed her treat, feeling sleepy as they returned home. Later, Izuku was jolted awake by the doorbell. She groggily approached the door, wondering what the officers needed. Ichigo and Akira, 2 of Retsu's students, entered the living room, both holding immense respect for their mentor. They greeted the young girl, Izuku, playfully ruffling her hair. The atmosphere shifted as they delivered troubling news. A friend higher up had informed them that Izuku now had a record. Retsu's shock and anger were palpable, and Izuku looked confused as the 2 officers confirmed the report. Someone named Hananami Banori had filed a complaint about Izuku allegedly attacking her child. Retsu expressed his frustration, calling the accuser a wealthy individual. Izuku, puzzled, asked what that meant, prompting Ichigo to reassure her that it was nothing to worry about and to get ready for bed. As she walked away, Akira explained that since Izuku was only 6, the record would likely be dismissed by the time she was older. However, he noted that the Banori family was influential, and their charges often lingered longer than expected. One of the reporters expressed regret, stating that they could not allow anyone with a record into their hero school. Izuku bit her lip, feeling the weight of the situation. She stood up and left the office, her bright orange hair tied in a ponytail, her martial arts training evident in her physique. At 17, she felt defeated. Since she was 12, Izuku had dreamed of becoming a pro-hero, inspired by her father's teachings. Yet, because of an incident involving someone who had moved away when she was 8, she found herself barred from hero schools. As she walked, she noticed a presence and looked to her left, seeing nothing. She suspected an invisible Quirk user was nearby when a voice called out to her from below. Izuku looked down to find a well-dressed, rat-like creature. Confused and slightly apprehensive, she asked how he knew her. The creature introduced himself as Nezu, the principal of 𝐿𝐴 University, explaining that he had heard about her situation. He reassured her that he believed in giving people a chance, regardless of their past. Izuku felt a glimmer of hope as Nezu welcomed her to apply to 𝐿𝐴 University next year before he departed with a cheerful cackle. Meanwhile, Izuku sat up in bed, glancing at his alarm clock with a smile. It was only 6 in the morning, but he was excited about the day ahead. Melissa was coming to stay with them for a month, and he looked forward to not only regaining his strength but also spending time with her. Adjusting to his new height had been challenging, as he had grown 2 feet taller, making everything around him seem different. Inko, his mother, was now significantly shorter than him, and he found himself towering over Cars and even Kathleen, who had once seemed so much larger. Using one arm, he picked up a book from his nightstand and began to read, enjoying the quiet before anyone else woke up. It had been years since he had visited Japan, and while he kept in touch with Momo and Melissa, they had yet to see his transformation. They believed he had merely grown a bit taller or developed some facial hair, unaware of the significant changes he had undergone. As he read, Izuku smiled, reminiscing about the years of training with his family and the lessons he had learned from Sir Nezu and Uncle Night-Eye. He recalled the surprise visit from Gran Torino, who had been taken aback by Izuku's new stature. Meanwhile, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was urging Tashinori, the #1 hero known as All Might, to engage in a spar with Izuku. Tashinori, feeling nervous, hesitated, fearing the outcome. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 insisted that a short spar would be beneficial for Izuku, who needed to learn how to face larger opponents. Kathleen, enjoying a smoothie, teased Tashinori, prompting him to ask Izuku if he wanted to see the spar. Izuku expressed his interest, having never witnessed 𝐼𝐻𝐬 in action. Tashinori, feeling a mix of dread and hope, agreed to the spar, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 playfully suggested extending it to 5 minutes, causing Tashinori to panic. However, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 reassured him that he was only joking, lightening the mood as they prepared for the spar. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 joked with Toshi, still catching his breath, while Kathleen, Inko, and Chio burst into laughter. Izuku struggled to grasp the humor, but Kathleen waved it off, assuring him that he wouldn't have the same performance issues. Izuku remained focused on the fight unfolding before him. Tashinori declared that he wouldn't go easy just because 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was his teacher. He took an aggressive stance, fists pointed forward and slightly crouched. Izuku recognized this posture as purely offensive. Tashinori had never needed to defend himself. In contrast, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 stood relaxed, hands by his side and head tilted slightly, exuding calmness. This semi-retired hero, though past his prime, was preparing to face one of the most formidable heroes that villains had ever encountered. The dynamic felt reversed, and Izuku was captivated. As Kathleen signaled the start, both fighters seemed to wait for the other to make the first move. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 smirked, leaning forward. Just before his face touched the ground, he activated his quirk, Jet. The earth beneath him exploded as he propelled himself forward, and Izuku struggled to keep up with the speed. Tashinori, however, was ready, bringing his shin and elbow together to block 𝐼𝐻𝐬's attack. The impact pushed him back slightly, but as he defended with his right side, his left arm shot forward for a quick counter. Izuku blinked in disbelief as Tashinori seemed to strike at nothing but an afterimage. As the fight escalated, Tashinori could only defend against 𝐼𝐻𝐬's relentless onslaught. Each attack was expertly dodged or countered, until the final blow. With only 2 seconds left in the round, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 spun midair and delivered a powerful kick. Tashinori blocked it, but the force sent 𝐼𝐻𝐬 soaring back, landing safely in the branches of a tree nearly 24 feet away. Tashinori fell to the ground, his shirt in tatters. Both were slightly out of breath, with 𝐼𝐻𝐬 laughing heartily from his perch. Tashinori, still winded, remarked on the fight while removing the remnants of his shirt. Izuku was in awe, exclaiming how fast they were moving that he almost missed the action. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 chuckled at Tashinori's reaction, ready for another round. Before Izuku could process how much time had passed, his door burst open with the force of a police squad. A young woman with blonde hair and glasses stormed into the room, tackling Izuku in bed with surprising strength. She exclaimed how much she missed him, attempting to envelop him in a hug. But as she pulled back, she was startled to see 2 Izukus sitting next to each other. Confused, she nearly jumped back, realizing she had hugged a stranger. Izuku reassured her, and Melissa took a moment to process the change in him. She used to enjoy being taller than him, but now he seemed significantly bigger. Kathleen smirked, teasing about the cost of making him a new arm. Melissa's eyes lit up with excitement, envisioning all the new abilities she could incorporate into his arm. As she began mentally planning, she realized that Izuku had grown much more than she anticipated. Thankfully, she could adjust the leg to ensure he could walk properly. She explained that she would create a basic arm first, one that contained only the necessary components, which would serve as a template for the best one she could craft. Izuku nodded, aware that he was ready for the next step. Although he felt a twinge of fear about leaving his parents, he recalled a conversation he had when he turned 18. His father had encouraged him, stating that he could enter university and train to become a hero whenever he felt ready. Izuku expressed his uncertainty about making a decision right away, worried about leaving his family. His father reassured him that he could take his time, but the question remained about which school he would choose. Izuku was unsure, but he appreciated his father's support during his training, recognizing how much he had helped him progress. His father offered to continue assisting him throughout university, but there was a catch: he wouldn't be able to be actively involved in many universities. With his abilities alone, Izuku could succeed in almost any school. However, his personality might pose some challenges. Yet, with his position as Toshinori's son, all schools were open to him. Toshinori explained that if Izuku wanted him to play an active role in his training more frequently, the only option was to enter Nezu's university. Izuku looked puzzled, wondering why he would not want to attend. He expressed his gratitude for Nezu's help and stated his eagerness to join 𝐼𝐴, despite the school's tarnished reputation following Nezu's departure from UA. He declared that he no longer cared about others' opinions and respected Nezu, wanting to be part of his university. Toshinori felt pleased to hear this. Melissa began brainstorming ideas for Izuku's hero gear, excitedly suggesting various enhancements. She considered alloying metals for strength, reinforcing parts, and creating hero gadgets like a grappling hook for difficult situations. She also thought about a restraining system and a taser effect for combat. As she continued to ramble, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 intervened, reminding her that Izuku still needed to be able to walk and not have an arm overloaded with random abilities. Nezu greeted Miss 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐿, who sat in front of him with her daughter, 𝐼𝐻𝐿. The well-dressed animal principal welcomed them and acknowledged 𝐼𝐻𝐿's interest in becoming a hero at 𝐼𝐴. He noted that his reputation was not the best and asked why they chose his school. Both women felt slightly awkward discussing the topic, but Nezu reassured them that it was not necessary to elaborate. He explained that, due to limited funds, they did not have a grand entrance exam like other schools, but he believed they had something more effective. Nezu presented a scenario for 𝐼𝐻𝐿's test: a child crying 2 meters in front of her and a villain charging from 10 meters away. He asked for her course of action. 𝐼𝐻𝐿 thought quickly, deciding to check on the child while keeping the villain at bay. Nezu smiled as he noted her response and expressed his eagerness to see her at the start of the year. 𝐼𝐻𝐿 was thrilled, jumping in her seat at the news of her acceptance. When Rei and Fuyumi entered, Nezu was surprised to see a Todoroki interested in his school. Fuyumi explained that it was the only school her husband had accepted. Nezu acknowledged her daughter's qualifications for schools like UA but posed the same scenario to Fuyumi. She took a moment to think before responding that she would create a wall of ice around the child and then move to freeze the villain while ensuring the child's safety. Nezu noted her answer and looked forward to seeing her at the start of the year. Mina Ishido entered next, apologizing for her parents' absence due to work. Nezu welcomed her and noted her grades, asking about her improvement. Mina sheepishly admitted that she had previously focused on her dream of becoming a famous internet dancer, skipping school until a villain encounter inspired her to pursue heroism. Nezu asked her the same scenario question, and Mina confidently stated she would prioritize the child's safety over fighting, acknowledging her own limitations. Nezu wrote down her response and expressed his excitement to see her when the year began. Mina celebrated her acceptance, momentarily forgetting her surroundings before apologizing, which Nezu found endearing. Denki Kaminari entered next, greeting Nezu casually. He was a typical student, dressed in a white shirt with a lightning bolt and black jeans, his spiky yellow hair giving him a laid-back appearance. A wave of dark energy surged at the front. Kaminari felt a knot of worry in his stomach about his grades. He had never been particularly academically inclined and found it hard to sit still during the long, tedious lectures. Nezu, the principal, reassured him that many students struggled with their grades. While they aimed for passing marks, some exceptions could be made. Nezu then posed a question to Kaminari, who thought for a moment before responding that he would jump in to confront a villain, even if it meant risking his own safety to protect others. Nezu acknowledged his perspective and noted it down, expressing hope to see him on the first day. Denki was elated as he left the office, finally feeling like he was on the path to becoming a hero after having been turned away from 7 other hero schools. He felt a sense of relief that this was his last chance. Kirishima entered next, his spiky red hair and tank top showcasing his determination. He carried a large bottle in one arm and a bag slung over his shoulder. He expressed his longing to become the strongest hero, and Nezu respected his ambition but also wanted to understand why his grades were lacking. Kirishima admitted that while he excelled in physical challenges, he struggled with academics. Nezu assured him that they would find a suitable learning method to help him improve. When Nezu asked how he would handle a scenario involving a child in danger, Kirishima confidently stated that he would step in and endure the challenge. Nezu found his response commendable and welcomed him to the school. Minoru Mineta then entered, dressed in a neat suit and standing at a similar height to Nezu. Despite his impressive quirk and grades, Nezu expressed concern over multiple reports of Mineta's past behavior. Mineta acknowledged his mistakes as a teenager but insisted he had changed. Nezu presented a hypothetical situation involving a child with an injury, and Mineta outlined a plan to use his quirk to distract the villain while ensuring the child's safety. Next, a young woman in leather attire walked in. She explained that she was following a friend who had been invited to the school. Nezu recognized her friend's name and welcomed her, asking how she would handle a villain. She admitted that she wasn't much of a fighter but would try to save the child. Nezu probed further, and she expressed her distrust of villains, emphasizing the importance of having a support item or skills to protect herself and others. Nezu smiled at her thoughtful answer and welcomed her to the school. Mitsuki Bakugo entered next, her ashen hair spiked and a bored expression on her face. She expressed her disdain for her brother at UA, vowing to surpass him as the #1 hero. Nezu chuckled at her colorful language but reassured her that they had dealt with similar personalities before. When he asked how she would handle a villain, she confidently declared that she would take decisive action to protect the child. Nezu welcomed her, and she expressed her gratitude. Finally, Yui Kodai entered, her demeanor calm and composed. She sat quietly and presented a paper to Nezu. He acknowledged her SBMSN with appreciation, recognizing her quiet strength and determination. Nezu reviewed the grades and comments from Yui's teachers over the years. He noted that she was described as a rather silent person, someone who spoke only when spoken to and otherwise remained quiet. He asked if this was an accurate assessment, to which Yui nodded in agreement. When he inquired if there was a reason for her silence, she simply shook her head. Nezu acknowledged that while it was not a problem, it was important for her to communicate when necessary. Yui understood the responsibilities of being a hero and was prepared to step out of her comfort zone to help others. Before making his final decision, Nezu posed another question. Yui explained that if she had something in her pocket, she would use it to incapacitate a villain and ensure the child's safety. Nezu was impressed and asked what she would do if she had nothing at all. Yui confidently listed small rocks, dirt, or even parts of herself if absolutely necessary. Nezu admired her resourcefulness and expressed his hope to see her on her first day at 𝐿𝐴. Meanwhile, Nezu greeted Hitoshi Shinso, who had just woken up. Hitoshi mentioned that his quirk was mentally draining, and he had been training with his family, which left him tired. Nezu noted that Hitoshi's school had not been pleased with his napping during class, particularly his math teacher. Hitoshi acknowledged that he often faced complaints, but Nezu reassured him that with his useful quirk and keen intellect, any school would be fortunate to have him. Nezu repeated his earlier question, and Hitoshi responded that he would taunt the villain, exploiting their ego to force them to kneel while waiting for backup. Nezu recognized the effectiveness of Hitoshi's strategy and welcomed him to 𝐿𝐴 University. Next, Nezu addressed Miss Pony, who greeted him enthusiastically. She confirmed that she was American and was pleased to find that Nezu spoke English. Pony, with her long blonde hair and unique animal-like features, expressed her longing to learn at 𝐿𝐴, especially under the mentorship of someone who had trained All Might. Nezu acknowledged her dream and asked her a question. Pony confidently explained that she would use her horn rockets to rescue the child and distract the villain. Nezu welcomed her warmly. 𝐼𝐵RA Shiosaki entered the room, dressed in a simple green dress. Nezu recognized her name and asked about the red marks on her record, which seemed unusual given her grades. 𝐼𝐵RA shared her past struggles, including the loss of her parents, and how she found strength and guidance through her faith. Nezu understood that people could change over time and that youthful mistakes should not define them forever. He asked her how she would handle a situation involving a child in danger. 𝐼𝐵𝐸 expressed her intention to create a protective wall using her quirk, believing it was a holy duty to use their powers for good. Nezu nodded, accepting her beliefs, and looked forward to seeing her on the first day at UA. Finally, Nezu greeted Miss Yanagi, who entered the room. He noted the time and apologized for the previous interview running long. Reiko expressed her longing to attend 𝐿𝐵𝐸, highlighting her high average grades and the versatility of her quirk. Nezu appreciated her straightforwardness and asked her how she would respond in a critical situation. Reiko explained that she would use her quirk to remove the child from danger and then utilize her surroundings to strike at the villain's joints, effectively neutralizing the threat. Nezu was impressed by her tactical thinking and welcomed her to 𝐿𝐵𝐸. Nezu welcomed Reiko into the 𝐿𝐵𝐸, acknowledging her presence with a nod. He explained that this was the entrance exam, to which she responded with a hint of embarrassment, realizing she should be more composed. Setsuna, who had been leaning back, adjusted her posture. Dressed in an old gray Dino Park shirt, blue jeans, and brown boots, she playfully mentioned her ability to behave heroically while still enjoying herself. Nezu appreciated her spirit, sharing that he believed in both action and fun. As Nezu reviewed her grades, he noticed a peculiar pattern: absolute failures in some subjects and perfect scores in others, never in the same class. When he inquired about her grades, she explained that studying often yielded little for her, but sometimes her parents would offer her incentives. Nezu chuckled, understanding her situation. He then asked her how she would handle a confrontation with a villain, to which she confidently described a swift and effective response. Nezu pondered the potential of young Izuku and how his presence would elevate 𝐿𝐵𝐸's reputation, especially being the son of All Might. He was curious about Izuku's growth and awaited his arrival. When a knock echoed in the room, Nezu welcomed the newcomer, blinking in surprise at the sight of a tall young man who reminded him of a leaner All Might. Izuku greeted Nezu, who expressed astonishment at how much he had changed. He decided to bring in Chiyo, knowing she would be shocked. As Chiyo entered without knocking, she initially scolded Izuku before realizing who he had become. Her surprise was palpable as she marveled at his growth. Nezu informed Izuku that he was willing to accept him into 𝐿𝐵𝐸, but first, he needed to ask a crucial question. Izuku, having been warned by his parents to be honest, listened carefully. When the question was posed, he thoughtfully considered his response, explaining his strategy to assess a villain's intentions and prioritize the safety of a child in danger. Nezu welcomed Izuku to 𝐿𝐵𝐸, and as he stepped out of his room, he was greeted by his mother, 𝐼𝐼𝐬, who rushed forward to admire her son. She playfully squeezed his cheeks, while Kathleen and Toshinori shared a laugh. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 asked if he was ready for the day, and Izuku admitted to feeling a bit nervous about meeting so many new people but promised to do his best. Toshinori reassured him that everyone would be kind, as Nezu ensured a respectful environment. Izuku preferred to take the subway to avoid the media frenzy surrounding All Might's return. He had experienced the overwhelming attention in America, where news outlets clamored for stories about him. Grateful that most of the photos taken of him were from before his transformation, he felt a sense of relief. As they prepared to leave, Kathleen offered to accompany him for a bit before her shift. Izuku double-checked his belongings, opening his inventory to confirm he had everything he needed for school. He reviewed his school supplies, heroism items, and personal items, ensuring he was well-equipped for his new journey. The subway ride was quick, filled with light-hearted banter. When they reached their destination, Kathleen bid him farewell, and Izuku waved back, slightly puzzled by her affectionate nickname for him. The rest of his journey was spent in quiet contemplation as he anticipated the day ahead. Izuku calmly inspected the flow of students coming and going. When his stop arrived, he stepped off the bus. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a girl in a similar outfit, though she appeared older. Her long periwinkle hair flowed behind her as she skipped ahead, likely joining friends on their way to school far earlier than necessary. Izuku preferred to arrive on time, waiting rather than being the last one and feeling the weight of everyone's gaze. As he approached the 𝐿𝐵𝐸 gate, he spotted some heroes standing off to the side, likely scouting for early arrivals, but they were soon called away. Izuku settled on the ground, pulling out a small wooden chair he used in his room. Unbeknownst to him, Nezu was the one who had summoned the heroes. Nezu greeted everyone, thanking them for arriving a bit earlier than usual. One of the teachers, Hizashi, expressed curiosity about the meeting, mentioning he had been preparing for the introduction outside. Nezu placed a piece of paper on the table, capturing everyone's attention. He introduced Izuku Yagi, the son of All Might, and the room buzzed with surprise. One of the young women commented on Izuku's looks, but Nezu quickly urged everyone to refrain from such remarks, emphasizing that he would not betray the boy's trust. He explained that Izuku had faced many hardships and requested that they involve him as little as possible for now. Aizawa, who had been resting under the table, questioned why Izuku should be exempt from participation, but Nezu firmly stated that he would not allow anyone to put the boy in uncomfortable situations. Recovery Girl added her support, warning that any mistreatment would lead to consequences. Mike assured everyone that he would not pressure Izuku. Nezu mentioned that once Izuku felt more comfortable, they could share some of his stories. Tashinori, All Might, then spoke up, revealing that Izuku was not their biological son but had been found at age 14 in dire circumstances. The scene shifted to a group of teens who stumbled upon Izuku in a dumpster, covered in dirt. They mocked him, throwing water into the dumpster and causing him distress. As they continued their cruel antics, one of them heated the container, making it unbearable for Izuku. The situation left the teachers feeling sickened by the cruelty displayed. All Might reminded everyone that this was just one example of the harshness Izuku had endured. The group was left in shock, unable to fully comprehend the boy's past. After nearly an hour, it was time for the introduction meeting. Izuku entered first, taking a seat at the back, observing the stream of unfamiliar students. As the teachers approached the stage, he recognized some of them. Nezu welcomed everyone to 𝐼𝐴 Academy, standing confidently with a microphone. He highlighted the unique situation of having 2 full classes in the Hero course and General Studies, along with a support course. He emphasized their mission to cultivate the best heroes over the next 3 years, encouraging students to report any behavior they deemed cruel or out of line. As the introductions began, Aizawa stepped forward, introducing himself as the hero Eraserhead and explaining his role in teaching the theoretical aspects of heroics, as well as being the homeroom teacher for the Hero course. His appearance was striking, dressed in dark clothing that matched his serious demeanor. His hair was a complete mess, and he looked like he hadn't slept, yet somehow appeared energized at the same time. Next up was someone he recognized. Present Mike, the one and only, introduced himself as both an awesome hero and a radio host, with a side gig as the greatest DJ to ever study at 𝐼𝐴. A feminine voice chimed in from behind the curtain, adding to the excitement and prompting laughter from the students and teachers. Present Mike confidently declared that he would teach English and Japanese while also serving as the homeroom teacher for the General Studies and Support course. He stood smirking, his blonde hair styled back and up, resembling a banana. Dressed in simple leather rocker breathes and a trendy jacket over a cool shirt, he playfully gestured with finger guns as he left the stage. Next was a woman with long purple hair that cascaded down her back. She wore large leather boots that clicked on the wooden floor as she walked with confidence. Her skin-tight bodysuit, a salon pink color, accentuated her figure. Introducing herself as Namuri Kiyama, also known as Mistress Midnight, she greeted the students with charm, making a few blush at her presence. She would teach art history and its significance in heroics and costumes, encouraging students to approach her anytime. Following her was another woman, Lady Nagant, who appeared more subdued. With a mix of pink and purple hair, she wore a purple dress with a utility belt and introduced herself as the instructor for ranged combat, explaining both how to execute it and how to defend against it. The next woman stood out with her fluffy white ears and a small tail. Her tan skin was visible in a leotard adorned with a soft fluffy collar and purple highlights, showcasing her strong legs. Mirko introduced herself as the close combat teacher, her intense gaze commanding attention. Then came Ryuko Tatsuma, dressed in a dark red 𝐒𝐿 with pale green highlights and a striking yellow rim. Her headgear featured metal dragon claws and black wings, giving her a fierce appearance. She introduced herself as the math teacher, inviting students to call her by her hero name, Ryukyu. As the introductions continued, Nezu announced the practical part of hero training, and a hush fell over the room. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through, and the students were awestruck as All Might appeared, standing proud with his signature smile. His voice resonated with strength as he greeted the young hero students, reminding them of his legendary status. He would teach heroics but emphasized that he couldn't do it alone, introducing 2 more instructors to assist him. On his left stood Kathleen, known as 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬, in her hero gear that showcased her powerful physique. On his right was 𝐒𝐮𝐬, All Might's wife, dressed in a light green bodysuit. Together, they expressed their commitment to training the students to the best of their abilities. With all the teachers introduced, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 stepped forward to guide the hero course students to their classroom. He walked calmly, not waiting for them to follow, yet all 20 students eagerly jumped up and trailed behind, continuing their small talk from the introductions. As 𝐼𝐻𝐬 walked, he observed the budding personalities of the students, pleased to see them shine through. Though he didn't appear flashy, he remained true to himself, which he believed was crucial for being a hero. He had witnessed many heroes, both during his time as a hero and as a student, and understood the importance of authenticity in their roles. It always caused a tear in both lives and the downfall of their careers. This was why 𝐼𝐻𝐬 appreciated the fact that he could see each of them standing firm in their personalities. The spiky red-haired boy was passionately declaring his manliness, while the gothic girl wandered around with a large teddy bear. Each remained true to themselves, even when many would try to put their best foot forward. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 took a seat at his desk and addressed the class, stating that he didn't care where they sat, only that they should sit quietly while he spoke. The class quickly nodded in understanding as they began to enter the room. Each horizontal row had 4 seats, with 5 rows in total. Most of the class struggled to find their seats, but Izuku knew exactly where to go. He walked to the back and took the corner seat, with his left side facing the window and his right side toward the class. A voice broke the silence as someone sat next to him, a fair bit taller. The newcomer introduced himself as Yamato. Izuku, still a bit apprehensive about new people, responded with a plain face. However, he felt more confident now that he was capable of protecting himself. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 glanced at the class chart, which contained pictures and names of his students. He had received it a week ago but hadn't found the need to look at it until now. In the first row, Ochako Uraraka sat behind Ejiro Kirishima, with Kyoka Jiro behind him and Mina Ashido taking the seat behind Kirishima and in front of Izuku. In the second row, Yuta Figerland sat up front next to Ochako, with Yui Kodai behind her, offering a small greeting to those nearby. Perona Mihawk sat behind Yui, immediately engaging in conversation with Kyoka, as they appeared to be old friends. Behind Perona and in front of Yamato was 𝐼𝐻𝐬 Shiosaki. In the third row, Fuyumi Todoroki sat in front, a name 𝐼𝐻𝐬 recognized from Endeavor. He found it curious to have his daughter here. Behind Fuyumi was Mitsuki Bakugo, followed by Itsuka Kendo, who was thoughtful enough to ask the woman behind her if her ponytail was obstructing the view of the board. The woman behind her was Reiko Yanagi, and the row concluded with Minor Mineta, the smallest in the class. In the final row, Sakura Haruno occupied the front seat, with Pony Tsunatori behind her. Denki Kaminari sat behind Pony, nibbling on a phone charger connected to his device. Hitoshi Shinso, already asleep in Denki's arms, bore a striking resemblance to 𝐼𝐻𝐬, who felt a sense of paternal connection. The last student in the class was Setsuna Tokichi. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 announced that he would go through each student, asking them to state their name, quirk, and a hobby. He introduced himself as Shota 𝐼𝐻𝐬, explaining that his quirk was 𝐒𝐻𝐬, which allowed him to temporarily stop the quirks of others. He mentioned that his hobby was sleeping. The class nodded in acknowledgement. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 instructed them to introduce themselves in a snake-like order, starting from Uraraka and moving to Haruno, then back up to Miss Tsunatori. Ochako was the first to speak, introducing herself and explaining her quirk, zero gravity, which allowed her to make objects float using pads on her fingers. She shared that she enjoyed space as a hobby. Yuta followed, introducing herself and describing her quirk, voice control, which enabled her to influence those who heard her sing, albeit with limitations. She expressed her love for singing as her hobby. Fuyumi introduced herself next, sharing that her quirk, ice, allowed her to create and control ice from her body, and that she enjoyed cooking and watching soap operas. Sakura then introduced herself, explaining her quirk, chakra, which provided her with internal energy for healing and fighting, although she preferred the former. Her hobbies included learning about medical topics and playing volleyball. Pony introduced herself with enthusiasm, explaining her quirk, horn rockets, which allowed her to detach and control the horns on her head. She shared her love for guns, stemming from her time in America. Mitsuki Bakugo introduced himself next, sharing that his quirk, Finger Blast, allowed him to create explosions from his fingers. Mina chimed in with a playful comment about her own ability to Finger Blast, which elicited a groan from Mitsuki. She then mentioned her hobby of clothing design, piquing Perona's interest. Yui Kodai introduced herself, stating her quirk allowed her to alter the size of objects, and that she enjoyed reading. Ejiro Kirishima energetically introduced himself, proudly declaring his quirk, hardening, which made him as tough as a rock. His exuberance caused some laughter among the class. Kyoka Jiro introduced herself next, explaining her quirk, earphone jack, which allowed her to listen to vibrations in her surroundings. She shared her love for music as her hobby. Perona introduced herself, explaining her quirk, hollow, and the class continued to share their quirks and hobbies, each revealing a little more about themselves as they settled into their new environment. She demonstrated her ability by conjuring 3 cute little ghosts from the palm of her hand, watching them flutter around the room. She explained that while they could do all sorts of things, they made anyone they touched feel incredibly sad. This revelation surprised most of the class, but as she made the ghosts disappear, they moved on. With a cheerful demeanor, she shared her passion for clothing and her aspiration to become a clothing designer. Itsuka Kendo introduced herself next, mentioning her quirk, Big Fist, which allowed her to grow her hands in size. The larger they became, the stronger she felt. She expressed her hobbies, which included fixing motorcycles and practicing martial arts, and hoped they would all get along. Denki Kaminari then introduced himself, playfully noting that he was single and ready to mingle, which earned him a reprimand from Aizawa. He explained that his quirk was electricity, allowing him to generate power that he could release, although it sometimes made him feel a bit foolish. He also shared that he enjoyed gaming. Hitoshi Shinso kept his introduction brief, simply stating his quirk involved mind control and sleep before resting his head on his desk. Reiko Yanagi followed, describing her quirk, Poltergeist, which enabled her to control objects with telekinetic powers, limited to the weight of a person. She mentioned her love for horror stories in both movie and book forms. Ibara Shiosaki greeted everyone, explaining her quirk, Vine, which allowed her to use her hair for good and justice. She enjoyed volunteering at shelters and reading the Bible. Mina Ishido introduced herself next, humorously clarifying that her quirk, Acid, was not related to drags. She could create an acid slime that could sting or melt, and she noted that it turned her pink. Dancing was her favorite hobby. Izuku Yagi introduced himself, sharing that his quirk was called the System, which functioned like a game system. He enjoyed learning about quirks and spending time with his family. Despite wanting to keep the focus on himself, his uniqueness intrigued his classmates. Yamato Kazuki greeted the class, explaining her quirk, Gray Wolf, which allowed her to transform into a wolf hybrid. She shared her love for baseball and old stories, eliciting a laugh from Setsuna Tokage, who joked about her height. Setsuna introduced her own quirk, Lizard Tail, which enabled her to detach and control her body parts. She proudly declared her passion for dinosaurs. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Aizawa began explaining the school rules and promised to show them their dorm rooms. Present Mike chimed in with an enthusiastic story, leaving the class both confused and amazed. Fuyumi raised her hand, inquiring about the lessons. After Aizawa explained his teaching methods, other teachers joined, including All Might, Star and Stripe, and Telegreen. Present Mike excitedly outlined the lesson structure, emphasizing that they would focus on chapters every 2 weeks, culminating in a non-graded exam that could take the form of a fun game or a multiple-choice test. He assured the students that they would be informed about the exams a month in advance. As the excitement in the room grew, Izuku maintained a simple smile, while the others eagerly awaited the next teacher. Suddenly, All Might and Star made a dramatic entrance through the window, causing the class to scream in surprise. All Might struck a pose, exclaiming their arrival, and the students cheered with joy at meeting the greatest hero. Star greeted the students warmly, assuring them they would take care of their hero training needs. 𝐒𝐮𝐬, who was known for her kind teaching style, prepared to guide them through their lessons alongside All Might and Kathleen, who would inspire them with their own experiences. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that all exams would be physical, covering various categories such as offense, defense, recon, rescue, and support. She asked if everyone understood, and some students nodded in acknowledgement. Achiko asked for clarification on what each category entailed, prompting 𝐒𝐮𝐬 to explain that offense focused on heroes who primarily engaged in combat, representing the most powerful heroes who confronted villains directly. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained the different types of heroes, mentioning individuals like 𝐒𝐮𝐷 and 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐿. Defensive heroes focus on protecting others, taking on the pain so that nobody else has to suffer. Kirishima, filled with excitement, jumped up and exclaimed about 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷, a well-known defense hero. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 acknowledged his enthusiasm but gently reminded him to remain seated. She continued, explaining that recon heroes scout ahead, researching villains and their hideouts, laying the groundwork for others to shine. Heroes like 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 fit into this category. Next, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 described rescue heroes, who focus on saving civilians, ensuring that offensive heroes can fight at full power. This group includes heroes like 𝐻13 and Best Jeanist. Finally, she mentioned support heroes, who assist others by applying buffs or helping in various ways, including herself and Star from time to time. Kathleen, who had a playful demeanor, smirked at the mention of a more impressive hero, leaving the students puzzled, except for the heroes and Izuku. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 concluded her explanation, stating that the upcoming test would revolve around one of these hero types, whether it involved defeating a villain or rescuing someone in danger. The group nodded, eager for the challenge ahead. All Might then laughed heartily, announcing that their journey as heroes had begun before he and Star jumped out the window, leaving 𝐒𝐮𝐬 to exit normally. A moment later, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 entered, confirming that everything had gone smoothly with the teachers and instructing the students to follow him to the dorms. As they walked, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 explained that their belongings had been brought over and were in the common area. The group hurried to keep up with him. They soon arrived at what resembled an apartment building. Setsuna, slightly confused, asked about the building, prompting 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to explain that Nezu had won the land in a game and built it himself. They entered through a large door into a small room with an elevator and some chairs. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 pointed out the entrance, describing the shared kitchen stocked with vegetables and meat. When 𝐼𝐻𝐬 inquired about tofu, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 assured her that it would be available for those who didn't eat meat, along with plenty of fish. He reflected on how Nezu managed the place, humorously noting that it felt like a playground for him. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 then described the common room, which featured a TV, couches, and gaming consoles. The students' rooms were essentially apartments, complete with a shower, living room, kitchen, and bedroom. He reminded them to behave, as there were no strict rules against personal choices, and he was there as their teacher, not a parent. After bidding them farewell, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 left the students with a pile of boxes. They began sorting through them, with most already familiar with their belongings. Izuku, however, seemed lost. Kirishima encouraged him to find his stuff, but Izuku simply shook his head. Suddenly, a box appeared out of thin air, causing Mina to scream in surprise. Izuku calmly explained that he stored them using his quirk and decided to take a room at the top, earning thumbs up from his classmates. As Izuku left, the others began discussing him. Mina remarked on his quirks, while 𝐾𝐞𝐭 suggested he was likely just shy, recalling her own experience of feeling nervous in new situations. The group laughed, with Mina joking about Izuku's looks. Eventually, they all settled into their rooms, with most close to the bottom and Izuku on the outskirts. By the time the others had chosen their rooms, Izuku had already decorated his, hanging posters and organizing his notes and books. While cleaning, he heard a knock at the balcony. Kathleen had flown up and wanted to come in. She expressed surprise at his new role as a teacher, recalling his shocked reaction when Nezu had offered the position. Izuku thanked her, appreciating the time spent with friends. 𝐾𝐿 playfully warned him not to get sentimental, and they shared a brief hug before she suggested they play some video games. Izuku agreed, setting up the game system as they prepared for a friendly competition. They always chose the same weapons when they faced off against each other. Izuku preferred the AK for its damage and speed, while 𝐾𝐿 opted for a DMR with a 10x zoom. As in every match they had ever played, 𝐾𝐿 struggled immensely. She had little skill when it came to handling a controller. It seemed she fluctuated between extreme sensitivity settings. With a triumphant shout, 𝐾𝐿 declared her victory, despite the scoreboard showing a stark contrast. Izuku had 19 kills, while 𝐾𝐿 had only 1. Her lone kill came when she leaped from the highest point, spinning as she fired her rounds into the air, and one of them accidentally hit Izuku. To her, this meant she was the greatest player around. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. Apologizing, she joked about the 𝐒𝐻 clan calling her, just as a knock echoed from the door. Denki, from the room below, called out, concerned about the commotion. Izuku explained that a friend had dropped by, and Denki, assuming he had interrupted something private, wished him well. 𝐾𝐿 returned, announcing that she had to leave for a hero whose wife was going into 𝐿BR. With a playful smile, she winked and blew him a kiss before flying out. Izuku rolled over in his bed, waking up in the dim light of his room. His mind was still sluggish as he wondered about the sound he had heard. When he pressed the small exclamation mark that had appeared, a window popped up, revealing that he had reached a heroic milestone and entered the hero course. He received rewards including gold, system points, and experience, along with the initiation of quest lines. Curious, Izuku opened the quest tab and saw 3 categories: daily, hero, and social. He clicked on the hero tab, only to find that the next quest would be revealed in 2 weeks. He recalled something significant was happening then but couldn't quite grasp it. Looking at the social quests, he noted a long list of names, realizing he needed to befriend them. Determined, Izuku clicked on one of the names, discovering that the first quest was to establish friendly relations. He was willing to put in the effort but knew he needed time to get comfortable with them. Checking his daily quests, he noticed they had changed, now requiring various physical activities and social interactions. Feeling slightly annoyed that his quirk was pushing him to connect with others, he decided to get some more sleep, knowing he would need to focus on his training and responsibilities as a hero. When morning arrived, Izuku woke up at his usual time of 5 a.m. He sat up, tested his metallic limbs, and prepared for the day ahead. After a quick shower and brushing his teeth, he dressed in warm clothes and headed out for his 10-mile jog. As he ran, he noticed some heroes patrolling nearby, which puzzled him. Upon returning to the dorms, he assumed no one else would be awake, but to his surprise, he found Shinso and Yanagi preparing for their own run. Unsure of how to initiate a conversation, he greeted them but quickly retreated to his room, wishing he had someone like Melissa or Yaoyorozu to help break the ice. In his living room, Izuku dropped to the floor to complete his push-ups. He easily finished all 100, reflecting on how both Inko and Toshinori had closely monitored his progress. Unlike Toshinori, whose growth had plateaued over time, Izuku seemed to have no limits. Each time they pushed him, his body adapted, allowing for continuous improvement. From his push-up position, he counted to 120 to complete his daily requirement, determined to keep progressing. Dropping onto the floor, slightly tired, Izuku knew he needed to complete the rest of his workout. It was better to finish his tasks early to avoid worrying about them later. Rolling over to lie on his back, he positioned his legs at a 45-degree angle and crossed his arms over his chest, starting his sit-ups. He easily completed the 100 required for his quest. Next, he moved on to the squats. Standing up, Izuku dipped low, going as low as he could while maintaining a straight back, before pushing himself back up. He repeated this a total of 100 times, completing all but one of his quests. Now, he could clean himself up. Walking toward his kitchen, Izuku pulled out some appliances from his inventory to save space. He placed down an air fryer and a rice cooker. Going into his inventory again, he remembered that while food lasted long inside a fridge or freezer, it was preserved indefinitely in his inventory, something he wished he had known when he was living on the street. Grabbing a cup of rice, he neatly placed it in a bag thanks to 𝐒𝐮𝐬, filled it with the correct amount of water, and added a couple of sausages to the air fryer, along with some broccoli, before turning it on. This gave him enough time to take a shower. Setting the air fryer for 10 minutes, he stepped out of the shower, still wet, when he heard the beep. Walking into the kitchen, he was surprised to see 𝐒𝐿 had let herself in and was turning the air fryer on again for him. He stood there, momentarily shocked, unsure how to react. 𝐒𝐿's cheeks turned red. While she had seen him without a shirt and in his underwear before, this was the first time she had seen him completely naked. She had grown accustomed to the many scars that covered his body, which only added to his appeal, but now, seeing him in all his glory, he looked like a hunk. Apologizing, 𝐒𝐿 spun around, trying to shake off her embarrassment. As she looked back at the air fryer basket, she noticed the sausages and blurted out a comment that surprised even her. Realizing her slip, she quickly decided to leave, dashing away as fast as she could to calm her mind. She had intended to tease Izuku as a joke, but for the first time, things had gotten serious. Had she unknowingly developed feelings for him? She slapped herself in the face, trying to convince herself that she wasn't falling for him. In the mirror, she practiced her denial, only to squeal when she heard 𝐒𝐮𝐬 behind her. 𝐒𝐮𝐬, sensing something was off, asked about who 𝐒𝐿 was falling for. Stammering, 𝐒𝐿 tried to cover up her feelings, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬 saw right through her. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 teased her, suggesting that it was Izuku, and 𝐒𝐿 had to lie, knowing that if she asked Izuku, he would reveal what had happened that morning. Meanwhile, Izuku had offered to accompany Melissa to help her pick out a new tool set for his leg. As they stood in front of a small puddle, he instinctively lifted her up, pressing his real arm against her back. Melissa's face turned bright red as she wrapped her arms around his neck, feeling her stomach flutter as she gazed into his soft yet powerful eyes. Lost in the moment, she was snapped back to reality when Izuku pointed out that the floor wasn't wet anymore. 𝐒𝐮𝐬, observing everything, knew the truth but decided to have a little fun with 𝐒𝐿. She playfully interrogated her about her crush, suggesting it might be Izuku, which left 𝐒𝐿 shaken. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 could see the glint of hope in 𝐒𝐿's eyes and teased her further, suggesting a date with Aizawa, which 𝐒𝐿 had no interest in. Her type was someone more silent yet powerful, with messy white hair. She smacked herself in the face to get thoughts of Izuku out of her mind. 𝐒𝐿 expressed her gratitude, having just gone on a date that didn't work out. 𝐮𝐬 mentioned she needed to get ready for class as she walked toward the bathroom where Toshi stood listening. Toshi tried to bring up Aizawa, but 𝐮𝐬 interrupted, revealing that she was aware of Aizawa's orientation and that he had a preference for people like her, while he didn't seem to like Toshi. Toshi was confused, questioning why Aizawa would offer to set up a date. 𝐮𝐬 explained that she found 𝐒𝐿's feelings obvious and wanted to enjoy the situation. Izuku sat in the common room, waiting for someone capable of carrying on a conversation. His earlier discussions with Hitoshi and Reiko hadn't helped him at all. Thankfully, 𝐒𝐿 had given him one conversation out of the 5 he needed. Fuyumi entered, noticed Izuku, and approached him. She greeted him, and he asked if he could inquire about something that had been on his mind since she introduced herself. Fuyumi explained that her father didn't allow her to use his last name. Izuku then asked if she was worried about how others would treat her once they learned about her family. She responded that she didn't care what others thought. Curious about their conversation, Izuku mentioned that it was unusual for them to talk this long. He attributed it to his quirk. More students entered and overheard them. Kyoka chimed in, recalling that she wanted to ask about his quirk, which he described as a game system that provided him with daily quests, including physical exercises. The class was in awe of how unique his quirk was. Kirishima expressed excitement about it, offering to help Izuku whenever he needed it. Izuku was surprised by the offer, as he was used to receiving help from others like 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐮𝐬, but Kirishima was one of the first his age to offer assistance without hesitation. As more students entered the common room, Kaminari approached Izuku, apologizing for interrupting his time with a girl the previous night. Izuku brushed it off, explaining that they had finished their conversation. He mentioned they had spent about an hour together, clarifying that Kathleen was just slow at video games. The rest of the morning passed quietly as Izuku completed his daily quest, finishing all 5 conversations just in time for class. He quickly took his seat as his homeroom teacher entered, and he received a new pop-up notification indicating that his social tab had expanded to include various categories. As he explored the new tabs, he smiled at the names listed under the Hero tab, but he would have to investigate that later as Izuku began addressing the class. He explained that today's homeroom would serve as a demonstration of how things would operate moving forward. Izuku encouraged everyone to grab their textbooks and emphasized the importance of completing their subjects. He mentioned that students could swap seats if they were working on different subjects, showing flexibility in their learning environment. Izuku found it unnecessary to require students to show their work in math, believing that in real life, the results were what mattered. He provided them with tips, emphasizing that working hard in class would allow for more free time later. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 raised a question about seeking help from Miss Kayama during class, to which Izuku agreed, as long as the teacher was available. Kirishima was already excited about their upcoming heroics lesson, eagerly anticipating the fun they would have. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 took a seat in the middle of the room, noticing Izuku and contemplating some light teasing regarding Kathleen. Just then they heard a loud boom in the background, and the wind shook the buildings as Toshinori and Kathleen landed, shaking the ground. Kathleen called out to Toshinori, ready to tag him, as they all noticed the students watching. Some students wanted to laugh, while others were still amazed that the number 1 hero stood near them. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 smiled and explained that they had been playing tag, but Toshinori quickly shook his head, not wanting that to be heard by the students. He clarified that they had been perfecting their aerial and ground evasion training, trying to make the game sound more impressive. 𝐼𝐼𝐬, still smiling, announced that with their game of tag over, the lesson could begin. As 𝐼𝐼𝐬 stood up, she called for Kathleen to help. Kathleen grabbed a chair and moved it aside. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 continued, explaining that the first and most important roles for heroes are defensive and offensive. No matter what, a hero must always fight and protect, which would be the focus of their lesson. Kathleen jumped back down with 2 dummies, and 𝐼𝐼𝐬 introduced them as Bob or Bonnie, whichever the students preferred. One team would take Bob and enter a building, tasked with protecting him from villains trying to capture him. The second team would enter the building to rescue Bob from the villains. Kaminari, confused, asked for clarification, and 𝐼𝐼𝐬 explained that both teams would play the roles of heroes and villains, emphasizing that heroes must always be prepared to fight. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 announced that teams would be formed randomly and asked if anyone knew why. Most students were paying attention, but one, Miss Mihawk, admitted she hadn't been focused. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 reminded the class that paying attention is crucial for their journey as heroes, and Toshinori added a loud laugh for encouragement. Another student, Miss Himura, correctly pointed out that randomness reflects real-life situations where heroes cannot always choose their partners. Kathleen then grabbed a bag for team selection. As Izuku approached, he picked a card and soon discovered he was teamed up with 𝐼𝐼𝐬 Uraraka, who expressed hope that they would work well together. Other teams were formed: Mina Ishido with Denki Kaminari, Kirishima with Mineta, Jiro with Itsuka Kendo, Yui Kodai with Ibara Shiosaki, Pony with Setsuna, Reiko with Hitoshi, and Fumi with Mitsuki. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 explained that while the tests were being conducted, the rest of the class would watch from a different building. She announced the matchups, and when Denki realized they had to face the strongest student, he felt apprehensive. Izuku and 𝐼𝐼𝐬 were set to fight Perona and Yuta, and Perona, nervous about her fighting skills, wished them luck. Izuku remained calm, which only heightened Yuta and Perona's anxiety. The final matchups were decided, and 𝐼𝐼𝐬 instructed the teams to prepare. Team Kodai, Ishido, Yagi, Kirishima, and Jiro would be the attacking heroes, while Team Pony, Kazuki, Mihawk, Bakugo, and Yanagi would protect Bob. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 directed Team 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥 to go first, while Team Kodai waited outside for the signal. As the class moved inside, Setsuna expressed confidence in their abilities and Pony, still learning Japanese, was relieved that Setsuna could speak English. They focused on their strategy, barricading the door to prevent the opposing team from entering. After 5 minutes of preparation, they felt proud of their efforts and agreed they should be ready for a fight, just in case. Yui and 𝐼𝐵𝐸 were then allowed to move, and one of them expressed a longing to resolve the situation without violence. The Lord had sent Yui on this path to ensure peace among his kind, not harm. She hummed in response, aware that the fight would be balanced. Each girl was quite similar, with 𝐼𝐵𝐸 being slightly taller than the others. None of them appeared overly fit, though Setsuna was in the best shape. Despite being a gamer, she took care of her appearance, which resulted in a slight showing of abs. However, none of them had any fighting experience. Setsuna made friends more often than she made enemies, and her few adversaries never escalated beyond shouting matches. Pony spent most of her days in her room watching anime, absorbing the message that making peace was preferable to creating enemies. 𝐼𝐵𝐸 was a pacifist. While she would fight for the safety of others, that was never her primary goal. She preferred to detain rather than confront. Yui rarely initiated conversations, let alone fights. Yet, this time, they all had to engage in battle. Yui walked behind 𝐼𝐵𝐸, both believing she was the best choice for the front line. Her hair could be an asset in a combat situation. The two girls took their time clearing the first floor, ensuring there were no sneak attacks. They soon stumbled upon the stairs. Yui suggested they surrender, but she firmly rejected the idea, grabbing the zipper of her PE uniform. She removed the metal piece and placed it down on the stairs, instructing 𝐼𝐵𝐸 to step back. Yui took a few steps back before activating her quirk. The small zipper glowed a light pink before expanding. In an instant, it pressed against a rusty blue barrel, forcing a spot for itself and causing the unstable pile to collapse. 𝐼𝐵𝐸 praised Yui's efforts as she unleashed her vines. The thick green vines crawled forward, coiling around the large chunks of rubble and dragging them out of the way. Yui approached a few pieces, pressing her fingers against the rubble. Surrounded by the light pink glow, the debris shrank to the size of toys, allowing Yui to fill her pockets with an assortment of weapons. When 𝐼𝐵𝐸 asked if she was ready, Yui nodded, and both girls ascended the stairs, immediately confronting their enemies. 𝐼𝐵𝐸 clasped her hands together in prayer, hoping for a peaceful resolution. However, Setsuna had no intention of surrendering in her first test. She felt confident against Yui and 𝐼𝐵𝐸, believing it was a winnable fight. With determination, Setsuna prepared her move, recalling a technique she had seen in a video game. She balled her right hand tightly, leaned back, and threw her shoulder forward while lifting her left foot. As she stomped down, she twisted her hips and launched her hand forward, sending it flying through the air like a fastball aimed directly at Yui. Yui reacted swiftly, ducking down and pulling out a small wooden crate, which she grew to the size of a fridge just in time to block the incoming fist. The force of the blow shattered the crate, and Setsuna felt a sharp pain in her hand as she clutched the spot where her injury occurred, realizing the consequences of her attack. Pony, eager to join the fray, called out her move as she positioned her fingers like horns. She sent them flying toward 𝐼𝐵𝐸, who closed her eyes as her vines sprang into action, forming a protective barrier that absorbed the impact of Pony's attack. Despite Pony's efforts to retrieve her horns, they were ensnared by the vines. Yui seized the moment, reaching into her pocket for another weapon, a slab of concrete. She tossed it toward Setsuna, who was still reeling from her injury. Yui's calm tone distracted Setsuna, causing her to reach out and inadvertently transform the slab into a wall that pinned her down. Although the weight increased, Setsuna began to push against it with determination. Pony, realizing her friend needed help, launched 2 more projectiles at Yui. The horns struck Yui, knocking the air from her lungs and bringing her to her knees. However, this was merely a distraction. Pony soon noticed that 𝐼𝐵𝐸 was no longer where she had been hiding. Before Pony could react, 𝐒𝐮𝐬's voice echoed, announcing that both parties had performed admirably, but 𝐼𝐵𝐸 had successfully captured the civilian. Back at the observation area, the class stood by, having witnessed the efforts of both teams. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 remarked on the quality of the first fight and mentioned they would discuss the outcomes once all 4 returned. Setsuna, however, headed straight for Recovery Girl, her knuckles injured but providing an opportunity for discussion. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 asked the group what Team Kodai had done right and wrong. Fuyumi quickly raised her hand, noting their teamwork and how both parties utilized their abilities effectively, dividing their efforts to secure the civilians. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 nodded in agreement, praising Miss Kodai for her resourcefulness in finding a way up and arming herself with weapons. However, Shiosaki attempted to communicate rather than engage in a fight. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 shook her head, emphasizing that sometimes talking is beneficial as it allows one to learn. Jiro agreed, noting that their lack of communication was a problem. He pointed out that Shiosaki had left without informing her partner, which was dangerous. 𝐼𝐵RA hung her head in shame, feeling the weight of betraying a friend, a serious offense in her eyes that required atonement. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 then turned her attention to the other team, questioning their fighting skills. Kaminari, unsure of their mistakes, expressed his confusion. Izuku clarified that while they would learn from fighting, 𝐾𝐭𝐤 had executed a reckless attack that could have harmed her, and both seemed to rely on the blockade to win without taking action. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 nodded with pride, explaining that while some attacks are inherently harmful, revealing a powerful move too early can be risky. It puts one at a disadvantage, and having a backup plan is essential. As 𝐒𝐮𝐬 sent down the next group, Mina Ishido and Denki Kaminari against Yamato Kazuki and Sakura Haruno, Kaminari expressed his concerns, rubbing his head in frustration, while Mina admitted her fear of fighting. She didn't want to harm anyone. Kaminari acknowledged that he could only attempt to shock one of them, which felt like a gamble. Meanwhile, Yamato and Sakura waited in the building. Yamato asked Sakura why she had apologized earlier, to which Sakura confessed her inability to fight, recalling a past incident where she had nearly caused serious harm. Yamato reassured her, stating that she would handle the fighting while Sakura provided support. With determination, Yamato rolled up her sleeves, showcasing her strength, and Sakura nodded in agreement. As the match began, the tension built quickly. Mina and Kaminari approached, caught off guard by Yamato's readiness. Yamato greeted them with enthusiasm, demonstrating a bit of her fighting style. Kaminari, realizing he needed to act fast, prepared to use his electricity quirk. Yamato, recognizing the threat, sprinted away, her longer legs giving her an advantage. Sakura followed closely behind. Kaminari, feeling a surge of pride for scaring Yamato off, celebrated with Mina, both feeling victorious already. They confidently called out to Yamato, taunting her as they made their way to the third floor, where they found Bob tied up. Kaminari boasted about their perceived victory, but Mina remained cautious, scanning the area. Suddenly, from Kaminari's side, he turned to see Yamato standing ready for action. She adopted a fighting stance, preparing to throw an empty barrel. With a swift motion, she launched the barrel towards Kaminari, who had no time to react. The impact knocked him back, leaving him momentarily stunned on the ground. Yamato, feeling triumphant, approached the fallen Kaminari. With him out of the way, she believed it was now a simple one-on-one against Mina. Sakura joined her, but as Yamato advanced, Kaminari, despite his pain, reached out and used the last of his strength to shock Yamato, causing her to collapse. Now, Mina faced Sakura, who was determined to defend herself. Sakura had trained extensively and was prepared for any challenge. Mina, on the other hand, decided to rely on her instincts, charging forward with a battle cry. As she swung her fists, Sakura easily sidestepped and countered, demonstrating her skill. Mina, undeterred, kept coming back for more. Sakura expertly blocked her attacks, using her agility to gain the upper hand. With a swift move, she executed a shoulder toss, sending Mina to the ground. Instead of retreating, Sakura quickly grabbed Mina again, ready to continue the fight. Bending the arm on her back to force her to surrender, Mina cried out in pain, expressing her defeat. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's voice echoed as she announced the results, declaring Team Haruno the victors. As both teams returned, Denki had regained most of his faculties, and although Yamato still had a slight twitch, they joined the conversation. Setsuna had also returned from the fight and noted its conclusion. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 began the discussion, pointing out the strengths and weaknesses of the attacking team. Many hands shot up in agreement as she criticized their reckless approach, highlighting their lack of a plan and overconfidence. She acknowledged that while some matchups were reasonable, the execution left much to be desired. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬 emphasized the importance of maintaining focus until the mission was complete, especially after a retreat. Kaminari nodded in agreement, recognizing the strategic advantage of the fights. He praised the attacking team's plan but noted that they could have worked better together. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 agreed, stating that retreating had been a smart move for Team 𝐾𝐮𝐦𝐬, allowing them to reassess their strategy. She encouraged them to work as a unit in future encounters. As the anticipation built for the next match, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, Toshi, and Kathleen were eager to see how Izuku would perform. Nezu had also tuned in, excited to witness the unfolding events. Many students were curious about Izuku, having only briefly interacted with him. Now, he was about to showcase his quirk alongside 𝐼𝐼𝐲𝐽. Izuku and 𝐼𝐼𝐲𝐽 stood outside the building, and he inquired about their plan. When she admitted she didn't know how to fight, Izuku decided to take the lead, instructing her to stay back and focus on securing the objective. He recalled the quirks of his opponents, knowing that Perona's ability involved creating small ghosts that affected emotions, while Yuta could manipulate sound. As the signal was given, Izuku remained still, causing confusion among the onlookers. He took a deep breath and, with remarkable speed, struck his palms against his ears, causing a shockwave that left him momentarily deafened. The spectators gasped at his unexpected action, but he pressed forward, seemingly unfazed. Perona attempted to catch him off guard by launching her ghosts, but instead of succumbing to despair, Izuku reached out and seized her by the neck, startling her. He had never been shown mercy in a fight and was determined to assert his demps. With a swift motion, he struck her chin, knocking her out cold. As he dropped her to the floor, the class was left in shock at his decisive action. 𝐼𝐼𝐲𝐽 rushed to check on Perona, relieved to find she had no serious injuries. Izuku then turned his attention to Yuta, who was still singing loudly. Despite the chaos, he followed the subtle cues of his quirk, which allowed him to track her movements. As Yuta's singing escalated into frantic screams, she swung at Izuku, but he sidestepped her attack. With a powerful punch, he struck her down, catching her before she could fall. The class watched in awe, witnessing a display of strategic prowess and raw strength that left them speechless. Lowering Yuta gently to the floor, Izuku stepped over her unconscious form and grabbed Bob. Due to the outcome of their fights, both Mihawk and Figerland had faced continuous defeats. Team Yagi emerged victorious. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 requested that they move towards Star. Izuku rolled Yuta onto her back, lifted her by her leg and arm, and carried her outside in a fireman's carry. Both 𝐼𝐼𝐲𝐽 and Perona awaited their return, with the ghost girl still unconscious as Izuku handed Yuta over. Kathleen quickly rushed away, needing to take them to Recovery Girl to ensure both were fine. Meanwhile, Izuku and 𝐼𝐼𝐲𝐽 made their way back to the viewing room. Kaminari remarked, noting that it seemed there was no holding back for the girls, winking at Yamato while pretending to hold back himself. Izuku looked at him with confusion, pointing out that they were villains in this situation, capable of causing harm. He quickly shifted from joking to serious. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 cleared her throat to get the class's attention, asking if someone could share something they did well and something they could improve upon. Mitsuki expressed her awe, acknowledging how thoroughly Izuku had dominated the fight. She had witnessed her brother's ruthless efficiency before, which often led him to victory against older opponents. However, what she had just seen was pure skill, something she needed to learn if she ever wanted to surpass him. Sakura struggled to find any faults, noting that even during the 2 blows Izuku delivered, they were executed flawlessly. He maintained a slight guard in case of counterattacks and adeptly evaded any potential retaliation. Kirishima raised his hand, recalling a moment during his fight with Mihawk when he had taken a dangerous blow. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 confirmed that being unaware of a quirk's capabilities could make blocking rather than dodging perilous. She praised the overall performance, especially noting that the girls who were absent had a plan that made sense, even if it ultimately did not work. Izuku acknowledged that anyone else would have been defeated, but he had found a way past them and seized the opportunity. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 assured the students that trying their best was more than enough, especially after witnessing Izuku's impressive performance. She didn't want the other students to feel pressured to replicate it and risk injury to themselves or their classmates. Both groups nodded as they prepared for the next match, 𝐒𝐮𝐩𝐃𝐭 Kirishima and Minor Mineta vs Mitsuki Bakugo and Fuyumi Himura. Kirishima and Mineta discussed various strategies. Kirishima suggested that he could harden himself like stone, charge in, and pin the opponents down while Mineta made his move. Mineta corrected himself, realizing he needed to focus on the task at hand. He explained that they might not have the necessary skills to subdue both opponents. Kirishima, initially confused, soon understood the gravity of their situation. He realized that they needed to prepare for the worst. Meanwhile, Mitsuki and Fuyumi stood ready. Mitsuki inquired about Fuyumi's quirk and confirmed that if they were on the same page, they could secure the area. As Mitsuki stepped outside, Fuyumi knelt on the floor, calming herself and preparing to unleash her ice quirk. The ground began to freeze, and soon the entire room was coated in a thick layer of ice, effectively sealing it off from any intruders. As the timer counted down, Mitsuki positioned herself at the door, eager to confront the incoming challengers. Kirishima charged in, declaring their arrival as heroes. Mitsuki responded with determination, ready to defend her position. She aimed her fingers at Kirishima, and though it appeared to be a playful battle, it was about to escalate. Kirishima hardened his body, transforming his soft flesh into a rocky exterior. Mitsuki took this as her cue and unleashed her quirk, firing off explosions in rapid succession. Each blast shook the ground, but Kirishima pressed on, refusing to be easily defeated. Mineta joined the fray, throwing his purple ball in an attempt to assist. Mitsuki, however, was well-trained and had honed her skills at a challenging school. She was determined to prove herself, especially against her brother, and targeted Mineta with precision, sending him rolling back from the force of her explosion. As the battle continued, Mitsuki focused on Kirishima, determined to maintain her advantage. He made ground with 2 hands of explosions, and now with only a single Kirishima, he could cover much more territory. Kirishima swung his left arm through the air with tremendous force, aiming to land a decisive blow. Mitsuki dropped low and executed a move she had developed when she was 6. Instead of using a single finger to create a blast that would reach further, she unleashed a powerful technique that allowed her to strike from a distance. This gave Mitsuki a strong range ability, though it lacked the raw power her brother possessed. Kirishima's explosions, created in the palms of his hands, generated immense force, which was why Mitsuki had devised the 5-finger shotgun. She unleashed simultaneous long-range and short-range blasts from each finger, pressing her hand firmly against Kirishima's chest. In an instant, Kirishima felt the impact rock him back out of the building. He rolled over the floor, exhilarated by the experience. His chest was marked with red, but he stood up again, refusing to back down. Kirishima charged forward once more, while Mitsuki smiled, momentarily forgetting to keep an eye on Mineta, who was sneaking forward despite still feeling the effects of the previous explosion. He muttered to himself about how outmatched he felt. Kirishima began wildly swinging his fists in every direction, hoping to land a miracle shot on the smaller but more agile Mitsuki. Most of the explosions had come from one of Mitsuki's hands, and the 5-finger shotgun had left her fingers aching. She had hoped her previous blow would be enough to take Kirishima out, but the more explosions she unleashed, the more powered up he seemed to become. As Mitsuki began to lose steam, her explosions lost their impact, giving Kirishima the opening he needed. He slammed his hand down on her shoulder, stopping her movement and kicking her off balance. With a series of rapid punches, Mitsuki found herself bruised and stunned as Kirishima pulled back his fist again. Mineta jumped in between them, calling for Kirishima's help. He threw down multiple sticky hairballs onto Mitsuki, trapping her on the floor. Kirishima looked at Mineta, who was struggling with one of his legs frozen. Mineta explained that only Kirishima could break through the ice barrier. Kirishima's face lit up with excitement as he charged up the stairs, yelling at the top of his lungs as he approached the ice wall blocking the doorway. He ran at full speed into the wall, bouncing back but cracking the ice. However, Fuyumi had created a nearly foot-thick layer of ice that Kirishima could not penetrate. Frustrated, he began punching the wall, his rock-hard hands crashing against the icy surface repeatedly, but each blow only chipped away small shards. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃𝐭, observing the scene, announced that the time limit was over, declaring Team 𝐼𝐻𝐬 the winners. She offered to help free Mitsuki, who nodded in agreement. Toshinori burst through the wall, filling Kirishima with a mix of jealousy and admiration as he effortlessly broke through concrete and ice. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 quipped about the design of the wall, causing the class to giggle at the normally imposing All Might's embarrassment. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 then brought the teams back together for a final assessment. She asked who had an answer regarding Team Kirishima's strategy. Itsuka raised her hand and explained that while Kirishima acted as a tank, Mineta had not worked effectively alongside him. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 nodded in acknowledgement. She then asked Team 𝐼𝐻𝐬 what they did well and what they could improve upon. One student suggested that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 could have frozen the area while standing outside, creating a 2-on-2 scenario with a significant advantage. With the final test approaching, 𝐾𝐭𝐲 and Itsuka Kendo prepared to face Hitoshi Shinso and Reiko Yanagi. 𝐾𝐭𝐬 expressed that she would likely take on the fighting role while Itsuka would support her. Itsuka reassured 𝐾𝐭𝐬 that her martial arts training would be sufficient, and they agreed on a straightforward plan to locate their opponents and execute their strategy. Meanwhile, Hitoshi and Yanagi were getting ready, with Hitoshi expressing his need for a better sleep schedule as he settled next to Bob, using him as a pillow. Yanagi shook her head, waiting for 𝐾𝐭𝐬 and Itsuka to make their move from the 3rd floor, believing it would give them an advantage in the upcoming fight. As the timer began, 𝐾𝐭𝐬 prepared to engage, sensing the heart rates of their opponents in the building. 𝐾𝐭𝐬 smiled as she expressed her excitement about her new skill, and Itsuka looked on in amazement. It was impressive that 𝐾𝐭𝐬 could hear heart rates so clearly. 𝐾𝐭𝐬 felt a blush creep onto her cheeks from the compliments. They walked together, with 𝐾𝐭𝐬 positioned behind Itsuka, both remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Itsuka hesitated, unsure if Hitoshi was truly asleep, as he lay with his eyes closed. He mumbled something about needing 5 more minutes while propping Bob's leg under his head. Yanagi, using her quirk, caused the small rocks and rubble on the floor to glow with a green light before they began to levitate. 𝐾𝐭𝐬's eyes widened in surprise, and Itsuka quickly took action. She enlarged her hands, transforming them from their usual small size to that of her torso. Placing her left hand on the ground and raising her right hand above it, she created a shield that blocked the incoming barrage of rubble, which ricocheted off the walls and pillars, creating even more debris for Reiko to utilize. The struggle seemed to last for what felt like minutes to Itsuka, who was growing increasingly frustrated. 𝐾𝐭𝐬 realized she needed to act to give Itsuka a chance to turn the tide. She prepared to jump out and rush Yanagi, hoping to help Itsuka secure a victory. Hitoshi's proud tone cut through the tension as he questioned their chances of winning, making both girls feel the sting of his words. They felt compelled to respond, declaring their determination to win. However, their pride quickly became their downfall as the floating rubble suddenly dropped to the ground. Hitoshi then instructed them to sit down and surrender, and with a large yawn, he seemed to dismiss the situation. Like obedient children, Itsuka and 𝐾𝐭𝐬 complied, sitting down with their hands raised in surrender. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 watched in shock as they both admitted defeat. With a hint of disappointment, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 announced that the fight was over, declaring Team Shinso the winners. Itsuka and 𝐾𝐭𝐬 were released, still confused by the outcome. Hitoshi apologized, explaining that he had to secure the win. 𝐾𝐭𝐬 remarked on the experience, likening it to a first-person movie where she could see everything but felt no control. 𝐾𝐭𝐬 admired Hitoshi's quirk, feeling a sense of awe at being in the same class as someone with such power. She had already felt outmatched by many of her peers, and this only heightened her awareness of her own abilities. Itsuka reflected on their performance, acknowledging that they had a plan but had hesitated instead of taking action. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 pointed out that both girls were capable of protecting themselves, recalling her own early struggles with confidence. She had once faced similar challenges before learning to assert herself as a hero. The discussion shifted to Team Shinso, with many students criticizing Hitoshi for appearing inactive. However, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 corrected them, explaining that they had underestimated his quirk. They had known about it from day one, which meant they should have been more cautious. Hitoshi's relaxed demeanor had allowed them to lower their guard, making it easier for him to manipulate the situation. The class began to understand 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐸's point, and she praised them for their efforts, even if they didn't feel they had performed their best. She encouraged them to recognize their capabilities and assured them that her office was always open for questions. As the class chuckled at 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐸's light-hearted approach, 𝐼𝐼𝐽𝐸 burst in with her commanding presence. She introduced herself as their combat teacher, insisting they call her 𝐼𝐼𝐽𝐸 or boss. Her loud and assertive demeanor had the students standing at attention, ready to follow her orders. 𝐼𝐼𝐽𝐸 instructed them to pair up and spar, eager to assess their skills. Izuku stood still, unsure if anyone would want to spar with him, as some classmates kept their distance. Kirishima approached him, expressing his longing to train together, admiring Izuku's strength. Izuku, taken aback, accepted the challenge, warning Kirishima that he wouldn't hold back. Kirishima, excited, encouraged Izuku to give it his all. As they prepared to spar, Izuku dropped into a stance, ready to showcase his skills while Kirishima hardened his skin, eager for the challenge ahead. Even though Kirishima's hard skin absorbed the blows, he still felt them. 𝐼𝐼𝐽𝐸 observed the sparring match between Izuku and Kirishima, impressed by Izuku's progress. For someone who had faced tremendous challenges, he had emerged as a true warrior. She noticed how Izuku's jab was skillfully guiding Kirishima into a more favorable position. As Kirishima became slightly off balance from the jab, Izuku seized the opportunity. He dipped down low and to the left, and before Kirishima could react, Izuku spun on the ball of his feet. He twisted his hips and delivered a powerful strike with his metal arm to Kirishima's midsection. The impact was significant, forcing the air from Kirishima's lungs as he dropped to his knees, coughing. Izuku stood tall, exhilarated by the moment, while Kirishima quickly recovered, eager to continue. At the start of the school year, Momo walked through the halls of UA, a small smile on her face as she wondered how much Izuku had changed. The clock showed it was only 7:30, nearly an hour early for her first class, but that was just how she liked it. With a book in hand to pass the time, she found herself looking forward to seeing Izuku again, having missed him. As she stood in the doorway of her classroom, she was surprised to find another student inside. A boy was on his knees, meticulously aligning the tables against the walls. He stood up and apologized, explaining that he wanted everything to be perfect for UA. Momo noticed his neat appearance and well-groomed dark blue hair. Though he was taller than her, he didn't seem much over 6 feet. He introduced himself as Tenya Ida, and Momo responded with her name, pleased to meet him. When he inquired about her family's connection to the 𝐼𝐼𝐽𝐸 𝐾𝐿, she confirmed it was her father's company. Ida expressed his joy at being in class with someone from a family that supported active heroes, then excused himself to continue arranging the classroom. Momo took a seat and opened her book, but time seemed to drag as she waited for Izuku. Gradually, more students entered the classroom. Among them was a boy she recognized from the gala, who appeared indifferent to Ida's greetings. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐸 burst into the room, announcing his excitement at being in the same class as Momo. As he took a seat nearby, he teased her about waiting for someone, but Momo quickly warned him to lower his voice, trying to maintain an air of authority despite her small stature. More students arrived, including one with spiky ashen hair and another with a snake-like lower body. Others followed, each with unique quirks, but still, Izuku was nowhere to be seen. Just as Momo began to feel frustrated, their teacher entered. He was a man she had never seen before, dressed sharply in an appealing suit. He introduced himself as Mr. Ball and explained that he would ensure their academics did not fall behind. He instructed the students to respond with "here" when their names were called. As he began the roll call, Momo listened attentively, noting the diverse group of classmates. Once everyone was accounted for, Mr. Ball handed out their class schedules and informed them about the food arrangements. He then announced their first quirk test, emphasizing the importance of perfection at UA. He made it clear that they would not be coddled and that they needed to figure things out on their own. The tests were rigorous, leaving no room for rest. After school, Momo approached her teacher, hoping to inquire about Izuku's class placement. However, Mr. Ball informed her that there was only one hero class this year due to budget constraints. Momo found this strange, knowing the significant donations her father made to UA, yet she kept her thoughts to herself. The very nice suit also conveyed something else. They most likely couldn't make the cut. Not everyone had the abilities to meet the requirements. The teacher said the final part quietly before waving Momo away, annoyed by the questions. Momo walked out of UA, heading toward the school-stated dorm room. She went straight to her phone. Izuku responded shortly after she texted him, expressing surprise that she made it into UA. Momo clarified that she never applied to UA but had been accepted into a hero school. When Izuku asked why, she replied it was no reason worth mentioning. Frustrated, Momo tossed her phone onto her bed and pressed her face into the pillow, letting out a muffled scream. She felt saddened that she could not enjoy the hero journey alongside her crucial friend, Izuku. The thought of him brought butterflies to her stomach whenever he crossed her mind. "You all did better than I expected," Rumi said, addressing the group. She acknowledged Ishido's footwork but reminded her that it was a fight, not a dance, urging her to focus on landing a solid punch. Mina nodded softly, while Rumi's intense gaze prompted her to repeat her acknowledgement with more volume. Rumi praised Bakugo for his overall performance, noting that he would be dealing more with Nagant but was already a solid fighter. Mitsuki smiled proudly at the praise. Rumi then commended Yagi for his impressive skills and recognized Kirishima, who stood with bruises and napkins stuffed in his nose to stop the bleeding, for his resilience. "Everyone with injuries, sit down," Rumi commanded, directing them toward the older hero, Recovery. She approached each of them, offering a gentle kiss on the forehead, but then spotted Izuku. "Izuku, sweetie," she greeted warmly. Izuku smiled back as Chio hugged her grandson. When Yamato expressed surprise at their connection, Izuku simply nodded. Yamato, who had sparred with Itsuka, winced as he recalled the pain from an old lady's walking stick. "Watch your tone, young lady. I am still as appealing as I was back when I was your age," Recovery quipped, playfully asserting her pride. Yamato quickly apologized, not wanting to provoke her further. Izuku couldn't help but smile at his grandmother's spirited response. "Good morning, students," Lady Nagant announced as she entered the gym with another woman beside her. This woman wore a gray sleeveless combat suit, her face partially covered by a mask and a green hooded cape draping over her back. A single arrow protruded from her hood, and she wore bulky cream-colored boots. On her back, concealed by the cape, was a quiver holding a large bundle of arrows. 𝐾𝐮𝐬 stepped aside to introduce the guest. "Sorry for not meeting you all sooner. My name is Maria Ise, the hero 𝐼𝐻𝐻. I am the middle combat teacher here at 𝐿𝐵𝐻. Unfortunately, I caught the flu and have only just recovered, which is why I'm still wearing a mask," she explained. The class greeted her, with Sakura being the first to extend a welcome. 𝐾𝐮𝐬 clarified that while both teachers had ranged combat styles, their approaches were quite different. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 elaborated that her style required constant movement to either follow villains or maintain distance, while 𝐾𝐮𝐬 could take her time since villains wouldn't reach her before she neutralized them. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 demonstrated her quirk, longbow, by transforming her left hand into a bow, glowing with energy. Kirishima cheered excitedly, impressed by the display. 𝐾𝐮𝐬 then asked which students had any ranged abilities, prompting several hands to rise, including Mineta, 𝐼𝐵𝐻𝐻, Pony, Setsuna, Reiko, and Mitsuki. 𝐾𝐮𝐬 explained that they would be training with her and 𝐼𝐻𝐻, and when Itsuka inquired about the training, 𝐾𝐮𝐬 calmly informed them they would be learning to transition from ranged to close combat. While this school may not have the best equipment or facilities, it has a principal willing to do whatever it takes to create the best heroes, 𝐾𝐮𝐬 assured the students, putting them at ease. She instructed the non-long-range fighters to run laps around the gym, suggesting that 5 would be sufficient. Some students hesitated, but Izuku quickly stepped outside, jogging effortlessly. 𝐾𝐮𝐬 emphasized that they were not expected to use their quirks just yet, and they would learn together. She assigned Miss Tsunatori to train with 𝐼𝐻𝐻, noting their perfect control over their weapons, while Mineta, Miss Yanagi, and Miss Bakugo would train with her. 𝐾𝐮𝐬 explained that Mineta's range was determined by how far he could throw, and during weight training, they would focus on building arm strength and resistance. Mineta nodded, trying to shake off any distracting thoughts about his teacher, knowing that had caused him enough trouble in the past. He was supposed to change. Miss Yanagi informed the group that they would be working together with Miss Bakugo on pure aim. Mitsuki questioned the importance of this task. While she didn't hit the bullseye every time, she managed to hit the board more than enough. 𝐾𝐮𝐬 explained the significance of precision, highlighting scenarios where a hostage might be caught in the crossfire between a villain and a hero. Kirishima admired Izuku's impressive cardio as he struggled to keep pace. The enthusiastic friend was determined to befriend Izuku, understanding that he needed support. Kirishima, though not the most articulate, had a knack for connecting with others. Izuku, who trained diligently, responded modestly to Kirishima's compliment about his speed. Yamato, eager for competition, proposed a race, and Mina quickly joined in, announcing that the first one to complete all the rounds would win a prize. She dashed ahead, but Yamato soon took the lead, her long legs giving her an advantage. However, Izuku, fueled by his determination, soon overtook Yamato, creating a significant gap between them. He finished the race alone, catching his breath at the finish line. Kirishima, breathing and exhausted, acknowledged Izuku's speed. Izuku apologized for being competitive, while Yamato admitted she had trouble keeping up. Mina playfully pouted about not winning, and Yuta teased her, causing her to jump in surprise. 𝐾𝐮𝐬 then entered the gym, commending the group on their impressive speed and inviting them inside for a new exercise focused on dodging. Inside, they found Mineta attempting to throw dodgeballs rapidly while Mitsuki and Yanagi practiced their quirks on a target. Setsuna, Pony, and 𝐼𝐵RO were also engaged in their own training. 𝐾𝐮𝐬 asked the students to demonstrate a combat role, and Mina eagerly volunteered. She executed the role with enthusiasm, impressing 𝐾𝐮𝐬, who then posed a question about the utility of the maneuver. Itsuka pointed out that it was often unnecessary, demonstrating her point by sidestepping with ease. 𝐾𝐮𝐬 explained that while a combat role might look fun, it could hinder movement in a real scenario. She demonstrated by transforming her arm into a barrel, preparing to shoot at the students. The reaction was immediate, with most jumping out of the way, while Kirishima stood firm to protect his classmates. However, Izuku surprised 𝐾𝐮𝐬 by dashing toward her, pushing the barrel upward and standing ready for her next move. 𝐾𝐮𝐬 complimented his bravery and such to using paintballs filled with water. The training continued as 𝐾𝐮𝐬 stood on a box, challenging the students to tap it without getting hit. Despite their best efforts, none could evade her precise shots for long, with Mina being the only one to last through a third shot due to her agility from dance training. As the day concluded, the students headed back to the dorms, but on their way, they learned something surprising. Izuku greeted his mother, 𝐒𝐮𝐽, who smiled warmly at him. The class had kept the fact that Izuku was her son a secret, wanting him to feel comfortable sharing it when he was ready. 𝐒𝐮𝐽 longed to embrace him but held back, not wanting him to feel self-conscious about how his classmates might react. She asked about his lesson, and Izuku replied positively, but confusion spread among his classmates when they realized who 𝐒𝐮𝐽 was. Kirishima asked why Izuku hadn't mentioned his parents earlier, to which Izuku pointed out that no one had asked. The class was taken aback, realizing they had only known 𝐒𝐮𝐽 as Telegreen. Izuku's parents were simply mom and dad to him. 𝐒𝐮𝐽 playfully scolded Izuku for smelling like sweat and instructed everyone to shower. After a brief exchange of affection, the class hurried to the dorms to clean up, following 𝐒𝐮𝐽's advice. Izuku first made his way to the common room. He and his class were starving and for once, he wanted to eat with all of them and explore the quest a bit more. Suddenly, a person jumped out from behind the door, startling the entire class except for Izuku, who appeared bored. Melissa, visibly annoyed, exclaimed that they should just pretend to be scared. She introduced herself as Melissa Shield, a future inventor and gadget maker for Izuku. Jiro recognized the name and mentioned it, while Mineta made an offhand comment that earned him some disapproving looks. Melissa quickly clarified that her family was not known for that, and she revealed that her father was David Shield. Yuta connected the dots and expressed that it was cool. Melissa soon became friends with everyone, acting as the glue that would connect Izuku with the class. She suggested playing some games in her empty dorm to help Izuku make friends. After some hesitation, most of the class agreed to play Would You Rather. Kirishima proposed the game, and they all found it amusing. Melissa went first, asking Kazuki a tough question about breakfast foods and desserts. Kazuki decided he would give up desserts because he loved cereal too much. Then it was Melissa's turn to ask Izuku if he would rather stub his toe or get a paper cut. Izuku pondered the question and asked if he could choose the foot, which led to a light-hearted moment when he decided on stubbing his toe. Melissa laughed, realizing that none of the other students were aware of Izuku's metal limbs, as they were cleverly disguised. Kirishima asked if he would prefer a friend who always told the truth or one who backed him up even when he was wrong, and he declared that honesty was the manly choice. Bakugo chimed in about going a year without deodorant, joking about his quirk's unique side effects. The playful banter continued as the students took turns answering questions, revealing their personalities and preferences. As the game progressed, Melissa felt she was getting a better understanding of her classmates, which would help her connect Izuku with potential friends. They laughed and shared stories, creating a lively atmosphere filled with camaraderie and fun. Each question brought out more of their characters, and Melissa enjoyed every moment of it, knowing that this was just the beginning of their friendships. She expressed that she felt happy yet alone before turning to Yui with a question about preferences. Yui sat in silence for a moment before asking if she could choose the breed. With Itsuka nodding in agreement, Yui responded that she would choose an American short-hair cat, describing them as similar to her but in a kitty form. The class erupted in laughter at her use of the word kitty, which contrasted with her usual serious demeanor. Kaminari then posed a question about whether one would prefer to be a genius in a world of morons or a moron in a world of geniuses. He proudly declared that he would choose to be a moron, enjoying the simplicity of being carefree. Mineta was asked whether he would rather eat nothing but his favorite food for the rest of his life or never eat it again. He excitedly chose to eat his favorite food, his mother's homemade chicken curry, though he stumbled over his words in his enthusiasm, leaving some students confused. Melissa was asked if she would prefer to be a fast writer or a fast reader. She quickly chose reading, believing it would allow her to learn more about gadgets and toys, enabling her to help many people. Shiosaki faced a dilemma when asked whether she would rather stop all crime or world hunger. She wished for both but ultimately decided that stopping world hunger would also alleviate many crimes, as she understood that desperation often drove people to wrongdoing. Figerland was asked if they would prefer to experience the beginning or the end of the world. They expressed a longing to witness the beauty of creation, imagining everything coming into existence from nothing. Pony was asked whether she would prefer more time or money, and without hesitation she chose time, wanting to enjoy more anime. After everyone had shared a bit about themselves, Mina announced that she was going to her room to shower, making a face at her own scent. The others nodded in agreement. Izuku shared a moment with Melissa, their eyes locking until she blushed and hurriedly left, leaving him confused. Kaminari congratulated Izuku on his interaction, while Mineta bowed, claiming he had much to learn from him. Izuku, still puzzled, made his way to his room for a shower and then settled on his couch, turning on some music suggested by Kathleen. He listened to a female musician named Amelie, but he was puzzled by the subtitles that appeared, showing Yuta's name. Instead, as he reviewed the school schedule, he noted that they had been in school for 2 weeks and had a significant event coming up in another 2 weeks, something called the USJ, which he knew little about. Eager to prepare, Izuku decided to allocate some of his stat points, having 24 left from his recent level gains. He spent a few points on his strength and dexterity, feeling it was important to grow stronger on his own rather than relying solely on enhancements. Izuku understood his stats well. His strength allowed him to lift and move heavy objects, and with a score of 20, he was already quite powerful. His dexterity, at 15, enabled him to dodge attacks with relative ease. His constitution was his highest stat, honed from years of survival on the streets, making him resilient to illness and even some poisons. His intelligence was also high, as he dedicated himself to learning, which aided him in understanding crime patterns. However, his wisdom was lacking, as he struggled with common knowledge that others learned over time. Finally, his charisma was his weakest stat, making social interactions challenging for him, in stark contrast to his father, who excelled in that area. In class, Present Mike directed attention to the board, asking students to choose a word to substitute for a highlighted phrase, specifically pointing out Yuta, the girl with red and white split hair. Kaminari felt a rush of excitement as he answered the question about college clubs. He mentioned the coin collection club, rubbing the back of his head in uncertainty about some of the terms. When in doubt, he thought to himself, picking C. Present Mike shook his head, indicating that his guess was incorrect. He encouraged the class to think critically about the answer. Sakura raised her hand, and when called upon, she explained that philanthropy involves charitable actions, such as volunteering and helping the community. Present Mike praised her response and confirmed that the correct answer was A. Numismatics, the study of coins and currency. As the bell rang, Present Mike reminded everyone that this material would be on the test, but they could use the process of elimination to their advantage. He assigned homework to find 10 good songs before leaving the room. Tezawa entered, looking tired and slightly disoriented by the bright sunlight streaming in. He informed the class that they would soon prepare for their first big event, the USJ, and displayed an image of the building on the projector. Aizawa explained that they would be training with other teachers and heroes for a week, meeting students from 3 other schools. He noted that this would be a recurring event, allowing them to build connections with other hero schools. Yamato asked when they would receive their support items and hero costumes, a question that resonated with the entire class. Aizawa explained that while other schools had more funding for such resources, INPI would provide costumes when students demonstrated new skills. He assured them that their support items would be made in-house by the support class. Aizawa emphasized the importance of making a good impression at the USJ, and Kirishima expressed his determination to do their best. Aizawa announced that history class would be cancelled for the next 2 days in favor of rescue training, which excited the class. They had developed a fondness for the puppets used in their training exercises. Aizawa then began discussing various rescue scenarios, prompting the students to think critically about their responses. When he presented a situation where a building was on fire and someone was trapped on the top floor, Ochako considered her options and decided to float herself up to rescue the person. Aizawa acknowledged her response and introduced new characters to the scenario, prompting more ideas from the class. As the training continued, Aizawa challenged them with increasingly complex situations, including a train derailment and a hostage rescue. He was pleased to see that most of the class was engaged and knowledgeable about rescue techniques. They worked together, sharing ideas and strategies, demonstrating their growth and teamwork. As they made their way to the gym, the students chatted excitedly. Denki, curious about Izuku's experience, asked how it felt to have All Might as a father. Izuku smiled, a rare sight for him, and shared that All Might always made time for him and ensured he ate well. The admiration in his voice reflected the unique bond they shared, and the class continued to discuss their aspirations and the challenges ahead, motivated by their training and the support of their teachers. The pictures and the fans were overwhelming at times, and Izuku acknowledged that it could get chaotic. He kept a lookout for his daily quest, knowing that this challenge was the toughest of them all. However, with each passing day and every conversation he had, things seemed to improve. Inko, with a sarcastic tone, read from a note, expressing her need for help. She mentioned that she had lost her very handsome, powerful, funny, amazing husband and sighed as the students laughed. She added that she had also lost Kathleen and asked the students to find and rescue them. Inko then pulled out a clock, settled back into her lawn chair, and grabbed a book, telling the class they had 1 hour to complete the task. The students nodded, slightly confused. One student suggested that he and Kyoka check all the buildings to see who could do it the fastest. The class collectively pointed at Izuku, who was known for his speed. He decided that Yagi would carry Kyoka while he would do the same. Suddenly, Perona's spirit appeared, hovering slightly above the ground. Mina screamed in surprise, jumping into Yamato's arms, who stood there, puzzled by the ghostly sight. Perona attempted to frighten Mina further, claiming she would eat her soul if she didn't share her jello. Mina, still shaken, expressed her annoyance at being scared. Izuku then asked Kyoka how she wanted to be carried, and she responded playfully. He lifted her over his shoulder in a fireman's carry and took off in a sprint. Kaminari, feeling a bit slow, noted Izuku's impressive speed. The class waited, knowing they had a significant chance of having to carry 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and Kathleen. Izuku stood next to a building while 𝐾𝐞𝐭 listened for any signs of life using her quirk. After checking nearly 22 buildings, they finally found one. 𝐾𝐞𝐭 confirmed that they had located Kathleen on the 3rd floor, and Izuku made his way up. He found her lying on the floor, a beam wrapped around her leg. Kathleen stuttered for help, her face turning red as she looked up at Izuku. He nodded, determined to assist her. Knowing that moving could worsen her situation, he carefully scooped her up in a princess carry. Despite her height, he lifted her effortlessly, and she instinctively clung to him, trying to avoid eye contact. Izuku reassured her, using comforting words he had learned from Nezu's heroics book. However, Kathleen was visibly distressed by the situation. As he made his way down, he tried to keep the beam steady. Setsuna commented on his strength, and Izuku jokingly replied that he was made of 15% solid metal. The class laughed, unaware of the truth behind his words, as Izuku's prosthetics were cleverly concealed. Just as Izuku reached the group with Kathleen, Perona returned with 𝐼𝐻𝐬, who had been trapped under some rubble. Inko, shaking her head, began the second test, noting that they still had over 2 hours left. Aizawa explained the upcoming week-long training trip to the USJ, where they would focus on rescue situations and learn from guest teachers with different styles of rescue. The students listened attentively, knowing they had much to learn. This means the group will consist of 120 different students. Aizawa reminded everyone to behave during this time, not wanting 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿 to be seen in a negative light compared to other schools. Kirishima, filled with enthusiasm, declared that they would do their best to show their strength as the bus began to drive. The trip itself was enjoyable, with students sharing laughs and exaggerated tales of their abilities, lifting entire buildings, throwing cars, and blocking attacks from 𝐼𝐻𝐬. They were simply having fun. Izuku sat quietly in his seat, feeling glad about their destination, UA, the university Momo had chosen. He thought that a school like that would be fortunate to have someone like her. However, he was indifferent to the other 89 students. He hoped they would pass if they were good people. The world Izuku had experienced for so long needed better heroes, not those who only sought the spotlight. Unfortunately, he knew he would have to endure this experience. Aizawa, having seen this situation before, advised the students not to worry about making friends but to avoid making enemies. As they approached their destination, Aizawa announced their arrival. The class looked out the window, their eyes widening at the sight of the massive structure that was the USJ. It stretched as far as the eye could see and towered like mountains, one of the largest things most of them had ever seen. Yuta commented on the impressive features of the facility, noting that it housed 2 cities, a lake, and mountains. After some banter, Aizawa stopped the bus, allowing the students to disembark. He greeted Mr. Takagawa, and the two exchanged pleasantries with a handshake. The class began to mingle, while Izuku found a quiet spot to stand alone. He activated his quirk and noticed a new item in the shop, a nameplate shower. After purchasing it, he saw the names of everyone floating above their heads. He quietly read through the names: Rikido Sato, Masahiro Ojiro, Yuga Oyama, Hantashiro, and many others. As the classes introduced themselves, Izuku chose to ignore them once more. It took nearly 10 minutes before the second bus arrived. Aizawa recognized it as Ketsubutsu, much to the curiosity of the students. Just then, a bright green-haired woman leaned out of the bus and called out to Aizawa, introducing herself as Emi Fukukado, also known as Ms. Joke. As the students from Ketsubutsu began to step out, Izuku took note of their names: Mizo Shoji, Koji Koda, Toru Hagakure, and others. The new students quickly integrated themselves into the group. Takeshi, a tall and muscular student, asked Yamato about Izuku, who was not particularly social. Yamato assured him that Izuku was a good person. After a lengthy wait, UA's bus finally arrived, much larger than the one they had taken. It parked directly in front of the building, and the students were amazed by the luxurious seating inside. As the UA students disembarked, Izuku recognized familiar faces: Tenya Ida, Momo Yaoyorozu, Katsuki Bakugo, and others. He waved at Momo, who looked confused but approached him with a question. When she realized he was Izuku Yagi, her surprise was evident. Momo was taken aback by the transformation of the small hero she once knew into a much more imposing figure. 𝐒𝐮𝐬, Momo's brother, joined them, expressing his gratitude for Izuku's past heroics. Momo felt embarrassed recalling the moment when Izuku had saved her, but for him, it was just another day. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 enthusiastically declared their friendship, but Momo, aware of the implications, quickly redirected the conversation. She muffled 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and pulled him down to the floor, dragging him behind the bus as she angrily whispered something, leaving everyone looking confused. Fuyumi, who had witnessed the moment, stepped in to explain. A couple of years ago, during a hero gala, Yagi had stopped a gunman from shooting her by pushing her out of the way, nearly getting shot in the process. This revelation shook the entire group, their shocked gasps almost breaking the sound barrier. It was one of the most astonishing moments they had ever encountered. The student they had met, who was already ahead of them in combat, had saved someone. Kirishima, filled with pride and a hint of jealousy, exclaimed how manly Yagi was. As he yelled, 3 heads turned toward him. The teacher, with a prideful tone, announced that now that they had finally arrived, they could start. With the best school present, the event was about to begin. He had heard Fuyumi's story and something about it felt familiar, prompting him to grab his phone and message his secretary to look into Yagi's name. Though the news angered most of the group, they entered the building. Waiting for them was the lead owner and designer of the group, the space hero, 𝐻. 𝐻 welcomed the students as they walked into the oversized youth. The students marveled at how much larger it appeared from this side. Mineta made a cheeky remark, surprising Achiko, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬 quickly reminded him to behave and let their teachers guide them through their journey of heroism. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 placed his large hand on the shoulder of the small great boy, who felt dwarfed by the size of it. His hair was a complete mess, with clear handprints left behind, while Momo blew on her hand, which had turned red. 𝐻 introduced the students to the world's largest and most detailed hero rescue simulation building. Each year, over 100 different heroes, some traveling from across the globe, came to help teach the students how to become better heroes. She pointed out the various locations, including the cold and warm city rescue situations, where they could alter the environment to simulate rain, snow, and even fire. The water rescue simulation allowed for adjustments in depth and calmness, and they had the option for deep dive rescues, reserved for 3rd years with pro heroes attending classes. On the other side of the compound was the open area simulation, a large field that could be transformed from a meadow into a rainforest. The ruined city simulation showcased fallen buildings, reminiscent of a city taken over by a terrorist organization. Next to it was the landslide area, where they could modify the severity of the land, and the mountain rescue zone, which included cave rescues and adjustable mountain sizes. The students were in awe of the advanced techniques available to them, all thanks to 𝐻's dedication. She had started with a small field and, through countless hours of work and donations from others like Nezu and various schools, had transformed it into the pinnacle of rescue hero training. 𝐻 announced that both she and the teachers would be their instructors during this week-long training trip, urging the students to divide themselves into their classes and follow her. They would begin with some easy training exercises to prepare for the week ahead and their future as heroes. Standing in front of the 80 students, 𝐻 explained that they would run through simple tests to help them learn how to save others in various situations. Mr. Aizawa was called to play the role of an injured victim, and he awkwardly collapsed on the field. 𝐻 explained that in this scenario, they were under attack, and they needed to assess the situation before moving him. Momo reiterated the importance of creating a barrier between the victim and the aggressor, using objects or quirks if necessary. 𝐻 nodded in agreement, emphasizing that in an open field, there was no cover for Aizawa. A student from Shiketsu University suggested moving Aizawa to a nearby tree for safety. Another student, Nagamasa Mora, clarified Utsushimi's unique way of speaking, confirming the suggestion to use the tree as cover. 𝐻 affirmed that minimizing risk was crucial and acknowledged that for those with hardening or shield quirks, stepping in front of the victim was a valid option. As they continued, 𝐻 signaled for Aizawa to get up again, ready to guide the students through their training. As he got up, he stretched his back, making loud cracking sounds. He walked back toward his class, and the green-haired woman whispered something to him, which he shook his head in response. 13 encouraged the students to form small teams and run pickup drills in the field, emphasizing the importance of hands-on learning. She assured them that the teachers would support their class, and she would provide tips along the way. With a thumbs up, the students dispersed. Momo quickly approached Izuku, asking if he would like to train with her. He nodded in agreement and signaled for Fuyumi to join them, noting her unusual behavior since the USJ incident. Fuyumi had been more reserved, often standing in the middle of the crowd, as if trying to avoid attention. As Fuyumi approached, Sigurd, Momo's trainer, joined them. He insisted on training with Momo, stating they should alternate between who gets injured and who rescues them. The group agreed, and Momo took charge, asking who wanted to go first. Sigurd proudly declared that he would save the first victim, and Fuyumi volunteered to play the role. She lay down on the ground gently. Sigurd rushed over, leaping high into the air, creating a tremor as he landed. 13 observed this and noted it down. As Sigurd landed, he extended his arm, mimicking a shield to protect Fuyumi. Momo praised him for his smart thinking. Next, it was Izuku's turn. He noticed Fuyumi lying on her back and approached her. With a firm grip on her breathed leg, he executed a smooth maneuver, lifting her onto his shoulders as he stood up. Sigurd expressed confusion at Izuku's technique, remarking on its advanced nature. Izuku shrugged and mentioned he had read about it in a book. 13 took note of this, as did Aizawa, who had been keeping a close eye on Izuku. The stories he had heard about Izuku's past troubled him, especially considering how well Izuku was performing in every subject. Aizawa recognized the signs of trauma in Izuku but was impressed by his abilities. However, some students from other classes looked at Izuku with disdain, particularly those from Ua, known for producing arrogant individuals. Katsuki Bakugo, an ashen-haired boy who resembled his twin brother Mitsuki, scoffed at Izuku's performance, insisting he could do better. Shoto, another student with red and white hair, frowned as he dragged a fellow student away, expressing his frustration. Izuku recognized Takeshi Kojima, a Ketsubutsu student who had transformed into a towering figure resembling an orange cat man. As Momo prepared to take her turn, 13 reminded her to stay in motion, as standing still could be detrimental. Momo felt embarrassed but was encouraged by Sigurd to trust her instincts. She ran toward Fuyumi, creating a metal barrier as she moved, effectively hiding Fuyumi from view. Kyoka, a petite rocker girl, complimented Momo on her quirk's potential. Momo introduced herself, and Kyoka expressed interest in learning how Izuku performed his role. Izuku, confused, explained that it was too heavy for them to attempt. Momo added that they needed enough momentum to lift someone. Kyoka asked for tips on how to move Yamato, who was laughing as the girls struggled to lift him. Izuku approached silently, and Yamato challenged them, boasting about his weight. Izuku prepared to demonstrate his technique, ready to help his classmates. Momo felt a slight blush as she sensed the atmosphere around her, while Yamato smiled, albeit with a hint of confusion. Izuku then placed her hands in the cuffs, prompting Mina to comment on the unusual situation, only to be playfully nudged by a laughing Setsuna. 13 expressed genuine surprise at the unfolding events. Izuku raised Yamato's arms above her head and positioned himself between them, creating an impression that he wanted to embrace her, though the cuffs rested awkwardly against his neck. Yamato, still puzzled, questioned what was happening as they remained stationary. Suddenly, Izuku slammed his hand next to her head, digging his feet into the dirt before he began crawling forward, dragging Yamato along as he moved with surprising speed. This should work, Izuku declared as he effortlessly pulled Yamato nearly 10 feet. Kyoka gasped in shock, but the other girls attempted to follow suit. Although it wasn't as simple as Izuku made it appear, they managed to move slightly. 13, impressed, remarked on Izuku's extensive knowledge of rescue techniques, wondering why someone with his abilities was not more interested in being a rescue hero. Most individuals who looked like him sought fame and glory in battle rather than learning how to save lives. Even Tashinori, a hero renowned for his rescue skills, was a novice compared to some others. His immense power overshadowed the need for finesse in rescue operations. "I learned it," Izuku replied, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny of his peers. He struggled with the attention, wishing they would stop staring at him. Even during conversations with 13, he felt the weight of their gazes, reminiscent of how he looked at his father, with awe. He didn't believe he deserved such admiration. It was meant for people like his father. 13 commented on the productive day of training, noting they had spent nearly 7 hours on rescue exercises designed to prepare them for future challenges. She informed the students that while she would be present the next day, the main lesson would come from various guest heroes demonstrating their rescue methods. With a smile, she waved the students off as they boarded their buses to return to their dorms, ready to repeat the process the following day. As they approached the USJ area, Aizawa reminded the students to behave, praising them for their performance the previous day, particularly Izuku's impressive efforts. However, he was taken aback when he saw something unexpected. UA, a school often criticized in the hero community, was the first to arrive. Aizawa snapped back to reality when a honk from behind him broke his concentration. He parked the bus quickly, and as the students disembarked, the leader of the UA class stepped forward, extending his hands for a handshake with Izuku. He apologized for his behavior the previous day, expressing a longing for Izuku to consider transferring to UA, a school he believed was more suited for someone of Izuku's caliber. However, Izuku declined and walked away, seeking some peace and quiet amidst the attention. Katsuki, feeling frustrated, questioned why Izuku received such special treatment. Mr. Ball, overhearing the comment, reprimanded Katsuki for his language. He had recently learned that Yagi was the last name of the #1 hero, which clarified why Izuku was receiving such attention. Realizing Izuku was All Might's son, he regretted not recognizing it sooner, as having Izuku at UA could significantly enhance the school's reputation. Michael Van Ark, with a split snake tongue, suggested they should help foster a better relationship with Izuku, encouraging them to convince him that UA was where he truly belonged. Momo felt a pang of annoyance. She longed to be in the same class as Izuku, someone so special to her. Yet, she also recognized the toxic environment at UA, filled with constant fighting and arguing, which seemed more suited for creating soldiers than heroes. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 voiced his disagreement, asserting that it should be Izuku's choice where he wanted to go. Mr. Ball countered, explaining that sometimes guidance was necessary to lead someone toward the best decision for them. He dismissed 𝐿𝐵 as an inadequate environment for nurturing a hero of Izuku's potential. As the UA representatives discussed their strategy, Mr. Ball contacted the head office to explore what incentives they could offer Izuku to persuade him to leave 𝐿𝐵. The head office proposed a $1 million signing bonus, a house for Izuku to use as a dorm, and an SUV for transportation. Mr. Ball agreed, jotting down the details. He approached Izuku once more, despite Izuku's longing for solitude, and informed him of the generous offer from the head office, which included the signing bonus, a new car, and a house as his dorm room. All to swap over toward UA. This announcement shocked everyone. Momo couldn't believe that a school would offer such an opportunity. Some students at UA felt they deserved it too. Michael expressed his frustration, believing he should have been offered a spot at UA without having to donate or take a test. Katsuki shared similar sentiments. He felt he was powerful and flashy enough to be the next All Might, only richer and stronger. Yet, they dared to extend an offer to someone like Shoto, who he viewed with disdain. Shoto merely frowned, wondering what made him so special, being the perfect son of the #2 hero. Others at 𝐿𝐵 were equally astonished by the offer. Achiko's jaw nearly dropped at the thought of being paid $1 million to attend the best school. Some students were shocked that a school even had that kind of funding to give away. Momo smiled at Achiko, appreciating her friend's commitment to staying true to her beliefs despite the allure of wealth. Mr. Ball approached Izuku, placing a hand on his shoulder while activating his quirk. Like every other teacher at 𝐿𝐵, he wasn't a hero, but his quirk induced feelings of trust and made people more agreeable in social interactions. This was how he often secured promotions and raises. However, when he tried it on Izuku, his quirk quickly reacted. Izuku slapped the hand away and stepped back, firmly stating that he disliked being touched unexpectedly, especially by someone he didn't trust. Mr. Ball, annoyed that his quirk didn't work, urged Izuku to reconsider. From that interaction, Momo felt the urge to escape. She wanted to leave 𝐿𝐴 before she had to think about the offer any further. Suddenly, the doors opened, and an imposing voice echoed through the area, causing a few students to flinch. It was 𝐿𝐴, the number 2 hero. He declared that he would be their instructor for the day and commanded silence. 𝐮𝐸 was not one to be trifled with, and this was his first lesson at the USJ. He had little regard for previous generations of students, viewing them as mistakes and mere distractions. This year, however, he had something to nurture, his perfect soldier, Shoto Todoroki. 𝐮𝐸 proclaimed that the best way to save those in need was to eliminate those who opposed them. Clenching his fist, flames flickered around it as he announced that they would fight, pointing at various students from each school. Denki stepped forward, rubbing the back of his head as he assessed his opponents. A confident student from Ketsubutsu approached, wearing a large black cape with a blue number 2 emblazoned on it. His blue hair was styled in large, curved spikes, and he exuded an air of confidence. Mito Morimoto, taller than the rest, stood out in baggy clothing that looked as if he had just come from a dust storm. His long hair obscured most of his face, giving him an unkempt appearance. The final member of the group, 𝐼𝐬𝐬, donned a shiny night suit and a sparkly cape, wearing the same hat as the other Shiketsu students. 𝐿𝐴 commanded them to fight without stopping until their opponents could no longer continue. Denki, with little experience, felt nervous facing such confident fighters. Neji, one of the opponents, rushed toward 𝐼𝐬𝐬, who stood nonchalantly. Neji executed a spinning kick aimed at 𝐼𝐬𝐬's ribs. To everyone's surprise, 𝐼𝐬𝐬 took the hit without flinching, but the impact sent him sprawling across the floor, leaving him incapacitated. With one opponent down, Neji turned his attention to Mito, who remained still, waiting for his turn. 𝐿𝐴 observed the fight with a bored expression, as it unfolded just as he had anticipated. Neji charged at Denki, who braced himself for the attack. Neji leaped, delivering a powerful knee strike to Denki's cheek, sending him reeling. The force of the blow knocked Denki out, leaving Neji with a twisted grin as he eyed Mito. Mito then stomped his foot down hard, causing the ground to tremble. A stone pillar shot up from beneath Neji, striking him with tremendous force. Neji's eyes widened in shock as he was overwhelmed, leaving Mito as the sole victor. 𝐿𝐴 expressed mild surprise at Ketsubutsu's first victory but remained unimpressed by Mito's strength. He then pointed at Perona, Ida, Toru Hagakure, and Nakatani, indicating that it was their turn to step forward. A rather skinny guy with slicked back hair stood out, his eyes completely black. Perona felt awkward as she wished everyone luck, not wanting to be disliked for what she had to do or for her quirk to fail like it had with Izuku. The group exchanged uncertain glances, unsure if they should expect a fight like the first one or something calmer. When 𝐿𝐴 signaled the start, Ida took off running. The engines on his calves released a cloud of smoke as he sped forward, trying to gain momentum. He decided that Perona would be the easiest target, as she came from the worst school. It seemed they all had the same thought as they found themselves facing her. Perona pressed her arms forward, pushing her ghost out. As it passed through the 3 students, they suddenly dropped to their hands and knees, overwhelmed by despair. They lamented their worthlessness, feeling as if they should be compost to be of any use. The shift from readiness to fight to deep sadness left Perona as the unexpected victor, while the others were left confused. Mitsuki questioned what had just happened, recalling how the glasses-wearing student from UA had reacted differently. Perona explained that her hollows caused extreme depression in those they passed through, which surprisingly made the class laugh, but it only fueled 𝐿𝐴's anger. He couldn't believe a school like that had won, especially since Shoto was part of UA. Determined to secure a victory, 𝐿𝐴 called up Momo, Achiko, Tsuyu, and the colorful-haired Sada. Each of them smiled as they entered the ring, though most lacked combat training. Momo steadied her breathing, feeling Izuku's gaze on her, wanting to impress him. Sigurd stood to the side, giving her 2 thumbs up, proud of his little sister. When 𝐿𝐴 gave the signal, they all sprang into action. Tsuyu hopped towards Sada, who was trying to draw. something in midair to aid her in battle. However, Tsuyu wouldn't allow that and swung her tongue at her. Meanwhile, 𝐼𝐼𝐬 rushed toward Momo, wanting to keep things fair. But Momo was ready. She created a long metal staff from her hand, which startled 𝐼𝐼𝐬. Holding the staff in the middle, Momo signaled for 𝐼𝐼𝐬 to come at her. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 charged in, aiming to touch Momo and win. As she approached, Momo stepped forward, bending her knees slightly before swinging the staff back and moving it forward, striking 𝐼𝐼𝐬 in the gut and knocking the wind out of her. As 𝐼𝐼𝐬 gasped for air, Momo advanced, bringing the staff back before swinging it down toward 𝐼𝐼𝐬's spine. The impact sent 𝐼𝐼𝐬 to the ground in pain. Tsuyu then executed a powerful double-leg dropkick on Sata, knocking her out as well. With only 2 competitors remaining, Tsuyu leaped toward Momo, who regained her stance, staff ready. Tsuyu remained low, then made a final high jump. Momo followed her movement with the staff, striking Tsuyu in the side, which caused her to land painfully. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐵 declared UA the winner of that round, feeling frustrated that Ketsubatsu and 𝐿𝐵H had won previously. He called up the next competitors, addressing them simply as you. Kyoka was surprised to be chosen, while a large guy named Koji Koda stood up meekly. Another girl, Umi Niniko, looked around curiously, her animal-like features twitching. Finally, Michael Van Ark stepped forward with confidence, ready for a fight. As 𝐿𝐮𝐦 signaled the start, Michael rushed toward 𝐿𝐵H, believing he was destined to win. He approached Kyoka, revealing his fangs before releasing a cloud of gas that hit her in the face. She attempted to punch him, but her body wouldn't respond. Michael's snake-like form wrapped around her, and he taunted her as he tightened his grip, causing her to lose consciousness after a few tense moments. Koda fled from Umi, but Michael soon turned his attention to them, spraying gas that immobilized both. He wrapped around them again, choking them with the gas, making another remark about their appearances. Even if most women could hardly stand to be around him if it weren't for his wealth, this perception fueled Michael's determination to win the match. 𝐿𝐮𝐦 observed the fight from above, finding it drawn out and unimpressive as he watched 2 women and a timid boy struggle. He pointed, instructing them to pair up. Kirishima and Tetsu eagerly rushed forward, both excited to prove themselves. The large figure from Ketsubatsu stepped up, his white spiky hair and tan skin adding to his imposing presence. His voice resonated with power, reminiscent of a hero or a seasoned warrior. The last contender to step forward was a man who dwarfed the others. He tossed aside his jacket, revealing a well-sculpted physique. His bald head sported a single strand of blonde hair, and a thick blonde mustache adorned his face. He proclaimed himself as Alex Louis Armstrong, the eldest son of the Armstrong household, declaring his commitment to the path of a hero at 40 years of age. He vowed to demonstrate the strength of his lineage. Though the odds seemed stacked against the younger fighters, they were ready to begin. The excitement was palpable as they expressed their eagerness to engage in a true contest of strength. Kirishima activated his quirk, his skin turning rock-hard, while Tetsu's skin transformed to a smooth gray. 𝐿𝐵H, slightly older at 22, transformed his arms into scaled versions of themselves, resembling a humanoid crocodile. Alex gripped his brass knuckle-style gauntlets tightly and stepped forward. Tetsu charged at Kirishima, both of them throwing punches without hesitation. They grinned as they collided, their fists meeting with loud clangs that echoed through the arena. Meanwhile, Alex raised his arms in a defensive stance, demonstrating his boxing training as 𝐿𝐵H rushed him, throwing a flurry of punches. Despite 𝐿𝐵H's relentless assault, Alex remained unfazed. After a series of exchanges, 𝐿𝐵H attempted to mimic Armstrong's stance, declaring it was his turn. With a twist of his hips, Alex unleashed a punch that showcased the difference in power and experience. The blow nearly sent 𝐿𝐵H to the ground, but he managed to stay upright. Armstrong followed up with a rapid succession of strikes, and 𝐿𝐵H gritted his teeth, determined to endure. After a relentless exchange, Armstrong stepped back, allowing 𝐿𝐵H a moment to recover. Yet, 𝐿𝐵H remained still, showcasing his resilience. Alex acknowledged 𝐿𝐵H's tenacity, praising him as a true manly fighter. Turning his attention to Kirishima and Tetsu, he found them on the ground, both knocked out, their quirks deactivated. They bore signs of their fierce battle, with visible injuries that would require medical attention. Alex celebrated his victory, and NG observed the spectacle with a mix of admiration and concern. He pointed to 4 other students, calling them forward. Mineta, shorter than his classmates, stepped up, realizing he would face opponents closer to his height. Among them was 𝐾𝐭, a bald boy just slightly taller than Mineta, and 𝐾𝐭 who stood at a modest height. The tallest of the group was 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐸𝐿, who towered over the others. As the match began, Shota, who had some training in MMA, felt confident. However, Kaniko's quirk quickly became apparent. She released spores into the air, enveloping the arena and rendering her opponents unable to breathe. The spores infiltrated their outfits and airways, leaving them struggling to stay upright. Kaniko playfully declared her victory, flashing a peace sign and a wink towards Shoto Todoroki. NG noted the impressive display, recognizing that Kaniko could be a formidable contender in the future. He called forth the next group of fighters, eager to see what they would bring to the competition. Yamato stepped forward, excited to showcase her abilities in front of the crowd, determined to prove that her school was not to be underestimated. Next stepped one of the few individuals in a suit, wearing a prideful smirk. He declared that he would demonstrate perfection once again. Takashi stood forth, already transforming into his quirk form, Wrath, followed by Sato, who proclaimed that he would take everyone down, asserting that none would survive his wrath. He raised his arms and shook them defiantly. NG gave the starting signal, and Yamato rushed forward, targeting Sato. They met halfway, both eager to join the fight, and their fists clashed. Monoma struck a pose, boasting that he was the Phantom Thief and would steal the spotlight and the top position before anyone realized it. This declaration only fueled Wrath's anger, prompting him to charge at Monoma. Before Monoma could react, Wrath threw a punch, landing the first blow. Monoma's head snapped back, and he fell to the ground, clearly outmatched. NG observed, commenting on how Monoma's bravado was greater than his ability. Yamato skillfully dodged Sato's punch, sliding behind him and attempting to lift him. Despite taking a couple of elbows to her back, she managed to lift him, but Sato braced himself, expecting a suplex. Instead, Yamato slammed him down onto the floor, causing him to grunt in pain. She stepped back, not wanting to attack someone on the ground, but was suddenly hit from behind as Wrath wrapped his arms around her waist. With incredible speed, he lifted her off her feet and slammed her back into the ground, leaving her groaning. He rolled her over and slammed her down again, knocking her out. With Sato down, Wrath jumped onto his back, fists raised, ready to deliver more blows. Sato quickly surrendered, not wanting to endure any further punishment, leaving Takashi as the victor. NG, unimpressed and feeling the match was taking too long, focused on the upcoming final fight, where Shoto and other fire users would demonstrate their true power. NG pointed at Pony, who looked shocked to be called but stepped forward. From 𝐿𝐻𝐬, a man-beast with a powerful presence, also stepped up, his fur making Pony uneasy. 𝐿𝐻𝐬 and 𝐾𝐻𝐬 joined, though they lacked confidence in their chances. When the starting signal was given, 𝐿𝐻𝐬 aimed to make a strong impression, determined to uphold the standards of UA and hero society. As he transformed, his muscles bulged, and he let out a roar that shook the 3 students before him. His claws dug into the ground as Pony shouted her attack, trying to go down swinging. However, her small horns were ineffective against 𝐿𝐻𝐬, who swiped at her, sending her sprawling to the ground. 𝐿𝐻𝐬 and 𝐾𝐻𝐬 met the same fate, their bodies flying through the air as they were struck, leaving 𝐿𝐻𝐬 as the victor. NG, barely paying attention, pointed again, selecting Reiko, Kurwaro, and Seth, who stepped forward. Seth, with his messy white hair, ignited his hands with flames. Mac, sporting a large smile, entered the arena, exuding confidence. As the signal was given, Reiko used her quirk to levitate rubble from the previous fights, launching small rocks at the 3 students. They quickly abandoned their plans, covering their faces as the rocks flew toward them, hoping Reiko would run out of ammunition. However, she maintained control over the pebbles, ensuring she had an endless supply. Just then, Mr. Ball halted the fight, declaring it pitiful and urging an end before it further damaged Yue's pride. 𝐮𝐲 nodded, still more interested in the sky than the match. He pointed into the crowd once more, selecting Mina, who smiled at being chosen. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 Vinsmoke stepped forward from Yue, her beauty undeniable, adorned with the number 6 on her thigh. Her pink dress, short and stylish, contrasted with her brother's black capes. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 emerged from Ketsubutsu, excitement evident as she prepared to face off against another Vinsmoke. Lastly, Cammy appeared in a sleek black leather bodysuit, drawing attention with her confident demeanor. It was something she and 𝐒𝐮𝐲 had in common. Both did not only enjoy male attention, they craved it. It provided them with a sense of power that was intoxicating. As 𝐮𝐲 signaled the fight to begin, Cammy brought her hand to her mouth, almost blowing a kiss toward the group, nearly causing some to swoon. She then exhaled her quirk, and a sparkly mist enveloped her, revealing Cammy standing normally, rocking back and forth, checking her nails, and appearing rather bored. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 charged at Cammy, water forming at her fingertips into a slap-like strike. The water extended past her fingers, reacting like a 𝐒𝐻𝐵, slicing through the mist and narrowly missing Cammy. Meanwhile, Mina had begun her fight with 𝐒𝐮𝐲. She swung her fists with all her might, applying the lessons she had learned from All Might and Star and Stripe, trying to emulate Mirko's kicks. However, 𝐒𝐮𝐲 effortlessly deflected every blow, sidestepping some and blocking others. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 commented on Mina's agility, finding it quite captivating, before stepping closer and giving her a gentle kiss on the forehead. Mina stepped back, bewildered by the gesture, but soon everything began to spin for her. She struggled to articulate her confusion before fainting. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 swiped her thumb across her lip and liked it, causing some nearby boys to gasp in awe. She turned her attention back to the fight, where Cammy skillfully dodged 𝐼𝐬𝐬's water WHP, maintaining control while 𝐒𝐮𝐲 observed. Cammy called out, expressing her longing to pause the fight, while 𝐼𝐬𝐬, frustrated, shouted back, her calm demeanor quickly shifting to anger. Cammy continued to speak in her casual tone, trying to reason with 𝐼𝐬𝐬, but 𝐒𝐮𝐲 had seen enough. With a speed that surprised everyone, she positioned herself between the two women, grabbing them both by their hair. She suggested they make peace, planting a kiss on their foreheads, which caused them to feel dizzy. Cammy managed to utter a few words before she too succumbed to unconsciousness. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 attempted one last attack on 𝐒𝐮𝐲, but as the water fell, so did she, leaving 𝐒𝐮𝐲 as the victor. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 revealed her ability, calling it Poison Kiss, Snow White's Curse, and noted that it was a diluted version of her true powers. She reminded 𝐼𝐮𝐲 that they were there to save, not to harm. 𝐼𝐮𝐲 observed the fight, a smirk briefly appearing on his lips. It was the perfect moment to strike at Izuku. 𝐼𝐮𝐲 pointed out several opponents, and Izuku nodded as he stepped forward, only to be halted by Momo, who warned him about 𝐼𝐮𝐽, a strong contender from Yue. Izuku acknowledged her concern calmly. 𝐼𝐮𝐽, a tall, muscular man with light blue spiky hair, approached, dressed in white hakama and a ragged jacket. A notable feature was the large hole in his stomach, a remnant of past battles. From Ketsubutsu, another imposing figure emerged, 𝐼𝐵ando, whose large frame was accentuated by his oversized clothing. His head resembled a bell with multiple holes, and he wore a black overcoat with red trimmings, covering most of his body except for his forearms and boots. 𝐶𝐽, determined to prove himself, declared his intent to win, but his teacher urged him to focus on the fight. 𝐼𝐮𝐽, hands in his pockets and a grin on his face, seemed eager for the challenge. 𝐵ANDO rubbed his hands together, strategizing for victory. Izuku stood still, waiting for the right moment. 𝐮𝐲 encouraged 𝐼𝐮𝐽 to attack, and he charged at Izuku, shouting a fierce threat. Despite warnings from others, 𝐼𝐮𝐽 was undeterred, aiming a powerful uppercut at Izuku. Izuku leaned back, evading the attack, which caused 𝐼𝐮𝐽 to lose his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku closed the distance, wrapping his arms around 𝐼𝐮𝐽's neck and applying pressure. Though he wished for a better hold, he hoped this would suffice. 𝐼𝐮𝐽 jumped, forcing Izuku to release him as he created distance. Meanwhile, 𝐵ANDO and 𝐶𝐽 were engaged in their own struggle. 𝐾𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐸 had transformed his fingers into grotesque shapes, using his quirk to manipulate raw human flesh, giving him a fighting chance. However, Bando's unique form made it difficult for them to gain an advantage. Izuku attacked 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲 again, landing a front kick that pushed him forward. Quickly, Izuku moved in closer, linking his arms with 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲's and forcing them behind his back. The spectators watched in anticipation, unsure of what would happen next as Izuku demonstrated his grappling skills. He demonstrated to 𝐿𝐴 why they were hesitant to spar with Izuku, especially with 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲 in such a vulnerable state. Izuku began delivering powerful knee strikes, each one forcefully connecting with 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲's sternum. The relentless barrage continued as Izuku focused on maintaining his breathing, creating a stark contrast between his calm demeanor and the intensity of the situation. It appeared as though one person was practicing breathing exercises while the other was struggling to stay upright. As Izuku sensed his strength waning, he assumed 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲 had lost consciousness. With 2 final strikes to ensure he remained down, Izuku released his grip, allowing 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲 to collapse onto the ground, seemingly out cold. Turning his attention to the remaining opponents, Izuku was startled by the sound of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲's strained voice, declaring he was not finished yet. Struggling to his knees, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲 barely managed to support himself. Izuku acknowledged the continued fight with a nod, understanding that it was not over. Sigurd wondered what the little warrior would do next, noting that allowing 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲 to rise was a foolish move. However, Izuku recognized the honor in it. As everyone watched in anticipation, he took a quick sprint toward 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲, leading with his metal leg. The impact of his kick against 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲's head echoed through the area, shocking onlookers who feared they had witnessed something fatal. The force of the kick caused some students to feel queasy, clearly indicating that 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲 was down for the count. Now facing Bando and Seiji, Izuku assumed a fighting stance, signaling for them to come at him. Bando, overwhelmed, quickly declared his withdrawal, realizing he was not ready to face someone with such power. Seiji, caught in a similar conflict, also chose to back down. 𝐿𝐴, observing the display, felt a surge of annoyance at All Might's son for overshadowing Shoto. He vowed that Shoto would rise above Izuku in the rankings, determined to ensure that his son would have the final fight, unlike the previous year when he lost due to unfair circumstances. Without a word, 𝐿𝐴 pointed to 4 random students, confident that Shoto would come out on top. He selected Shinso to fight next, rubbing his eyes in fatigue, which caused others to yawn and develop a dislike for Shinso. Katsuki, from UA, approached, frustrated by the events unfolding. He was irritated that he wouldn't have the chance to face formidable opponents, instead being matched against someone he deemed unworthy. As explosions formed in his palms, 𝐿𝐴 casually signaled the start of the match, knowing Katsuki would dispatch his opponents swiftly to prove his strength. Shinso wished Katsuki luck, along with Manga and Siro, but Katsuki was too enraged to acknowledge them. Suddenly, all 3 found themselves immobilized, compelled to raise their arms above their heads and sit down. 𝐿𝐴 declared the fight over, intrigued by Shinso's abilities, which seemed somewhat useful for a sidekick. Next up was Setsuna, who smiled confidently until she realized her opponent was one of the Vinsmoke brothers, Yanji. He shared a similar outfit with his siblings, but his green hair and muscular build set him apart. Alongside him was a student from Ketsubutsu, who had a large lizard familiar, and from Shiketsu, the enthusiastic Inesa, who loved everything with passion. As the signal for the match was given, Yanji attempted to extend his arms, but Inesa summoned a powerful wind that lifted all 3 opponents high into the air, spinning them helplessly in a tornado. Laughter escaped Inesa as he reveled in the spectacle, while the students below shielded their eyes from the chaos. 𝐿𝐴, annoyed by the display of power, called for the wind to stop. His frustration with Izuku clouded his judgment, preventing him from recognizing Inesa's potential. He pointed to Yui, who stepped forward with a blank expression, contemplating her next move. Tokoyami from UA appeared, cloaked in darkness, while Awase from Ketsubutsu hoped for an easy match against a weaker opponent. Finally, a rather intimidating figure from Shiketsu emerged, someone without lips, which initially unsettled some, but he turned out to be kind. As the match commenced, 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐻𝐬 attempted to gain an advantage by sinking everyone into the ground, but it was too late. 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢 opened his cloak, and from the shadows emerged a dark, shadowy being ready to join the fray. A being of pure shadows emerged into the light, causing fear to ripple through the crowd. It announced its presence with a dark voice that made some students step back. The creature, the size of a large dog, was on a thick leash and seemed to have the freedom to act as it pleased. It charged at 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬, tackling him with the speed of a horse and the force of a truck, knocking him out instantly. 𝐒𝐻𝐬's eyes widened as the dark shadow turned its attention to him, slamming him back into 𝐾𝐞𝐵𝐸, leaving him incapacitated and leaving Yui standing alone. Yui, clutching a handful of rocks, attempted to defend herself. As she transformed the small pebbles into larger stones, they merely bounced off the shadow, only managing to slow it down for a brief moment. The creature's massive fist swung toward her, sending her flying back and halting the fight. Enji, observing the scene, urged the remaining fighters to act quickly, expressing his impatience with their hesitation. He believed they should surrender before the overwhelming power of Shoto. Itsuka stepped forward and bowed respectfully, a gesture mirrored by Ojiro from Shiketsu and Neji Hyuga from UA. Neji, with his long hair and headband, stood confidently in loose black breathes and an open-toed shirt. The last contender was a muscular man with 6 arms, his lower face covered by a mask. Shoji, however, felt at a disadvantage, lacking martial arts training, which became evident as they all assumed their fighting stances. Ojiro remained light on his feet, bouncing slightly as he prepared himself. Itsuka bent her legs, clenching her hands tightly at her waist, while Neji positioned himself with one leg bent and the other straight, ready to strike. An awkward silence fell over them as none wanted to make the first move. Katsuki, frustrated by the inaction, shouted for them to engage. Shoji took the initiative, charging at Ojiro. Itsuka maintained her calm demeanor, while Neji could not let the challenge go unanswered. He rushed toward Itsuka, determined to prove his skill. Shoji raised 3 of his arms, slamming them down toward Ojiro, who deftly sidestepped and countered with rapid strikes, landing several blows before leaping back to avoid a wide swing. Understanding that Ojiro was faster, Shoji attempted to bear hug him, but Ojiro slipped between his legs and jumped onto his back, using his tail to fend off any incoming attacks. In a matter of moments, Shoji found himself on the ground, Ojiro ensuring he was subdued. Meanwhile, Neji and Itsuka continued their battle. Neji aimed for Itsuka's arm, trying to exploit a weak point, but she skillfully deflected his attack and countered with a powerful strike to his gut. Surprised by her response, Neji stumbled but quickly regained his composure, attempting to strike again. Itsuka, however, was ready, blocking his hand and delivering a palm strike that grew in size, hitting him with tremendous force. Neji felt the impact as if he had been struck by a powerful force, struggling to breathe. As he attempted to rise, Itsuka stood above him, declaring the fight over and acknowledging his effort before delivering a final blow that defeated him. With Neji down, Itsuka expressed her readiness to face Ojiro head-on, recalling their past sparring sessions where she had always emerged victorious. Ojiro, determined to change that outcome, charged at her, executing a spinning kick with his tail. Itsuka countered with a double palm block, using her momentum to throw him back to the ground. Quickly, she mounted him, her hand growing to an enormous size above him. Ojiro, exasperated, called for mercy, acknowledging her strength and bowing in respect as he stepped away. Itsuka returned the gesture with a smile. Enji then pointed at 𝐼𝐵𝐻𝐸, who clasped her necklace nervously but stepped forward nonetheless. Ichiji, the eldest son of the Vinsmoke family, followed, his unique red hair styled in 3 cowlicks, covering one eye. He wore a striking red suit with a white cape, ready to join the fray. Lastly, a man-animal hybrid from Ketsubatsu stepped forward, showcasing his jaguar mutation Quirk, one of the tallest members from any class. Saki Fujimoto stood at an impressive height of 295 centimeters, easily the tallest among them. She had a lean, muscular build, with moss-green skin and chestnut-brown hair adorned with a vibrant crown of flowers. Her soft and kind smile mirrored that of Itsuka. However, as the fight commenced, the differences between 𝐼𝐵𝐸 and Saki became apparent. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐽 charged at 𝐼𝐵𝐸, irritated by the cross she bore. He believed he was the only god worthy of worship. With his fist drawn back, he intended to show her just how powerful he was. But 𝐼𝐵𝐸's vines shot up, and she declared that her path was one of peace without violence. Saki was engaged in a struggle with 𝗶𝐸𝐻, effortlessly lifting him by the arms as if he were a child. She began to apply pressure, apologizing as he resisted. Despite her kindness, she had to make him yield. 𝐼𝐵𝐸 gasped in shock as 𝗶𝐸𝐻 fell to the ground, defeated. 𝐒𝐮𝐽 was left immobilized, much to the amusement of his siblings. 𝐼𝐵𝐸 turned her gaze to Saki, stating that she would offer the same choice as 𝗶𝐸𝐻, surrender or face the consequences. 𝐒𝐮𝐽, humiliated, snapped back angrily. Saki seized 𝐒𝐮𝐽 from 𝐼𝐵REH, applying pressure that forced the air from his lungs. To onlookers, it seemed clear that surrender was the only option. Saki had strength on her side, but she lacked real combat skill. 𝐒𝐮𝐽 eventually surrendered, expressing a longing to avoid harming his fellow students. 𝐼𝐵REH walked away as 𝐒𝐮𝐽 collapsed, unconscious. Neji made a snide remark about 𝐒𝐮𝐽's defeat while dragging him from the arena. Neji, observing the scene, pointed at 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐬, who was eager for his turn. 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐬 proclaimed that they would dine in Valhalla, laughing heartily as he stepped forward, oblivious to Fuyumi's worried expression. From Ketsubutsu emerged Shino Aburame, dressed in a large hoodie that concealed the lower half of his face, with sunglasses hiding his eyes. He had spiky black hair and appeared unassuming. The last contender from Shiketsu was the unofficial class leader, Nagamasa Mora, whose face and fingers were obscured by his long hair, with only one eye visible. As the match began, Fuyumi was haunted by memories of her father's harsh words over the years, which had instilled deep self-doubt within her. When she created a wave of brittle ice, 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐬 shouted for her to show the might of the Jotun, spinning and slamming his fist down into the ice wall, which shattered completely. Fuyumi felt as if her father's scoffs echoed in her mind, diminishing her confidence with every move she made. Shino unleashed a swarm of Japanese beetles towards Nagamasa, causing a stir among the spectators, especially when a centipede crawled over Shino's cheek and into his hair. Nagamasa retaliated by extending his hair, using it to swat away the bugs. 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐬 criticized the display, urging them to live up to their potential as he pushed through Fuyumi's brittle ice. He was accustomed to the cold, unlike Fuyumi, who struggled under the weight of her father's expectations. As 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐬 approached, Fuyumi's hands trembled. She felt overwhelmed and crumbled to her knees, giving a small nod of defeat. 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐬 turned to see Shino being overwhelmed by Nagamasa's hair, and he charged forward, using his weight to overpower Shino. He advanced towards Nagamasa, who attempted to defend himself with a shield that shimmered with light. Despite Nagamasa's efforts, 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐬 was relentless, sending him flying back. 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐬 celebrated his victory with enthusiasm, lifting Momo playfully as if she were a child, much to her embarrassment. Neji's disdainful remarks pierced Fuyumi's heart, further diminishing her spirit. He lamented the lack of effort displayed by his children, expressing disappointment in Fuyumi's performance. Mitsuki reassured her that she would bring home a victory, determined to outlast her opponents and prove herself. 𝐼𝐵𝐸𝐻 stepped out from UA, assessing his chances against the others. The second to last of her siblings, Yua, prepared for her fight. Her older brother Toka encouraged her as she leaped into the arena, propelled by a gust of wind. Yua's short, curly white hair resembled a small cloud, a source of pride for her. The final contender was Riza Hawkeye, her mid-back length blonde hair styled neatly. She wore a military uniform as her hero outfit, keeping the Shiketsu hat on her head like all the others. In her hand, she held a pistol. 𝐼𝐵𝐸𝐻 expressed his concern about the weapon, not wanting to be shot. Riza reassured him with a smile, explaining that it was part of her quirk and only fired RBB rounds. Neji accepted the situation as the match began. Riza quickly pulled out both her pistols and started firing at Yua, who was leaping into the air, dodging the rounds as best as she could. Mitsuki aimed at 𝐼𝐵𝐸𝐻, who transformed her arms into scales and attempted to counterattack. However, Mitsuki continued to fire relentlessly, leaving 𝐼𝐬 with no chance to evade. The explosive shots overwhelmed 𝐼𝐬, causing her to fall, hurt and defeated. At the same time, Riza's shot struck 𝐬, causing the smaller woman to fall after just 2 𝐼𝐵 rounds hit her in the chest, feeling the impact as if her bones had been rattled. Mitsuki, believing she had the upper hand, noted that they were the only ones standing. It was 𝐼𝐵 shots against explosive rounds. Mitsuki would never run out of bullets, while Riza's quirk allowed her to create her weapons, enabling her to fire as long as she wanted. Riza had honed her aim through consistent training, making it easy for her to hit targets from a distance. Mitsuki rushed closer, needing to shorten the distance for a better shot at Riza, but Riza's training allowed her to maintain accuracy even at range. Crouching down to steady her aim, Riza fired 2 rounds, hitting Mitsuki in the knees and dropping her to the ground. Following up with 4 quick shots, each round struck Mitsuki's forehead, leading to her being knocked out. Riza spun her small handguns before placing them back in their holster, acknowledging to herself that with training, Mitsuki could become very intimidating. 𝐮𝐽 called for the next fighters, and Yuta stepped forward, rubbing her head as she focused on controlling her breathing, hoping to secure a victory. However, when Tengen from UA entered the arena, her chances diminished. Tengen wore a headband adorned with gems and had nunchucks on his back, showcasing his impressive physique. From 𝐒𝐮𝐬, 𝗟𝗶H stepped up, his short black hair neatly combed and standing at nearly 180 centimeters tall. His slightly longer legs complemented his quirk, allowing him to generate flames from his feet, similar to Gran Torino's ability. As the match began, Yuta started singing a song that had been stuck in her head. Tengen immediately grabbed his nunchucks and began swinging them around him at high speeds. While this might not seem effective at first, Tengen's quirk, Soundwave Creation, created a constant hum that blocked Yuta's sound and formed an impenetrable area around him. Yuta took control of the 2 standing fighters, forcing them to collide and knock each other out. However, she found herself at a standstill, unable to hit Tengen as he advanced toward her. Feeling overwhelmed, Yuta decided to quit, realizing that none of the students had enough combat training to handle the situation. They had prepared for rescue training, not combat, and she didn't want to face the nunchucks. With Yuta's withdrawal, the final 4 fighters were left. Shoto nodded at his father, understanding the clear message: to dominate and leave a lasting impression on their opponents. Sakura stepped forward, rubbing her knuckles awkwardly, dreading the fight ahead. She had never wanted to harm anyone, but the memory of her past actions weighed heavily on her. From Ketsubutsu, Toka Morimoto stepped forth, resembling 𝐼𝐻𝐻 with his red hair and intimidating aura. He stood with a build similar to his father's, and while 𝐮𝐽 needed him to be a sacrificial lamb, he hoped Toka could survive and earn an internship. Lastly, from Shiketsu, Roy emerged, wearing the same military-style uniform as Riza. He kissed her before stepping into the ring, his messy hair giving him a carefree appearance. Roy was ready to start the match, and Toka agreed, with 𝐮𝐽 finally paying full attention. Both of Toka's hands ignited with flames, while a spark formed around Roy's fingers. Shoto unleashed a flame tornado aimed at Sakura, who raised her arms to protect herself and kicked back, using her flames to deflect the attack with the help of Yamato and Pony. Disappointed in herself for hesitating to fight, Sakura watched as Shoto turned to attack Roy and Toka. His flames struck them, but Roy managed to roll under the flames. Toka rotated his hands, blocking most of the flames, but still felt the burn from the few that got through. The difference in their training was evident. While Toka and Roy had trained for less than a year, Shoto had been forced into rigorous training since acquiring his quirk. In the end, both Roy and Toka fell to Shoto's relentless flames, unable to withstand the onslaught. He and Fuyumi were opposites, each wielding a different element: fire and ice. Fuyumi had the ability to warm her body, negating the coldness of her ice powers, allowing her to continue as long as she truly desired. Shoto, on the other hand, could unleash flames without limit. 𝐮𝐽 expressed his pride, stating that he had seen enough and would no longer entertain those he deemed unworthy. Izawa, brushing his hair back, remarked that everything was as he had expected. He informed the students that they would be heading back while he discussed the lesson plan for the next day with the other teachers. As the teachers walked away, the students took a moment to socialize. Sigurd called out to Momo, requesting to speak with the ice user. However, another student cautioned him against approaching her too soon, suggesting that he might hurt her feelings. Sigurd insisted on doubling their training, but the other student was adamant about not wanting to upset Momo. Despite the objections, Sigurd picked Momo up and carried her toward the bus, contemplating a fun training activity involving boats. Meanwhile, Cammy approached Izuku with a playful demeanor, suggesting they have a private conversation. As they moved away, Setsuna, intrigued, tossed her ear toward Izuku's direction and playfully asked if he wanted to hang out. Izuku, caught off guard, declined her invitation, clarifying that he wasn't interested in that kind of connection. Cammy, unfazed, offered a fist bump before walking away, while Setsuna was left in disbelief. Izuku then returned to Setsuna, handing her back her ear, which she had lost. She blushed and thanked him, while Yamato complimented Takeshi on his wrestling skills. Takeshi acknowledged the compliment, attributing his success to his quirk, and they discussed the possibility of training together. Aizawa gathered the students, announcing that they would meet the fifth hero, Crust, the following day, urging everyone to behave appropriately. As they drove toward the USJ, Aizawa reflected on the slimy behavior of Mr. Ball, who had been trying to convince Izuku to transfer schools. Momo, watching the joyful interactions of others, felt a mix of emotions. Mr. Ball approached Izuku, praising his recent performance and presenting an enticing offer to join UA, which included a substantial monetary incentive, stock options, and other luxurious perks. Despite the tempting proposal, Izuku firmly declined, expressing his lack of interest. Mr. Ball encouraged him to take his time to consider the offer, while Momo, feeling anxious, approached Izuku but was intercepted by Mr. Ball, who insisted she persuade Izuku to reconsider for her own benefit. Momo, feeling the pressure, expressed her concerns to Izuku, urging him not to join UA. She explained that the school did not uphold All Might's teachings and focused more on fighting than heroism. Izuku listened, assuring her that he had no intention of transferring, emphasizing his longing to help people. In another part of the group, Kyoka was blushing, prompting her friends to inquire about her discomfort. She revealed that she had overheard the offer made to Izuku, causing shock among her peers as they calculated the staggering amount in yen. The news of the luxurious perks only added to their astonishment, leaving them in disbelief at the magnitude of the offer. This caused some gasps and murmurs. Denki mentioned that his friend didn't need that, and on the first day at the dorm, he had overheard a woman scream in joy after a commotion. The group turned their attention to Izuku, who was talking with Momo, looking shy and embarrassed. Setsuna chimed in, saying she had overheard something by accident. One of the Shiketsu girls had wanted to hang out, but he had declined. Itsuka chuckled, calling him a true gentleman. As they entered the USJ, a familiar voice welcomed them. It was Crust, the fifth-ranked hero in Japan. He was a well-built man with black hair combed back, featuring a streak of grayish-white down the center. His right hand displayed a layer of crust, a side effect of his quirk. With a prideful smile, he announced that he would be their instructor for the day. The students looked at him in awe. While 𝐒𝐿 exuded an aura of overwhelming power, Crust had a different presence that made them feel safe and protected. Before starting, Crust asked if anyone knew his quirk. Hands shot up, and Sakura Haruno answered correctly, identifying his quirk as shield, which allowed him to grow stone-like hexagon-shaped shields from his body. Crust demonstrated by growing dozens of hexagons on his hand, forming a shield the size of his torso. He explained that while he could protect people, he needed to teach them how to rescue those in need. Crust led the students toward the heat zone, humorously stating they would keep the flames mild for the day. Upon entering, they saw a small city with several blocks hidden behind walls. Crust pointed to a large chunk of earth and asked who could move it. Many hands went up, but he noted that they couldn't join in just yet. He called on Kyoka, asking her to move the massive rock that blocked the door. She struggled, pushing against it but making little progress. Crust reassured her, explaining that she was attempting to move something too large for her. He encouraged her to find a different way in, but when she realized the entrance was blocked, he decided to teach her about leverage. He grabbed a beam from the floor and demonstrated how to use it to push the rock. With a bit of effort, they managed to free the door. Crust praised 𝐾𝐿 for her efforts, showing his pride in her progress. He explained that their focus for the day would be on leveraging their strengths. The group nodded in agreement. Crust joked that he wouldn't be able to teach the physically strong ones about leverage since they would be moving buildings instead. The students prepared for physical training and rescue exercises. As they began, Sigurd humorously declared he would take care of his rescue training and lifted a large rock before placing it back down. 𝐼𝐻𝐿 moved into one of the buildings, her quirk giving her an advantage in rescue scenarios. Izuku joined in as well, while Mineta struggled with a heavy rock, unsure how to lift it. Crust suggested he find a more accessible position for the bar. Katsuki, determined to prove himself, shouted as he attempted to lift a rock, straining under the weight. After a tough effort, he collapsed, but 𝐼𝐻𝐬 reassured him. Izuku approached the rock and effortlessly removed it, surprising everyone with his strength. Momo, observing, created a long pipe and easily rolled a large rock away, freeing Sigurd. Teasingly, Sigurd encouraged Momo to showcase her abilities more. The atmosphere was light-hearted, with laughter and camaraderie among the students. Yamato and Takashi, on the other side, commented on the oddities of their classes, with Takashi insisting his wasn't strange at all. The day continued with a mix of challenges, teamwork, and growth, fostering a strong bond among the aspiring heroes. None of the classes felt truly normal, but since quirks began, normal was a concept that seemed distant. The classes learned many lessons. Even those who struggled with their overwhelming power discovered something valuable. They learned about leverage, understanding that there might be situations where even they could not move obstacles. Crust praised them for their efforts, noting how quickly time had passed. He expressed a longing to spend more time together in the cold zone, emphasizing the importance of footing and ensuring that the path of any falling rocks was clear of ice. Crust shared a memory from his early days as a sidekick, recalling how an older hero had saved a young woman and her puppy by moving a rock that had threatened to slide down an icy slope. With a noble tone, he declared that he would meet them again, encouraging them to strive for excellence and find him at the top of the hero charts. The classes chuckled as Crust departed. Meanwhile, Mr. Yagi inquired about an offer, but Izuku firmly stated that he would not join UA as he headed towards the bus. Mr. Ball, feeling insulted, plotted to humiliate Izuku and the school, determined to force him into joining UA. His frustration was evident as he made his way to his bus. Momo stood in front of the NP bus, her mouth dry as she struggled to find the right words to speak with Mr. Aizawa. However, Mr. Ball interrupted, demanding her to enter the bus immediately. Momo complied, realizing she would need to discuss the situation with her parents later.